August was a fantastic month for scary stories, so I've gone ahead to compile every new and allegedly true scary story I published that month. Now all you have to do is enjoy this 6+ hour episode, and feel free to get lost in the scares. Be sure to send me your scary stories at darkstories.org. I'm looking for creepy customer stories and tales about when hide and seek goes horribly wrong. Also, if you want to listen to these stories using less data, and while you drive, work, or sleep, follow the Darkness Prevails podcast on Spotify or iTunes, and review us on iTunes. Those links will be in the description. Now, let's begin. The Arkansas Story, from Ronin 316. I found myself heading from northwest Indiana to Houma, Louisiana on a Friday evening. I'd set out sometime in the afternoon. My best friend at the time had made an agreement with his ex-wife to come get his eldest daughter over Thanksgiving weekend, and this was the return trip to take her home. I should mention here that this occurred in the early 2000s, and I was in my early 20s. My friend, who for this story I'll refer to as D, was a truck driver and had been OTR, or over the road, the last few days. So the agreement was I would start the drive and he would sleep. Then when he woke up, we'd stop somewhere and swap. His daughter, who was around 7 at the time, quietly played on her Game Boy for the first few hours, before falling asleep in the back of my Blazer. I found myself driving down either I-55 or 57, I can't remember, when around 3 a.m., D started to wake up. He asked me how the drive was going. I told him it was fine. He glanced in the back to see his daughter sleeping, then asked me what state we were in. I told him Arkansas. He nodded. Then he watched as a couple mile markers went by. He told me there should be a rest stop ahead a few miles. Then we could stop and stretch our legs. Then he would take over driving. I nodded, and we conversed about nothing until the exit sign for the rest stop came into view, within a few miles, just like he said. Now, I was driving fast. Not insanely fast, but maybe 80 or so. When the exit came around, I took it, not really slowing down. Immediately, I noticed something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what it was exactly. Coming around a curve, I was met with the concrete divider that separates residential and commercial vehicles. It was then I realized that the problem was none of the pole lights that lined the ramp were on. So it was pitch black, and I hadn't seen the divider due to the curve. D grabs his oh crap handle and starts pumping imaginary brakes, and I veer hard to the left, barely missing the divider, narrowly avoiding killing us all. I slow way down, easing into the residential parking side, where again there are no operable lights, and notice the entire lot is full with the exception of one parking space. The very first one you can take, actually. I park as D comments on the power apparently being out, and we sit there for a moment, coming down from the adrenaline rush that was us nearly dying in a fiery car crash. He glances back at his daughter, who somehow managed to remain sleeping while I sent her thrashing about the back of the Blazer. D then looks to me and says, "You go first. I'll stay with her, and when you come back I'll take her and we can get back on the road." I nod and go to shut off my vehicle, when my hand reaches my keys and just hangs there for a moment. Now, one thing you gotta know about me is I never, ever, and I mean ever, leave my keys in the vehicle. Can't stand it, don't like it. I have this weird thing that if I'm not in it, I want my keys on me. Not sure why. Nothing has ever happened for me to have cause for this. Just one of my quirks, I guess. So as I sat there with my hand on the ignition key, D goes, "You alright, man?" I shake my head a bit and reply, Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it running. Now, my buddy knows me, and he knows about this particular quirk of mine, but he just shrugged and said all right. What I didn't tell him was that I had just had this weird feeling that if I shut it off, it wouldn't start. Which made no sense, as the vehicle was perfectly sound and had never given me cause to have that particular worry. I hop out, and like I said, we were in the very first parking spot. So we were on the far end of the restrooms, specifically the women's side, as it turned out. So I had to walk to the other side to get to the men's. Instead of walking down the sidewalk, I opted to cut across the grass. It was shorter. As I'm walking, I figure that if none of the lights in the parking lot are working, odds are none of the electric is on inside the restrooms either. It's not a problem per se. I don't scare easily, and I prefer the dark over daylight. Also, I grew up in a haunted house and had my fair share of creepy experiences. Ghost stories? I got tons of them. The point I'm getting to is that while I believe in the paranormal and the likes, it takes more than a dark room to get under my skin. So, as I approach the men's room, I resign myself to this fact, opening the door. Sure enough, it's dark in there too. I sigh, but notice that the moon is out and full, and with its light I can get a basic idea of the layout of the bathroom with the door open. The door, however, is spring-loaded, so it would close behind me, but at least I had a heading for when I went in. I go to step inside, and, my hand to God, my feet refused to move. So I stood there at the threshold, trying to will my legs to work again, but they wouldn't. Someone might as well have nailed my feet to the ground. I tried in vain for a few moments to take the next step into the room, getting angry at myself for not being able to, while becoming increasingly embarrassed by how dumb I must have looked standing there when, for reasons that lack all rationale, I think to myself that the lights are motion sensitive. Maybe I just need to go in far enough and they'll turn on. A shot in the dark, I know. And being an electrician by trade, I knew the odds were hard against me. But it was a guess. Not enough to get my legs working, mind you, so instead I settled on holding on to the door jamb with one hand, while waving my other hand inside, trying to catch the attention of a motion sensor that, deep down, I knew didn't exist. A few moments of this, and I am inwardly admonishing myself for looking so foolish, when, to this day, I still don't know why, I became immediately terrified. Just like with my vehicle, I had this sudden and overwhelming feeling that if I didn't get my hand out of that room, something I couldn't see was going to grab it, yank me inside, and that would be the end of me. As fast as I could, I ripped my arm from the door and closed it while putting my back into it. With every ounce of strength I had, I dug my boots into the concrete, waiting for whatever monster my imagination had conjured to shoulder check the door from the other side. I was sweating, breathing hard, growing tired from the fear and exertion. Did anything happen? No. I stood there looking ridiculous, until I finally let off the door and stood to face it one last time. As I stood there, I chuckled at my own stupidity, and shook my head at the thought that this is the kind of stuff that scares other people, not me. Nonetheless, I came to two very simple revelations in that moment. One, there is no way in 10 hells I'm going into that bathroom, and two, I'm a guy. Any tree will do. Fortunately, the rest stop was nestled in a wooded area, so my options were vast and varied. I find a nice-sized oak out of the way and walk over to it. I go around the back and proceed to take care of business. This puts me directly between the thick oak and the woods, so of course I get the feeling that I'm being watched. I'm just over this whole thing at that point, so I say out loud and to no one, "I'm sorry your life is so boring that you have to resort to watching a guy use the bathroom." I say this as I'm finishing up, and as I come back around the tree facing the entire parking lot of 30-ish cars, I freeze. I stood there, the smile from my poor attempt at humor fading fast as my blood ran cold. For the life of me, I have no idea how or why it took me so long to notice this. Maybe it was the initial rush on our arrival. Maybe it was my tunnel vision of contending with the dark bathroom. I don't know. But there I stood, looking over a sizable parking lot full of cars, mine the furthest away, and there wasn't a single soul around. Not one other person to be found. 30+ empty cars. No one walking their dog, no one stretching their legs, not one single other person anywhere. I thought I had to be missing something, so I looked all around in every direction, but there was nothing. And it was quiet, as if the world around me was holding its breath. It was one of the weirdest, most unnerving moments of my life. I took a breath, and I started to make my way back to the vehicle. Only this time, I opted to take the sidewalk, so I could see into most of the cars parked in front. Yet still, they were all empty. And while I understand that having a car seat doesn't demand that one is traveling with a child, some of the other bits and bobs and accoutrements strongly suggested it. When I got back to my vehicle, I got in, and before I closed the door, Dee told me in a tone that was very unlike him that we needed to get the heck out of there. I wasted no time, peeling out of the parking lot as fast as the Blazer would go. We ended up finding a truck stop and stopping there for facilities, snacks, and drinks. I don't remember why, but I continued driving, and after his daughter fell back to sleep, unaware of the entire rest stop excursion, Dee finally asked me what I experienced. I told him, and when I was finished, he told me that like me, and despite any explanation as to why it took him so long, he noticed the same thing. Except for him, it was the trucks in the commercial lot that got his attention. He said he had the window down so he could smoke, when he noticed none of the trucks were running. I didn't see the relevance in that, but he explained to me that truckers don't often shut their rigs off unless they are leaving them. If they're parking for the night or out of hours, they often leave them running to power TVs, game consoles, or whatever form of entertainment they have. Not to mention AC or heat for the night. When he didn't see any truckers in their cabs, filling out their logbooks or walking around, talking to loved ones on their phones, he started really paying attention. That was about the time I started back toward the truck myself. When I got back to my door, he was, as he put it, thoroughly unnerved. We continued to Houma without further incident. We dropped off his daughter and spent some time there so he could see his younger daughter. Left there and we stopped for a genuine po' boy that was fantastic. Then we were off to Mississippi so I could meet a lady friend of mine that I'd met online. We spent about 6 hours there and had a lovely time, minus a small misunderstanding where her father pulled a gun on me. It was fine. She pulled one on him and diffused the situation. It really is like a whole other world down south. We were on the Gulf, so I asked if Dee minded if we stopped by the ocean. I'd never been to one, and I didn't know if we'd have another chance to again. Not for nothing, but I'm 40 as of July this year, and I haven't been back to an ocean since, so good call, I guess. After an hour or so there, I'd been awake for something like 34 hours. Dee told me to crash and he'd start the long drive back. It was still light out, but I crawled into the back of my Blazer and passed out. Some undeterminable time later, I awoke to Dee screaming, Dude, wake up!" In my sleep-addled state, I sat up and asked him what was going on. It was dark out by this time, and he told me to look out the window. I did, and I saw red and blue lights on the other side of the highway. They were everywhere. Had to be a couple dozen patrol cars, all in a row bunched up in one area. You could also see at least 2 choppers flying around in circles above them. I asked if there was some sort of bad accident. I'll never forget his response. He said to me, "No, dude, we're in Arkansas. That's the rest stop." A few years later, I had to tell this story in front of a literature class. After I finished, I started to leave when a few of the students raised their hands. I looked at the professor. She nodded, so I pointed at one of them. It was a guy who had a question. I don't remember what it was, but I answered. Then another question, and another. Finally, a woman raised her hand and I pointed at her. She said, "And?" I said, "And what?" She replied with, "And you never found out what happened?" I regarded her for a moment before replying. The way I figure it, this story ends in one of 2 ways. Best case scenario. After state and local authorities received multiple reports of abandoned or otherwise unattended vehicles at rest stop such and such, an extensive search of that spot and surrounding areas turned up the gruesome discovery of corpses stacked like firewood in the woods. That's the best case scenario. Option 2, after state and local authorities received multiple reports of abandoned or otherwise unattended vehicles at the rest stop, an extensive search of that spot and surrounding area was conducted. After putting forth countless man-hours, personnel, and resources, they found absolutely nothing. Either way, I don't need to know that badly. Feathers and Fangs, from Semi-Controlled Chaos. Let me begin by saying these stories come from my family, so they are not my own personal stories, rather stories that have been told to me. Both of these tales happened at night on or just after hunting trips. The first happened to my father and cousin. One night, they decided to go frog gigging along the back roads of the hunting club they were in. My father said the night was uneventful for the most part. They hadn't even seen another car drive by that night. That was a bit odd, as it was one of the club's main roads. Anyway, they managed to fill an ice chest with frogs, so they started back towards home. On the drive there, they started to notice something. Eyes glowing in the trees. Not just a single pair, not even a dozen pairs. My father swears to me that there were so many eyes, he wasn't even able to count them all. Then the next thing he knew, there were owls in the road, flying around his truck. He said there were so many owls that they surrounded the truck and even started to attack it. They would fly headfirst into the windshield, clawing at the sides. Both he and my cousin were terrified that one of the owls may eventually be able to break the glass, and if that happened, they worried they wouldn't be able to keep the owls out. My father says he had to slow the truck to a crawl. Not by choice, mind you, but the owls were so thick in the air that he couldn't see the road ahead of him. They had to crawl along at around 5 miles per hour for about 3 miles. The entire time, these owls never let up the assault on the truck, scratching, pecking, and body slamming it from all directions. Eventually, the birds let up, and my father and cousin were able to speed up, leaving the swarm of angry claws and flapping wings behind them. To this day, no one but me seems to believe it. My cousin doesn't even talk about it anymore, because he's tired of people calling him a liar about it. Which seems odd, given what happened to him just a few years later. It happened in the same area. He and some friends had once again gone frog gigging. It was much of the same. A particularly uneventful night where they got a decent amount of frogs, But once again, on the way back to the truck to go home, they started to hear something. A long howl. My cousin and his friends recognized it as a coyote howl. They paid it no mind and kept walking. But then there was another howl. This time it was from behind them. It hadn't even been 10 seconds after the first. Then more and more howls came. Slowly at first, from different directions, but quickly picking up by the second. My cousin and his buddies were more than spooked at this point, because these howls sounded like they were coming from all around. They kept increasing in number and volume until, from what my cousin says, it sounded like an air raid siren. He and his buddies dropped the chest and booked it back toward the truck. The whole way back, the sound of howling never died down. It stayed with them, and they could hear things rustling in the bushes all around them. Keep in mind it was dark, and from what he says, they were too scared to use the light they had, because they were in panic mode. As a result, they never actually saw any of the coyotes. My cousin, however, says that once he was within 20 feet of the truck, a howl came from right in between him and the truck, meaning one of these creatures was blocking their way to the vehicle. My cousin, in a panic, threw his frog gig in the direction of the howl. He then heard a high-pitched yelp, and he kept going until he reached the truck. Once they were all inside, they sped off, and, to my knowledge, they hadn't gone back since. Some context I later found out about the area. I think it's located near a Native American burial ground in Dixie County, Florida. The road it's on is known as the Bowlegs Road, because of the Native American chief being buried there. Billy Bowlegs, I believe. So perhaps, just perhaps, the spirit chief is causing these odd behaviors in the animals there. So watch out if you ever find yourself on those back roads at night. Something Eating Roadkill, from Sam Sweeney. At the time, I was 22. I was in the Air Force, stationed at Creech Air Force Base. If you want a visual to the story, look up Creech Meteor on YouTube. That might be important later. Anyhow, I was driving my truck with 4 50-pound sandbags to whom I thought would be my brother-in-law's house in Indian Springs, which was right across the highway from Creech Air Force Base. He was engaged to my sister, and I had no problem picking up some sandbags and driving up to him. He was trying to DIY a basement. Now, Highway 95 doesn't seem dangerous, but it runs right through the Mojave Desert, and it's a straight 45-minute drive. It was winter, so even though it was only 8:30, it was pitch black out. I was nearly to my destination when the sky lit up green. If you look up that Creech Meteor video, it's in black and white, but had that video been in color, you would have seen something bright green. I pulled over to try and get a video of it, but I failed. I got back in the truck and back on the road. But then I saw the subject of this story. At first, it looked like a man in a hat and a trench coat. He was bent over a dead dog on the side of the road. I was an aspiring military working dog handler at the time, so I pulled over to see if I could offer my help. As soon as I got out of the car, the figure stood up and stared at me. This figure had the face of a coyote and bright green eyes. I wish I could say I fought it or screamed, but I ducked behind my truck and froze. I swear if I hadn't used the bathroom before, I would have wet myself when I heard that click-clack of canine paws hitting the ground. It was approaching me. I felt the hot breath of an animal breathing on my neck, but I stayed frozen. After a while, I heard it walk away, but the chewing sounds resumed. I got back in my truck and floored it, and I stayed the night at my destination. I've seen gruesome accidents, but this was the most afraid I've ever been on the road. A Scary Drive Home, from Mary H. This happened to me over 20 years ago, somewhere in Maine, but the details are still very clear in my mind. Halloween is my absolute favorite holiday, and I love decorated houses, businesses, etc. While driving somewhere, I'll usually pull over and park to look at every detail of a well-decorated location. On this particular occasion, I was driving on a back road around 11:30 p.m. on a cold October night. It would have been very near to the 31st. As I went by this house, I noticed a graveyard scene that looked interesting, with a low ground fog that added a spookiness and reality to the scene. I pulled over and sat with my car idling, as it was cold out, to look at this wonderfully decorated front yard. It was an elaborate graveyard scene, complete with body parts strewn about, bodies hanging from trees, lots of gravestones, bats, rats, skeletons, and some graves, which were partially dug open with zombie hands and heads looking as if they were digging themselves out of the graves. It was very quiet and very eerie, excellently and painstakingly done with lots of details, even including inscriptions on the gravestones. While I was sitting there quietly, enjoying every moment and joyfully noting every detail, suddenly a man with a mask leapt out from behind a gravestone, started an actual chainsaw, and ran, and I mean fast, right towards the car. He was dressed like Jason Voorhees in Friday the 13th Part 2, with a dirty pillowcase with eye holes for a mask, and overalls with a flannel shirt. I sat there for a moment, stunned and shocked as I never expected this, then took off like a shot down the road. He chased my vehicle for a while, and when it was clear he wasn't going to catch up, he just stood there in the middle of the road, smoke coming from the chainsaw, still running. He watched me drive away. As I think back to this event, I have several questions. I recall that the house itself was totally dark, no lights on anywhere, save for one outside lantern to shed light on the scene. There were no vehicles in the driveway, and it seemed as if no one was home. So I'm thinking, this dude is just sitting there in the dark, in the cold, late at night, nearly midnight, just hoping a vehicle would happen to drive by on this rural back road. Wasn't he cold? There weren't any other vehicles on the road. How did he know I was coming? Did he know that I would pull over to sit for a few minutes looking the scene over? Did everyone who went by do that? How long was he out there before I came by, and wasn't he uncomfortable, just kneeling or crouching behind the gravestone that long? The idea that someone would go to all that trouble, just hoping that someone would drive by and stop long enough for him to come out running with a chainsaw in hand, that idea is in itself freaky. Was it really a prank? Or was it some demented soul who was looking for a chance to do something more than just scare under the guise of a Halloween scene? I'm glad I'll never find out, and just accept that he was looking for a harmless scare. But who really knows? Stalked by an invisible creature, from Swamp Dweller himself. This guy is a talented narrator. I'll link to his channel in the description. I grew up in rural areas my entire life, whether it was beef farms in Tennessee or living in the middle of nowhere, Florida. I've done it all, growing up without access to most commonalities we have grown accustomed to. Yeah, that's right. We had no internet, no TV, and yep, you guessed it, no cell phones. I know, the horror, right? I like to think of us as the last true generation before the internet age. Not to say dial-up wasn't around, but most of us at the time really didn't have access to it. But honestly, it really wasn't all that bad, outside of the long, boring summer days where we'd be cooking alive in the fields. Living out in an old Civil War cabin in the middle of nowhere, Tennessee definitely shilled out some interesting experiences. This story is one of many I have to share. The story starts off like any other, really. It was a typical Friday night, and my brothers and I were home alone. Being as we didn't have much of anything to entertain ourselves with, we began playing manhunt in and around the house. Most of the time, we opted to stay indoors, as it was pitch black outside. For a bit more context, our cabin was situated on top of a rather steep hill that had a long, winding driveway running down it. Our cabin had a basement level, the main level where most of the house was, and the upstairs that only had my room. We also had a back deck that was situated about 10 to 12 feet in the air, if I had to guess. Anyway, back to the story at hand. It was pitch black outside, and going much further than our front porch at night wasn't really something anyone enjoyed doing out there. The game was fun, but was already getting pretty monotonous with the little room we had inside. At this point, I had the bright idea to wander off outside and hide on the roof to make the game more interesting. This would soon be one of my biggest regrets in life. At first, everything seemed fine. It was rather cold as it was nearing fall, and the weather was just starting to change. There was a slight breeze and the air was crisp and calming. After a few minutes of sitting up on the roof, though, something felt off. I had been practically mesmerized by the sound of crickets and cicadas. I realized, though, that all the noise had suddenly stopped. This to me seemed very odd, but at the same time, being as naive as I was at the time, I didn't realize this only meant something bad was going to happen. I sat there as still as possible for a moment, trying to listen as closely as I could. I just couldn't seem to hear anything, aside from the slight breeze through the leaves. Then, as quickly as the silence came, an eruption of noise came from the other end of the roof. For a bit more detail, we had a metal roof at the time, making it very easy to hear when things walk on the roof. It sounded like something had landed on the opposite end of the roof. I looked over, but could see nothing. This, of course, left me rather unnerved, and my first thought was to exit the situation. Before panicking fully, I remembered it could be my brothers messing with me, since surely they would have given up on looking for me by now. I opened up my window and called my brothers. They both ran up the stairs shouting and complaining that the roof was off limits. As my oldest brother got to me, I asked him if he had been messing with me and making noises on the roof. He, of course, denied this and wanted to come up and investigate. So he and I slowly made our way to the middle of the roof and listened for a moment. Everything went quiet around us as it had earlier. At this point, I was already on edge and ready to karate chop a demon in the neck if I had to. We hear what sounded like a pounding noise on the far end of the roof in the opposite direction of where we were standing. After what I think were 3 sets of 6 pounding noises, it charged us. Well, I think it did anyway. It sounded like hooves were running on the metal roof, but the only issue was we couldn't see a thing. The entire roof was clear, aside from us, that is. But somehow we were hearing these footsteps. It quickly approached us and began running circles around us. I held my arms out to try and see if I could feel anything, but I couldn't. The weirdest part of it all, though, was that I could feel the vibrations of the footsteps around us, but could not see or feel anything in the air. These footsteps circled us for what seemed like many minutes, but were probably no more than a minute or so at most. It suddenly stopped circling us, and we could hear the steps trail off the roof and disappear into thin air. We quickly ran inside and locked the windows and doors and huddled up inside, freaked the hell out. This is just one of the many creepy stories I have had in this cabin. My unparents. From Trick 9. As a little kid, I lived in a 100-year-old house on the outskirts of a small town in the Midwest. I honestly loved living there. I made a lot of friends too. When I was in the 5th grade, my parents decided to sell the place and move away. That's when it all started. At the time, there was a slight recession on real estate, and it took over a year to find a buyer. In that time, I was plagued with nightmares. Like any kid, I had nightmares before, but once I heard the news that we were moving, the nightmares became worse than ever before. They were always of this old man and an old woman. I remember the old woman vividly. She was tall, thin. She wore a wedding gown or some kind of white dress, with a veil always covering her face. I'll never forget her face. She was wrinkled and had bushy gray eyebrows. Her eyes were piercing and her complexion gaunt. Her nose curved downward into a hook. The old man wasn't present in as many nightmares, but he usually wore overalls and was short and tubby. At first, their presence in my nightmares were ominous. I could have been dreaming about running through a field with my dog, when there she would be, standing there. As time went by, the dreams got more aggressive, and even repetitive. I remember vividly a dream where I was pushed out of the window of our 3rd-story attic. Of all the dreams I had, this one occurred most frequently. To spare the details of them, things happened to me in these dreams that any other 10-year-old boy couldn't imagine, even in his most sadistic nightmares. I complained about these dreams to my parents. They at first dismissed them, until I would wake up with bruises and cuts in awkward places around my body. Then I was taken to see a doctor. The doctor concluded that my wounds were self-inflicted. I had no memory and still have no memory of cutting myself or giving myself bruises. Eventually, these nightmares got so frequent, so terrifying, that I was afraid to sleep and would stay up days at a time. Eventually, the house was sold. I'll never forget the day we moved out. Everything was in boxes and was being carried out to our car. I was making one final sweep upstairs, while everyone scurried to get out the door. I went into the attic of our century-old house and scanned the room for anything left behind, until, out of the corner of my eye, camouflaged into the side of the wall, was an old-fashioned chest. I pulled it out from the rafters and onto the walkway in front of the window where I could see it. I opened it up, and inside were various mementos, one of which was an old black and white photograph of an old couple. One short, pudgy man and one tall, gaunt woman with a hooked nose. And under the photograph was a worn old wedding dress. I stood up, and a horrific feeling of déjà vu overwhelmed me, because now I was standing in the same spot where I'd been in my dreams before being thrown out the window. Behind me was the window. I stood up, a shiver going down my spine as if there was someone behind me. There was silence, and then I bolted down the stairs to rendezvous with my family, the photograph still in my hand. 11 years later, I went back to my hometown for a visit. I'd thought about that couple for some time on and off. To the people I've told it to, this story was the best ghost story they'd heard. Obviously, some of them were exaggerating from time to time, but what happened to me was true, and now I was determined to know more. After 11 years, still having the photograph, I took it to the town library with the hopes of finding any records of previous owners of the house. or who those people were. I was in luck. This old couple owned the house from the 1900s to the 1950s. Supposedly, from a death certificate, they had a son who died at 6 years old from a fall. From the third story of the house. From the window. They never had another child. From another death certificate, the old lady died of starvation in the attic, apparently. Perhaps she was wearing her old wedding gown when she died. Perhaps all the evil things that happened to me in my nightmares were simply them begging me not to leave. From the library, I went to visit that house. I knocked on the door and explained how I'd been feeling nostalgic and was just passing by. To my surprise, they invited me in briefly. Apparently, they had been renovating and wanted someone to see their progress, and I was happy to see the changes. As bizarre as it might seem, the house was built without a bathroom in it, and when we lived there, my dad renovated a bedroom to be a full bathroom. Coincidentally, the access to the attic is through the bathroom. So of course, when I asked to use the bathroom, I made one final trip to the attic alone. There were some new items being stored, but not much had changed. At first, I couldn't find the old chest, yet there it was. I pulled it out again and opened it. Everything was in its place. I took the old photo from my pocket, placing it back in the chest. Then I closed it and left. A sentimental mistake. From here to tell. I live in the UK, in the West Midlands. I've never lived anywhere even close to rural woodlands, despite having a deep love for walking in nature. However, a few years ago, I dated a wonderful girl who lived in the countryside. In fact, when we were dating, she introduced me to this show. Never imagined I'd have my own story to tell. But here we are. Me and this girl, we'll call her Willow. We broke up a while back. Sadly, it was kind of messy, and now I really wish we could have stayed friends. I was a jerk, and pretty insensitive at the time. If you're wondering why this matters, here's why. She lived very close to a somewhat famous woodland called Canal Chase. It's home to plenty of urban legends and tall tales. I never believed any of them, though. All my memories of the place were beautiful. When Willow and I would walk through it to get to a little pub near a road, or walk her dog, this sweet-as-can-be greyhound, or just walk and talk for hours, these were some of my best memories with her. And that's how I ended up having my encounter. It was only about a week ago, as of writing this. I'm still coming to grips with all of it. I had a day free, and thanks to the lockdown, I was really itching to get out, though not somewhere with many people. I'd been reminiscing about old times with my playlist, and decided going to Canal Chase and rewalking some of the old routes me and Willow took would be a good idea. I wanted some fresh air, and to bask in some of the best memories. So that's what I did, and for the best part of a day it was wonderful. I could still remember the main trails like it was yesterday. I walked across this little stream where you have to hop on stepping stones to cross, and followed the main route for hours. I saw a few people walking dogs or biking, but for the most part, it was quiet. Just me, my music, and the old conversations me and Willow had all flooding back in my mind. That's when I got to an old pond we once walked to. It was pretty deep in, and covered in a lime green surface layer. The weird thing is, it was still bright. Probably about 4 p.m. at the time. I guess you get so used to scary stuff happening at night thanks to horror movies and stories that you never expect it to happen in broad daylight. I was miles away, sitting on a rock, skimming stones and wondering if things could ever be different. If I could somehow show her that I've changed and that we could be friends again. Then, out of nowhere, it hit me. The worst smell I've ever caught whiff of. It was so strong I choked and had to cover my mouth with my sleeve. At first, I assumed it was just gas from the pond that I had disturbed by skimming rocks, but then I realized the scent was coming from the woods behind me, not the pond. I decided it was time to leave, and I got up, following a steep path to get away from that area as quickly as I could. I don't know if it had been silent the whole time, or if it had suddenly dropped silent then, but I noticed that deep quiet right then and there. And the thing was, no matter how far I seemed to go, the smell stayed persistent. It was like a strong musk, kind of like dog urine, mixed with the classic rotting meat smell. The more I pushed up this steep path, the more out of breath I became, and the deeper I had to breathe in. God, I can still remember the taste it left in my mouth. I gagged a few times, and I was beginning to wonder if a nearby sewage pipe had burst or something. That's when the inevitable happened, and I threw up. At least I'd made it to the top of the hill. Now I could just follow the bike path and leave from the same entrance me and Willow used to use, through a car park and out onto a main road by a bridge. The trip out of the woods was uneventful, though the whole time it was uncomfortably quiet, and I couldn't shake that uneasy I'm being followed feeling. I must have looked back over my shoulder so many times I'm amazed I didn't sprain my neck. As I made it to the main road, and I crossed to the bridge, I felt safe again. I decided I'd go under the bridge and compose myself by the canal before going home. After all, I haven't long passed my driving test, and tackling the motorway slightly shaken and nauseous wouldn't have been a smart move. So I went and sat under the bridge, listening to music, trying to get my head straight. I must have sat there for about an hour, working my way through an album I'd always listened to when taking Willow's greyhound for a walk, letting my stomach settle. Then all at once, the scent came back. I thought I was going crazy at first. It was the exact same, though this time much, much stronger. The road nearby was quiet, as it was a Sunday afternoon, and so the only sounds were the gentle babbling of the canal and the horses in a nearby field who were, all of a sudden, going completely ballistic. As the smell grew stronger and stronger, the horses stopped making noise, and instead all seemed to bolt to the farthest end of the field. Then I heard a new sound, a heavy plop as something further down the canal hit the water. My head jolted in the direction, but it was too late. The fairly calm water was rippling like something huge had just dove in, but I didn't catch what. Ever the skeptic, my immediate thought was that one of the horses was freaked out by the smell and had jumped in. But the canal wasn't that deep that a whole horse could just vanish within it. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't want to know. I headed for the steps back up the road, but as I turned away from where the splash had happened, I heard another, fainter one, less like something dropping into the water, and more like something popping up and then right back down. Naturally, I spun around to look, and to my horror, I saw that the water was disrupted from a spot considerably closer than where the first splash had happened. That feeling of being watched had returned tenfold, and I got the strong impression to not turn my back on the water again. Slowly and very carefully, I backed toward the steps, my eyes trained on where I thought something was. It was hard to make out, but there was definitely something in there, something large, wide, just a shade paler than the murky water. I couldn't make much out. I didn't want to, but with every few steps I took in retreat, it seemed to move against the current towards me. I swear, it was the most intense minute or so of my life. As I reached the steps, I knew I had to make my break for it. I turned slightly and ran up. As soon as I made my move, I heard the water erupt, and I heard a ghastly panting, like that of a wheezing man. I even felt droplets of water flick against me as I hurtled up the steps into the bridge. Only when I made it to the top did I dare to glance back, only to see the water being distorted again and a long, slender limb slip back under. I didn't see enough to say much, but it looked like a really disproportionate human arm, almost gray in color, with extremely long fingers. I booked it out of there to my car, making it home in record time. It still messes with me that whatever tried to grab me and drag me down into the canal had followed me from deep within the woods, out into what I'd consider quite a pedestrian area in broad daylight. It was so unnatural, like nothing I've ever seen, and that gasping noise when it surfaced, I keep hearing it in my nightmares, like a mix between a drowning man and a low, snarling sound. Well, that's my story. It's left me shaken and extremely uncomfortable. I find myself questioning other tales now and wondering what else might be out there. To think I came so close to being a missing person case, it sends chills down my spine. Be careful around the woods and the canals. I don't know if that thing is still about, or if it was just a passing encounter, but keep your eyes open. If you smell that scent, trust me, you'd know if you do. Get away, but don't go straight home. If it could follow me from the pond to the bridge, it could end up following you where you live. Stay safe, everyone. Be careful out there, and remember, just because it's not dark doesn't mean there are no monsters watching you. I learned the hard way. Warning: the following story contains disturbing depictions of animal violence. There's something in the woods in regional New South Wales, from Hunter 89. Around 2012, my best friend and I were hiking through the woods of one of the local mountains late in the afternoon for some exercise and because we were bored as can be. Not much happened on the way up. A few kangaroos here and there, but not much else. Great view at the top. Good chill spot too. So after the sun went down, we got the flashlights and headlamps out, carefully making our way down the mountain towards town. Again, not a lot happened along the way back, aside from some odd noises, some excitable roos and other wildlife. About 3/4 of the way down, we stopped for a bit to rest, which in itself was odd, as we weren't all that tired out heading up the mountain, and we'd had plenty of rest at the summit. We both felt pretty drained though, but since our backpacks were lighter after consuming some of the supplies, it seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Then we noticed it. A dead silence up there. No nightlife, no nothing. No crickets, and even the roos weren't crashing about the area like they had been. Absolutely nothing. So we were understandably a bit weirded out, and decided we should quietly pick up the pace. As we made it to the bottom, it was like the sound had been turned back on or something, so we continued on our way, feeling normal again, having a yak about random crap and moving aside for the rare car. About another kilometer or two later, we started hearing some weird stuff, and we'd noticed that all the other sounds had once again stopped. This time, when I started to feel tired, my adrenaline started pumping instead, because I remembered it had happened before. And then that sound happened again, some kind of rasping, throaty roar in the distance. It came from ahead and to the right of the road in the woods. Danged if I know what it was, but I do know that that sound isn't achievable by a human. As we got closer, we could hear a lot of crashing noises in the area we'd originally heard the sound from, followed by that horrible sound again, and the sound of an animal in agony being cut short. From when we first heard it, up until that point, we had turned off our lights and were practically creeping along the road. But now, curiosity unfortunately got the better of us. We shone our torches over in the area those messed up sounds had been coming from. What we saw next nearly made me wimp out to the max, and if my best friend hadn't been there, I would have bolted back to town. However, despite our attempts to show the whole macho as always vibe, all we could do was ready our knives and stare uncomprehendingly at this thing that was staring right the heck back at us. To make matters pants-wreckingly worse, this gosh-danged thing had a dead, almost full-grown kangaroo in its mouth, or what was left of the roo anyway, since it seems like it was gutted alive and was still kinda twitching. Every instinct told me to run like a bat out of hell back to town, but thankfully, reason trumped my instincts, and I chose not to make any sudden moves, especially since I somehow knew that we wouldn't make it very far if either of us ran. For what felt like ages, it seemed to be watching us, as though deciding whether to drop its fresh kill in exchange for us, or not. But then it sort of hunched up and made a slightly muffled form of that sound it seemed to make, backing up a little and jumping over 5 meters up the darned cliff face behind it. It then made the noise again before jumping and climbing further up the cliff, and out of sight. It was big, with gray-white hair or fur, and it could stand on 2 legs when it needed to. It had freaky shaped but clearly powerful jaws and claws like darned hands. But worst of all were its eyes. I swear, those eyes, they looked like they were full of nothing more than hunger and hatred. Needless to say, I don't like going hiking at night anymore. Something is walking down the sidewalk and looking out my window. From Listener. My mother told this story to me not too long ago. She suspects that someone is stalking her, or something else. To this day, she still doesn't know what to believe, and I don't know what to believe either. This is her first time telling me this story, and it has scarred her ever since. This story will be told from her perspective. A long time ago, when I was about 20 or 22 years old, I had a big house with even bigger windows. This was a new home, because I had just moved away from my parents' house. The place didn't seem evil at first. I was that person who was easily drawn to the outside of an object rather than the inside. I called my 3 friends over, Sam, Sonny, and Ricky. We'd been friends ever since grade 1. We were one troublesome gang of kids back then. Teachers would get fed up with us, and even in middle school, Rick was sent to an alternative school. Anyway, I called my friends over and they all came fairly quickly. I didn't make any plans, so we all decided we would just chill out and play some games and talk. We loved talking. We loved talking so much that we would even cut each other off because our minds just kept giving us new things to talk about, and we couldn't help it. Sunny was sitting near a window watching cars speed by. Whenever she got tired of talking, she'd stare off into space. I was making my way upstairs. This house was 2 stories high, and when you walk up the first flight of stairs, high up on the wall there is one small window. When I finished walking up, the first room I walked into was unoccupied. I had already started putting junk in there, and the pile was rising up by the day. I continued walking, and I was now in the bedroom. and there I had one large bookshelf, 2 huge windows, and a bathroom as well. This place is so huge, I thought. Suddenly, the door behind me hit the wall. I turned, only to see Sam laughing her head off. Annoyed, I asked her why she was laughing. She tried to answer, but she had trouble trying to stifle her laughter between words. She was finally able to say, "Ricky and I were just looking up some monsters caught on camera on YouTube. We saw this thumbnail of a tall black figure just standing on a sidewalk watching through the screen. Then Ricky said that it was probably his dead uncle looking for someone because he wasn't buried correctly." Yikes, I thought. I didn't think that was funny, but Sam thought it was. Instead of laughing, I just warned her that what Ricky said was no laughing matter. Sam's whole expression changed from smiling to complete guilt. "Oh, sorry," she said. "I'll tell him that later on." Soon after, it was nighttime. Sam and Ricky had fallen asleep. It was only me and Sunny. Sunny was on her phone and I was on my bed, lying on my back facing the ceiling. The light was off and now the room was the darkest of the dark. There was no moon, so the only light I could see was the light coming from Sunny's phone. The large window was covered in blinds. That even made the room 10 times darker. Then Sunny asked me a question that made me sit up. "I wonder if we're gonna see him again," she said. She put her phone on a charger and turned in my direction. I couldn't see anything, and the only expression I guessed she was making was a blank one. "Who's him?" I asked. Sunny didn't talk for a moment. I thought she must have fallen asleep, but then she answered, "Oh, he will come. He comes every night. There's no stopping him. He stops at every house, every apartment. He will visit us tonight, no matter what." Weird, I say in my mind. After that, Sunny no longer said anything. Later on, I wake up, so apparently I slept some. And for some reason, the large window behind me was making me want to stand up and walk towards it. Half of me was saying obey, and half of me was trying to stay in bed. But I didn't want to sleep. I wanted to see what was outside the window. I knew it was a bad idea, but for some reason I ignored that and stood up. I silently opened the blinds. There was nothing on the sidewalk, just darkness. All through the 3 minutes I stood there looking out, only one car passed by. I finally convinced myself that nothing bad was outside, so I turned away. I had only halfway turned around when something caught my eye. I turned back and I saw something that scarred me forever. Right there was one tall black figure. It was the blackest thing, blacker than the shadows around it, tall and lanky. The arms almost touched the ground. It was hunched over, but what scared me the most were its giant white glowing eyes. They were the only things on it that weren't dark or black. It was looking at me, unblinking. "Turn away, turn away, turn away," my mind begged. That's when the tall figure outside did the unpredictable. My jaw dropped when it started to wave at me. It waved. Why would a being so demonic in appearance wave at me like a friendly person? There was a sudden shuffling behind me. Sunny walked up beside me and said, "Say hello to it." That sounded like an order. I did as she told me to do. "Hello," Sunny and I said in unison. The figure opened its mouth, filled with bright glowing white teeth, and I swear it spoke in a loud voice that seemed to echo off of everything. "Hello, you two." Then it vanished, like it wasn't there at all. I couldn't believe it. Sunny had spoken to this thing. She looked at me and smiled, then went back to bed. and I was left there to question what I saw. As scary as it looked, maybe it wasn't evil. Maybe the figure just stopped by to say hello. Is there something else I don't know? Is it connected to Sunny somehow? Don't turn around. From T333R. My school consists of 3 old buildings, A, B, and C, which are connected by this bridge corridor, but let's just call it the bridge. There's also a mini zoo, yeah, I'm for real here, and a chapel. That's because one of the buildings used to be a monastery, before it became a hospital for soldiers in World War II. I promise you I don't study at Hogwarts, although my experience has everything to do with the supernatural. A few years ago, I stayed at school until late evening. No, I don't enjoy being at school that much, but I was one of the volunteers who prepare some activities for newcomers at the beginning of the school year, so they can get to know their new classmates better. After an evening full of games, the kids were ready to go to sleep in the gym, and the teacher sent us to take care of the mess that was left behind. The school ground is quite large, so we had to split up, otherwise it would take us forever. I decided to clean up in the chapel. It was already dark outside, and I couldn't see a thing in those long hallways. As I walked, I turned the lights on in front of me, which meant that I would have to turn them off again on the way back and deal with the dark behind me. The thought of it made me quite nervous, but I didn't want to let my imagination freak me out even more. I was already uncomfortable by the complete silence surrounding me. I was used to seeing the space crowded by students, moving from classroom to classroom, discussing whatever was on their minds. When I made it to the chapel, I realized that I had no idea where the light switch was in there. I couldn't even use a flashlight, because I forgot my phone in a classroom, where us volunteers kept our bags. Luckily, the stuff that we left inside earlier was lying on the ground close to the door, so I just quickly collected it and left. I can't even remember what the stuff was anymore. I don't even remember which game took place in there. The occurrence that was awaiting me just overshadowed everything that had to do with that day. There I was, locking the door of the chapel, turning my back to the empty hallway, when suddenly, something started to feel really off. Once again, I blamed it on my imagination. Then, out of nowhere, the light above me just shut off. I looked around and saw that the more distant lights were still on. I stopped myself from thinking about all the horror movies I've seen, all those scenarios I could end up in. I simply wanted to get it over with and finally go home. I began to walk by the locked classrooms, trying to stay calm. After a few moments, I made it to the light switch, the one that would turn off the light in the part of the hallway I just went through. I had no other option but to press it. The light bulbs flickered, and in a split second, the space behind me went completely dark. I knew I shouldn't look over my shoulder. My brain would just make me see things, so I continued to walk. It went on like this with the next light switch too, except this time, my fearful thoughts became a reality. As soon as the light went out, I heard a loud sound. A sound that I was familiar with, yet it made my blood freeze. It was the sound of the door shutting hard. The next thing I knew, someone was running towards me. Before I even realized what was happening, my instincts kicked in and I started to sprint. The thing is, I still had to shut the lights down. Believe it or not, I started laughing like a maniac as I was hitting the switches I was passing by. Not once did I look back at whatever was trying to get me, leaving the darkness behind, because it would only slow me down. Finally, I got to the bridge that connects the two buildings. I no longer had to worry about turning off the lights because they're always on in there. The moment I stepped in, everything went silent again. Whoever or whatever was chasing me was now gone, just like that. In disbelief, I walked to the classroom where the others were supposed to be. I tried to make some sense of the whole situation. Maybe one of them had been pranking me, but then I found out that everyone was already inside, eating their snacks and waiting for me. "Where were you for so long?" one of them asked. Was anyone else in the building B with me?" I ignored their question. "No, why?" They answered, and I believed them. They all seemed confused, but also none of them looked as if they had just run up a bunch of stairs and through those darned long hallways. And how would they have gotten to the classroom sooner than me? The bridge is the only way from Building B, where I came from, to Building A, so it would be impossible for them to pass me without me seeing them. I've never found out what actually happened that evening, and I've never ever volunteered again or stayed at school so late. But to this day, I still can't help but wonder, what would I have seen back then in the darkness if I had turned around? Creepy Stalker from Must Have Been a Ghost. I was 16 years old, up at my dad's house in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. It was my 4th or 5th night up there. Those last 2 nights he would be working at night, leaving me home alone with his German Shepherd and my German Shepherd that I had brought up from my mom's house. Now it was a hot summer day and this house didn't have any AC, so from dusk till dawn we left the sliding glass door on the deck open to cool off the house. The house was pretty isolated, but in a safe area. My dad being a cop, we of course practiced the Second Amendment, so there were multiple firearms around the house. It was about 10:30 at night when I got one of the dogs on the couch with me, and I started to watch a movie. I think it was Silence of the Lambs, but anyway, the theater room, living room was downstairs along with my bedroom, so I couldn't see the sliding glass door, but as stated before, it was a safe area and had multiple firearms if needed. I never expected to have to even grab one, but nonetheless, I knew where they were and how to use them. About halfway through the movie, I was starting to nod off when I heard my dad's dog bark from the deck upstairs. I assumed he was just barking at an animal or something, so I thought nothing of it. After about 30 seconds, I heard my dad's dog start barking like mad. My dog got up and ran outside with the other one. At this point, I was freaked out quite a bit, so I grabbed the Glock 19 sitting on top of the mini fridge, as well as one of the flashlights my dad uses for work. I went outside to the deck with the dog still barking very aggressively at something outside the fence behind the house. As I turned the corner of the house to see what the dogs were barking at, they both stopped barking and started growling. They walked back toward the house with their tails between their legs and the fur on the back of their necks straight up. I could barely make this out as there were clouds covering the moonlight, but in the tree line about 15 yards from the fence, it was pitch black. I turned on the flashlight, and I pointed it to where the dogs were growling. The tree line lit up in bright white light, but I couldn't see anything at first. I continued to focus until I noticed a head peeking out from behind a tree. The head was completely bald, no eyebrows, just staring at me, no emotion on the face. The eyes were the darkest black I'd ever seen. Now, I was only 16, and I was by no means brave. I had no intention of confronting this person or thing at the time. Even with a firearm, something about this whole situation made me feel scared to my very core. It was like this wasn't a person at all, nor an animal. My mind was screaming at me to get inside at that very moment, and that's exactly what I did. I called the dogs, who were hesitant to turn their backs on the tree line, but I got them inside. I closed and locked the sliding glass door, grabbing a long rifle and calling my dad, who was on duty in the county. The dogs both lay at the back door, snarling and growling for the next 15 minutes, until they just stopped. 5 minutes after they stopped growling, I saw blue lights flashing and 2 squad cars coming down the driveway. 3 officers, including my dad, began to search the 30 acres of property, but came up with nothing. Yet they all said they felt uneasy, as if they were being watched. My dad's friend stayed by the house the rest of his shift, and fortunately, nothing else came of the situation. This was definitely the scariest experience of my life. Whatever was staring at me definitely wasn't human, and it wasn't friendly. That was the first time in my life where my primal instincts overpowered any other feeling I had. Please be careful if you're in the Rocky Mountains, because meth heads and mountain lions aren't the only dangerous things out there. My brother-in-law saved me from something. From Guillermo. My parents have always been overprotective of my younger sister. They always asked me to go check on her every time she was in the country. On this occasion, I was told to go with her and her then boyfriend but now husband to keep an eye on them and spend a week at a cabin. This experience definitely made me appreciate her boyfriend even more. Anyway, my sister Fernanda was pretty annoyed, to say the least, that I was coming along for the week and just yelled at our parents while literally throwing bags in the car.
I'm 21 for God's sake, so I'm old enough not to be treated like this. The moment I can, you won't ever see me again," she shouted before slamming the car door and starting the engine. She did a burnout on the driveway and just floored it. The whole way there, she just looked angry and didn't say a single word, not even to me. I had no idea at that time where we were going, but after a while it was clear that we were going to the mountains. We went up the mountain a bit and the surrounding woods looked amazing, so I just looked around for wildlife. I myself am a big animal lover, so I couldn't wait to get out of the car to start looking at the wildlife. As we drove up to the big cabin, we could see him standing there waving at us. No sooner as the car stood still, Fernanda ran out of the car and flew right into her lover's arms. Of course, they kissed, and it became a bit too uncomfortable for me, so I just started unpacking my things. A few minutes later, everything was unpacked, and it was already time for lunch. My sister is an amazing chef, so she just kicked us out of the cabin while she made some of her famous enchiladas. "So, G, you're once again keeping an eye on her, huh?" Lawrence, the boyfriend, asked. I didn't really know what to say, but then he just smiled and said, "No worries, man. Let's head on to the back and shoot a little, alright?" As we arrived in the back, there was a homemade shooting range. "My colleague has one heck of an awesome summer home, huh?" he said, opening up the shed next to the shooting range. There was a wide variety of guns and bows in the shed, along with some pretty expensive-looking tools. "So, what you think, G? Bows or guns?" To which I quickly answered, "I'm a gun guy, myself, since I suck with the bow and arrow." He smiled and replied, "Well, to each their own, but I call guns a coward's weapon, since you only need to pull a trigger and you need no skill at all." He was just teasing me. "Well, that may be, but I doubt you'd be able to beat me with a bow if I have this gun." I replied,
All right then, loser buys all the booze for the week. Deal? We shook hands on it and went to the shooting range to see who had better aim. As he prepared his first arrow, I said, "It's about to be an expensive week for you." He smirked and fired. "You were saying, G?" Well then, he hit the bullseye perfectly in the middle. Lucky shot. I aimed the gun and shot slightly out of the middle. That's about 2 points lower than me. He smiled, firing yet another arrow into the bullseye. That's how we started losing track of time, shooting, but in the end he did beat me pretty bad. After we ate some lunch, I got into the car, and as I rolled down the window, he said to me, "You know the brand." I laughed. "Don't worry, just go. My sister's probably waiting for you." I bought all the stuff that my sister requested, as well as the booze that was agreed upon. On my way back, I saw all kinds of beautiful animals. Once I was back, I put everything in the kitchen, when my sister and Lawrence came walking down the stairs.
"I didn't hear you walk in,"
was all my sister said as she was fixing her hair. It was clear to me what they had been doing. "Whoa, babe, look at that buck." Lawrence pointed. I turned around and looked outside. Not even 10 feet from the window, we all saw this gorgeous buck slowly walking around outside.
"That's just some wild animal. By the way, I'm sure there's lots more around here."
She didn't seem too impressed. She walked over to the couch and popped open a beer. Lawrence and I just stood there, looking at the buck, talking for a while. As the day went on, we had some fun, and my sister made dinner as well. We popped in a movie, but the movie turned out to be a dud. We were all pretty bored by it. Or at least I was. When I glanced over and noticed my sister was all curled up with Lawrence, I got up and thought I'd give them some alone time. After all, I wasn't really supposed to be here. I was only here because of my overprotective parents. I grabbed a beer from the fridge, then I let them know where I was going. "I'm gonna go catch a breath of fresh air, alright?" I opened the door and I popped the beer open, taking a big sip. I then heard some rustling in the bushes. Of course, I was curious about what animal I was about to see. Slowly, I made my way over to the bushes, when I heard something that I didn't expect.
"Help me, please."
I noticed some antlers from behind one of the trees in the bright moonlight. Then the whisper came again.
"Help me."
I walked cautiously into the woods. I could hear leaves crumbling under my feet. The antlers were becoming more clear, but then it looked as if the creature they belonged to was rising. I was still focused on what kind of animal it would be. I noticed the bony claw that was grabbing the tree, and it was then that I was starting to get scared.
"Please help me."
Another whisper broke the silence in the air. I was then met with glowing yellow eyes, slowly coming out from behind the tree. My heart pounded in my chest. The beer can dropped from my hand. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't. That's how terrified I was. Then, out of nowhere, I felt something fly by my hair and thud against the tree where the creature was standing.
"Guillermo!"
I heard my sister shouting loudly. It woke me from my stupor, and I ran back to the cabin. Lawrence closed the door behind me, and my sister hugged me, saying,
"Oh my God, are you okay?"
It talked. It seriously talked, was all Lawrence could say as he peeked through the window. "Looks like we scared it off, though," he managed to state. He put the bow he had in his hand on the kitchen counter. He had shot that arrow into the tree to save me. My sister ran over to him and kissed him.
Thank God you're both okay. I'm glad that thing didn't get either of you.
There was some trembling in her voice, but Lawrence managed to calm her down. After about an hour, my sister and I decided to go to bed. The next day, we found Lawrence asleep on the couch. He clearly thought he needed to keep guard that night. And after what my mom told me after I described the creature, we're happy he did. I'm happy that we all made it down that mountain in one piece. Not alone after all. From Little Butterfly. My dad has always called me his little butterfly, ever since I can remember. My dad even made me a hidden room just for me in my room, which he and I spent a lot of time in when I was little. He owns a garage shop. He makes cars look amazing. We both love muscle cars, and especially the Dodge Charger RT from 1970. In fact, I have one now myself, just like my dad. In fact, this happened on the day I got that beautiful car, which would have been 6 years ago. My bike had been stolen. I called up my mom and asked her to come and get me. After half an hour, she arrived and I jumped into her car. We hadn't even set off when my mom just said, "Your dad has to work another shift, so he won't be home until late." I just sighed and answered, "So I can't go to the garage shop and start working on the Camaro then?" My mom shook her head, which made me feel even worse. During the drive, though, that changed when my mom told me, "So you'll be 16 in a few days. Your dad and I have been spending some time thinking about a good present for you." She smiled at me. Mom, what's this surprise gonna be?" She smiled even bigger, then said, "You'll see." We arrived at home, and as we opened up the house garage door, I saw a black Dodge Charger RT standing in the garage.
"Wait, you said Dad wasn't home."
I turned my head around to my mom, and she was holding a key. "That's right, because this is your car." I lost it, jumping around and hugging my mom. I couldn't believe it. Okay, just wait till tomorrow so we can drive it first thing with your dad." I nodded. The day went on, and my little half-sister, who's 4 years younger than me, just couldn't sit still. I was a little annoyed about it. My biological mom died giving birth to me due to complications, so that's why I have a half-sister, and I call her mom my mom. When we went to bed, I had a hard time sleeping. I was just so excited about taking my dad out in my own car. But of course, I eventually did doze off. I woke up, though, because my half-sister was screaming at the top of her lungs. I ran to her room and saw her lying on the ground, clearly in tons of pain. My mom then just burst through the door, picking her up and telling me, "We're going to the hospital right now." I then noticed that my little sister's arm was contorted in a very weird way. Her arm was broken, or worse.
"I'll stay home and tell Dad so he doesn't have to worry, okay?"
Mom just nodded. I opened the window in my room to let in some fresh air. It was a pretty warm night. After she was dressed, my mom and my little sister went to the hospital. I walked downstairs for a drink. I popped open the can and saw the front door still wasn't fixed. It had been broken for a while. I sighed looking at it, thinking, that thing's gonna drop right out of the opening if it ain't fixed within a few days. As I placed the can on the little coffee table near the kitchen, I heard a voice coming from the other side of the front door. "Hey, open up. It's Daddy." At first, it did sound like my dad, so I slowly walked over to the front door, replying,
"You do have keys, you know, Dad."
Just open it.
When I heard that from the other side of the door, I knew it wasn't my dad. My dad never talked to me like that, and I noticed there was some distortion to his voice, almost a demonic tone. Then there was a bang on the door, which startled me, and I shouted,
"Go away! You're not my dad."
The banging came again, while whatever was on the other side of the door shouted, "Open the door. Open the door." I could even see the door beginning to crack. I ran upstairs to my own room. There was a sudden loud sound, and I knew the door had been busted down. And whatever it was that sounded like my dad, but wasn't him, was now inside the house. With my heart nearly trembling out of my chest, all I could think to do was go into my old hidden room. Come give Daddy a hug. I slammed the door to my little hidden room and locked it, and I heard running up the stairs, followed by a sort of growl. I grabbed my phone and texted my dad. "Please come home, there's something in here and I'm scared." No sooner as I'd sent that message, I heard, Daddy only wants a hug. Then I heard things being thrown around. The phone vibrated in my hand, and I saw my dad had sent a message. "On my way, Butterfly, just hang on." "Where are you?" I heard it from the other side of the door. I placed my hands over my mouth and started to cry, which caused the phone to fall on the floor. Luckily, it didn't seem to hear the falling of my phone through the sounds of everything in my room being tossed. The sounds of throwing stopped, but then my phone vibrated, making a loud sound which the creature clearly noticed. "There you are." Its voice came from right on the other side of the door. I started sobbing as I grabbed my phone and read the message from my dad. "I called the police. They're on their way, so hang on." I messaged him back saying, "Daddy, please, it's on the other side of the door. Please come fast. I'm scared." Then the banging on the door started. The phone vibrated. "I'm a few blocks away, Butterfly, be brave." The creature growled. It banged on the door, which was beginning to crack. Fear had completely taken me. The only thought that went through my mind was how my dad was literally going to be seconds late to save me. He would find me lifeless in my room if I was still there. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of his Charger RT, and I lost my mind, shouting for him. "Daddy, I'm here!" I saw a piece of the door break off. I saw pale skin, and I swear there was a glowing yellow eye on the other side. My heart almost stopped at the sight of it. My dad called out, "Butterfly, where are you?" The thing growled. I heard footsteps running on the stairs and a rustling in my room. Police sirens followed after. The next thing I saw through the hole in my door was my dad standing in my room. I burst out and hugged him, crying my eyes out. Together, we went downstairs, and I told everything I'd experienced to the police. It was clear they had a hard time believing me. My mom and sister arrived later when the police had left. My mom asked, "What on earth happened here?" My dad told her everything. I slept in their bed for a few weeks, as I was too scared to sleep alone. Luckily, the door in my room and front door were quickly replaced the following day. That thing never returned, which I'm thankful for, and now that I live on my own, I'll keep my doors locked and maintained, and I hope nothing that frightening ever happens again. The Lonely Man from Carbon. I live in Maryland. I've lived here my whole 25-year-old life. Back in high school, I was a part of my track and field team. Running was and still is one of the few things I'm good at. As you'll see from my story, though, running was what got me into this mess, and yet it also got me out of it, or at least away from it, for the night. After high school, my parents let me move into their country rent property, under the condition that I either further my studies by attending college or remaining employed full-time. They even offered to let me take over payments for the house if I had the monthly income to do it, meaning I had the chance to make it my own home one day. I was lucky for this. Not too many kids out of high school had the opportunity to be homeowners out of the gate. I just needed to find a well-paying job. I wasn't really interested in going to college, honestly. I never really figured out what I wanted to do or be. So I thought I'd go to college one day when I was ready and had stable finances. My parents' rent house was located down a long dirt road through miles of pine and oak trees. It creeped out a lot of my friends that I had over, but I never really thought of the place as creepy at first. To me, it was really serene. Waking up for a morning jog and hearing nothing but birds and bugs, it really got me pumped for the day. And coming home at night for a brisk run after dark was almost better. Now, a week or so after moving in and keeping my tradition of running alive, I began to take notice that I wasn't so alone out there. I would do my runs along the dirt road, 2 miles in and 2 miles back, according to my Fitbit. The morning run was always solitary. I didn't seem to have a neighbor for miles, so I never saw any other walkers or cars passing by. But some nights were different. On occasion, on the way back home, I would sometimes pass by a man in a hood and a badly bent back. He'd be walking along the opposite side of the road, going the other way. The first few times I passed him, I would nod or wave, but I never received anything in response. I didn't mind. I took the hint. Some folks just don't want to be bothered. After about a week, I simply gave up the communication. Even so, I continued to keep an eye on him every time I saw him. Out there, almost alone, but always trying to keep myself occupied, it gave me something interesting to do. Observing him, trying to learn as much about him with the fleeting seconds I had with him those nights. I gathered some things about him. For one, he seemed to have a limp, and it almost seemed like it got worse every time I saw him. Also, I believe he carried something under his cloak. I thought it was a walking stick or something, but I never saw or heard it hit the ground. About a month into living at the place, I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of screaming coming from the woods. For a moment, I assumed it was one of those weird waking dream things. But after I rubbed my eyes and looked around, I heard it again. I stood up and faced my window, peering out. It was coming from the direction of the dirt road, for sure. A woman's scream. I threw on my loafers and ran outside. For a while there, I thought that would be the last of it. I didn't hear the sound again until I was reaching for the doorknob to head back inside. The moment I heard it from behind me, chills crept over my skin like freezing, biting ocean water. I was very sure then it was a woman's scream. Grabbing my cell phone, I dialed the police and reported what I'd heard. Within the next couple of hours, a police cruiser drove down the dirt road and into my driveway slowly. An officer stepped out while another officer remained in the car. The one that approached me verified that I was the one who reported the sound. Then he let me know that they would drive up and down the road for a while in case they saw anything, but so far there was nothing out of the ordinary. I stayed a couple of hours, but the police didn't come by again. I was told by the operator earlier that the region did have the occasional bobcat, and reports of strange screams often ended up being bobcat cries. As I didn't know any better, I left it at that. Over the next month, I managed to land myself a job at a local but well-to-do tech shop. Because it was local, they didn't require a degree. They had me put together a computer, then solve a list of 20 different common problems with a different computer. I passed, and they gave me the job with a guaranteed full-time position and $3 raise after 6 months. That meant I'd be 6 months away from taking over payments for the house. I was incredibly excited, and it meant that I'd be able to quit the fast food job I'd been working. A few weeks later, everything seemed to be going well. My runs were as enjoyable as ever. Better money was already coming in, but to be honest, I was starting to feel a bit lonely out there. I'd been seeing the hooded man on the road as usual, still limping, still carrying something around underneath that old tattered cloak. After the screaming incident, I did feel a bit wary of the man, but that had long since passed. In fact, I'd begun to feel more and more, sorry for the guy. If I was lonely after a couple of months out here, he must have been well beyond lonesome. And the way he limped worse and worse over the weeks, I figured at one point that maybe, since he was kind of a neighbor to me, I'd keep him company one night. Sure, he had never replied to me, but that was when I'd had headphones in, and I was moving at a quicker pace. One night, as I was jogging back from the 2-mile mark, I spotted his disheveled form approaching steadily in the distance. The full moon allowed me to see a bit further than usual. I slowed down to a walk and I caught my breath. I thought about what I was going to say. Just as he was stumbling past, I breathed in and spoke to him. Hey there. Would you mind some company? For the first time since the first night I saw him, he reacted. The man stopped in his tracks. I turned to face him and approached his closest side. He began to walk again, and I walked next to him. I noticed his breathing was deep and slow, even a bit hoarse. More than ever, I was wondering why the guy so frequently took walks out here, what with the limp and trouble breathing and all that. So I see you around here from time to time on my runs. I tried to start a conversation. Do you, live nearby? I'm new around here myself. I actually didn't think I had any neighbors. Suddenly, I heard his limping gait stop. I looked over at him. He seemed to have stopped breathing. Then I heard a metallic clang on the rocks below him. Looking down, something smooth and silvery had hit the ground. It looked like an axe head. I swallowed hard and tried not to freak out. He was probably out here chopping wood, I guessed. Then something happened that I didn't expect. The man sighed, standing up to his full height. I personally stand at just about 6 feet tall, so I was surprised when he stood to my height. But my breathing stopped too, as he continued to stand to a taller and taller height. That bent back of his straightened entirely, and the cloak that had nearly dragged the ground before was now at waist height. Legs that should have belonged to an old man were instead backwards bent limbs ending in something that wasn't feet. At his side, in his massive hand, was certainly a wood-cutting axe, sheening in the light of the full moon. I didn't notice that I had fallen onto my butt staring up at this neighbor of mine. His hood had dipped backward a bit, and a forward-facing snout poked through the dark. I could see it grinding its teeth, each of them thick and ivory and square. These features reminded me of a goat more than anything else. It stood still, a mist forming in front of its mouth as it breathed perfectly well and silently, as if it was waiting for me to react now. And after finding my sanity, I pulled myself off the ground and ran faster than I ever had before. I had another 1.5 miles to go or so, and I ran the full way, only stopping when I was able to collapse on my own couch. After that experience, I ran only in the morning, and only after a week without running at all, terrified that I would see the hooded figure again. I would hear more screaming the odd day of the months as they went on, and eventually I was able to have the house's loan signed over to me. The moment should have been happy, but I couldn't help but feel as if I had trapped myself in my new forested hell with something that isn't human. To this day, I pray that I don't see another cloaked figure on that dirt road. My mom touched the goatman. From Annie Oakley, 1976. My mother far from lived a mundane life. Being born of migrant parents, she was always on the move. Of all the places my mom lived, she regretted two. One was in Orange County, California, and this is the reason why. She was about 6 at the time, and her parents, older brother, and baby sister lived in a hotel. They weren't allowed to enter the front because one of the owners who ran the place didn't like the way the family looked. So my mom's family was made to use an alley door, which was in a very poorly lit and spooky-looking alleyway. My mom bypassed this by slipping in an open window to the room her family was staying in. She got away with this for a while. Now, there was this big dog one of the neighbors had that loved all the children, but he didn't like my mom. Every time she tried to get near the dog, he would bare his teeth and growl at her. There didn't seem to be any reason why the dog should zone in on my mom to hate, since she never showed any sign of aggression to the creature. So my mom would just stay away. One faithful day, her parents sent my mom out for a grocery errand. Of course, my mom, being who she was, slid out the window, but it was this time her own mom bellowed out, "Stop that! Use the door!" My mom just shrugged this off. After all, she was already out, so what did it matter? So she went to get the groceries and headed home. It had just become dusk, and Mom realized that her window entrance was closed shut and locked. Her fear began to peak. She didn't want to walk the 17 feet to the door she could barely see, so she rapped on the panel only to have her mom yell, "Use the door!" What could my mom do? If she kept defying her mother, it could end in a punishment, so she had to brave this dark alleyway. She had to take baby steps because 1, the alleyway sidewalk was in disrepair, and 2, it was that dark. She got about 10 feet in when she heard deep breathing, breaths that were not her own. She stopped, eyes wide, but couldn't see anything. She felt a tingling in her body that she wasn't alone. Braving it, she took a few more steps, only to now hear a low growl. She shivered and convinced herself it had to be that dog, the one that didn't like her. She kept telling herself she wasn't afraid as she shakily reached out her hand, feeling coarse fur, sighing, "Hey, doggy." The growl that came out of this creature did not sound like any dog, but much more sinister. As the thing huffed smelly breath at her, the growl almost sounded like it said, "You." My mom then let out one blood-curdling scream that would chill the blood of demons. Then she heard what she described as horse-like hooves running off. Her father opened the door half-panicked and asked, "Dolly, what happened?" My mom looked around. The smell of urine and wet fur hung light in the air, but other than that, there in that alley was only her and her dad. She sighed. "I guess I just, scared myself." Her dad shook his head and replied, "Well, come on in, okay?" My mom gladly did. From then on, She always made sure it was broad daylight before going in that alleyway again, and I think my mom's scream scared the goatman. Security Guard Blues from 9 Iron. For me, the toughest part about being a security guard has been the boringness. Going hours upon hours between rounds, trying to figure out ways to pass the time. I would work from 10 o'clock to 6:30 a.m., watching over an old warehouse that might cave in at any second, by the looks of it. The place was a storage building for paper products. If it sounds boring already, multiply that by 2 and you've got the picture. Officially, we security guards weren't even allowed to look at our phones while on duty, but none of us obeyed the rule. While occasionally glancing at the monitors or at the clock to see if it was time for my rounds, I'd place my phone on the counter and watch YouTube videos. The longer the video, the better. I found it best to just find a long Let's Play with some at least mildly entertaining Let's Player and let it go for hours. Anyway, this story happened on one specific night. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed my job. If the worst part of my job is it being boring, then I'd consider that a blessing. But that night in particular had me reconsidering my employment for some time. It was 1:35 a.m., a long ways away from sunup. When I glanced at the clock, it was 5 minutes past when I was supposed to take my second round of the night. I sighed and got out of my chair, exiting the small mobile building with my torch in hand. Now, I never did like where they decided to place the security building. You exit through the door and you're met with woods on both sides, with the warehouse in front and a paved gated road to the left along the wood line. Darkness plus woods will always give me the creeps. I just can't help it. I made my way away from the security building, shining the light along the side wall of the warehouse. From there, I made my way to the side entry door. Using my set of keys, I began to unlock it, but I immediately heard something in the woods behind me. Chills literally flew up my neck as I turned around in an instant and shone the light left and right and in front of me. All I saw was a trembling branch. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. "Hey, this is private property," I yelled out. Someone had to have moved that branch. All the way out here, it was probably kids old enough to drive, but not old enough to be mature enough to think that pranking someone was a silly idea. If that wasn't the reason, then surely any thieves would realize paper products weren't exactly the most lucrative items to steal. I stood there for at least a minute, motionless, thinking that if I was quiet enough, then the culprit might reveal themselves. But nothing happened. I reluctantly turned around, finishing unlocking the door. Once I finally had it unlocked, I opened it and entered faster than usual. My creepiness had escalated thanks to that sound. The building interior was mostly empty. I simply had to shine the light from corner to corner, slowly checking and making sure nothing was missing, out of place, or human. I did so, the light beam gliding along the walls as everything appeared fine, except for how shaky my hand had become. Once that was clear, I made my way upstairs where the manager's office was, including the archives. That was arguably the more important area to check, as that's where the planning was done and the keys and paperwork were held. I climbed the steps, and about halfway up I heard something on the wall just to my right that nearly made me fall back down the steps. A massive bang reverberated throughout the building, originating from my exact position by the wall. Instead of turning to face the wall, I held tightly to the rails, grabbing at my chest afterwards. My heart very much pounded and ached with fright. When my heart and mind both calmed down, I gulped and thought about the situation. Whatever hit the building had hit the wall about 12 feet up. As I said, I'd been halfway up the steps. The wall had been hit right where I'd been from the outside. Naturally, my thought, or rather my hope, was that it had been a fallen branch. But there hadn't been any wind that night, and there wasn't enough to make that much of a difference anyway. I needed to head outside to see what it was, to not only clear my mind, but also because it was part of my job. Anything out of the ordinary would need to be investigated, possibly reported, and recorded. I was terrified to step outside, though. At this point, I figured there was someone out there, or some sort of animal, especially after that first sound in the moving branch. I shook it off and reminded myself that this was my job. I headed down the steps and proceeded out of the side entry door. I would need to follow the outside wall, then round the corner to arrive at the back wall, where I'd been at on the inside. I walked calmly, shining the light straight, but making sure I was well aware of all the possible noises around me. Just before I rounded the corner, I heard the weirdest sound. A sort of chanting grunt that sounded repeatedly, monotone and in a loop. It was coming from beyond that corner. My whole body tensed up as I approached. I swear a cold sweat had developed on my forehead. I decided I would do it all at once, jump around the corner, and shine my light on the perpetrator while reaching to my side, pretending I had a weapon when I was actually entirely unarmed and defenseless. 1, 2, 3. I jumped around the corner. The back wall was clear. The forest beside it was still, but the sounds continued. It took me a moment, but I soon realized it was coming from the woods, which were now at my right and only a few yards away. I breathed in deeply, about to roll my eyes at the constant stress of the night, when I focused my eyes on something in the woodline. Legs. Massive legs that went up to my chest and bent at a weird angle. They were covered in fur. I followed them upward to see an oddly small torso, bony and also covered in fur. The arms attached to it were extremely thin and reaching up into the tree next to it. At first I thought I had interrupted the creature climbing up into the tree, but as I got a good look at its face and the way it was moving, it was clear it had been climbing down the tree as if it had been waiting for me. When I saw the face, I gasped. It was a mess of disgusting, greasy, matted hair or beard with 2 black beady eyes set way back in its skull. At the sides of its head were curled horns similar to that of a ram, though its snout reminded me more of a goat. Now my instincts took over. You can laugh or roll your eyes at what I did next, but I can tell you with all honesty that this is how my body decided to react. I screamed, my arm whirling back. Then I chunked my heavy black flashlight or torch at the thing, causing it to flinch just slowly enough that the metal flashlight hit it in the shoulder. It grunted as I ran like a scared little boy all the way back to the security building. I watched the monitors, which unfortunately did not record hardly any portions of the woodline. The cameras were set primarily on the warehouse. And this creature, using the forest as cover, moved to the back of the security building, still grunting while beginning to shove on the side of it, causing the thing to rock back and forth. This continued for 5 minutes or so, as I had to quite literally remind myself to breathe in my panic. When it stopped, I stayed put and quiet until morning, at which the next guy opened the door to the security building, seeing me halfway on the floor and horrified. I explained that I had nearly been attacked by some animal, and I let them know to watch out for something big in those woods, but I kept the rest of the details to myself. I continued to work at that job since then, but not one time after that did I encounter anything even remotely similar. To this day, I pray that everything that I experienced was just a very vivid and bad dream or night terror or something, but I know that that's denial on my part. Wish me luck, everyone. I still work here. And just as a note, don't take your boring job for granted. The Standing Goat. From Jacobs. My friend, let's call him Fred, used to work as a ballpark mower. He'd show up once a week at the ballpark during baseball season, early in the morning before sunrise, and cut the grass. It wasn't a major league ballpark or anything, just what the kids used for their leagues. Anyway, we would hang out at his place playing video games, and after a beer or two, he would always talk about how much he missed the job. And he definitely missed that old zero-turn mower he could work with. He never could afford to buy one for himself, though. On one occasion, after Fred had a few more beers than usual, he suddenly paused our co-op session of Halo and breathed for a moment. Then he said something kinda eerie. Want to know the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me? Being his friend, and a bit of a weirdo myself, I obviously and quickly answered with a yes. This is what he said. I'll tell it from his point of view. So I used to cut those ball fields for the city. I've told you that a dozen times before, I'm sure, but the creepiest thing I ever saw happened one early morning before the sun came up, while cutting the northern diamond. I had the mower going, it was loud as usual, couldn't even hear myself think. So I never did hear the thing, not until I shut the mower off to refill the gas and check the oil. I knelt down pouring the gas in the mower when I suddenly heard this weird sound. It was like a chugging sound, like a car motor mixed with a deer call. Strangest thing I ever heard. I thought to myself, that's weird, and it sounded close too. I turned my head to the left where this hill led down into a ditch, and there I saw it. You'll never believe it when I say it, but I ain't lying. It was standing on the other side of the fence, on that hill. Now, you know that thing from the old Hercules Disney cartoon? The Danny DeVito goat thing? Imagine that, but instead of being short and fat, this thing was like a thin druggie, taller than either of us too. It had these big, straight, pointed horns going backward from its head, with eyes that seemed to reflect yellow. Its teeth were bared and nearly sparklingly white. It was just standing there, goat legs, human torso, goat head, all that. It was just watching me, like it was mad that I had just cut up the grass it wanted to eat. I stood up and stared back at it. After a few jarring minutes, it walked away and disappeared over the hill. I never did see it again. That was my friend Fred's quick and pretty creepy experience. I've always trusted the guy. I can't think of one time he's ever lied to me, and I believe it wholeheartedly. Sometimes the creepiest and most unexplained things in existence are just a head turn away. Be careful out there. Dogman in northern Arizona. From Panda AZ. The story I'm about to tell you happened around 2009. I was really young at the time, so bear with me. It was September in Flagstaff, Arizona. The trees were beginning to change their color, and the air felt cooler than the usual blistering heat. My family and I were taking a trip for a reunion. Sadly, I don't remember the name of the place, but I can describe it vividly. We decided to rent a lodge out by Dogtown Lake. We all had our own cabins, though some of us stayed in the lodge itself. The grounds looked so beautiful. Trees were rustling, the pathways were very well kept, pretty much what you'd expect from a nice lodge. I remember I was running around the grounds with my cousin. We got permission to explore the woodlands around the cabins. We just couldn't go too deep into them. My cousins had decided to play hide and seek. After all, there were so many places to hide, and it was getting dark. I didn't really care what we played, as long as I got to explore the grounds. I had the pleasure of hiding with the 3 others, while the oldest got to count. We all scrambled to different directions, me stumbling a little behind my cousins Marcy and Angel. They were both significantly faster than me, so I just decided to stray off and find my own spot, giving up on trying to catch up with them. The spot I ended up choosing was fairly deep, with the brush starting to thicken gradually the deeper I went. I stopped for a moment to catch my breath, taking the chance to crouch down behind a tree. I was a giddy little kid, so I wasn't being too quiet. Soon I heard footsteps clopping about a couple of yards away from me. That's when I started to quiet down. The footsteps sounded heavy. I didn't think much of it at the time, thinking it was just my cousin stomping through the leaves. I was attempting to keep myself from laughing, covering my mouth, when I suddenly caught a whiff of a strange scent. It smelled like a combination between a skunk, wet dog, and raw sewage. It made my nose crinkle up when it first hit. It hit me hard, like someone smacked me in the face with a rotting fish. I tried to remain out of sight, trying to keep myself from gagging while also trying not to be spotted by my cousin. I heard the steps coming closer, and I immediately hit the ground. I couldn't see much of what it was, but it sounded huge. If I had to measure it, I'd say it was perhaps a head taller than the lowest branch of the tree I was behind, which was maybe 6 feet and 8 inches. The thing kept on going, but it made a sniffing kind of sound, like it was tracking something. The smell was stronger then, and I nearly threw up, but I couldn't move. Instead, I began to slowly army crawl the opposite direction until I knew it was safe to get up and run. When the smell was clear, I ran back to the cabin grounds. By then, it was darker, so I was a little more freaked out than I was at first. The sun was behind the trees, and my eyes were barely starting to adjust to the light, or the lack thereof. I started to feel the typical sense of something watching me, but I was too afraid of looking to see what it was. The feeling grew to paranoia, and I eventually started to run, my heart rushing in the fear of being caught by whatever was in the woods with me. When I got to the cabin, I found myself giving in to the temptation of looking back. So, I peeked toward the tree line. The figure I saw looking back at me was a sight I wouldn't forget, not for years to come. It was a very large, almost wolf-like creature. It was hunched over in a sort of stalking kind of position, but the way it looked was a little strange. It was crouched on its hind legs, with one hand on a tree and the other by its side. I was shocked. I didn't really know what I was looking at, but I was frightened. I couldn't get myself to stop looking at it, afraid that if I took my eyes off of it for a moment, it would run at me. So there I was, almost face to face with this dog-ape thing whose eyes glowed in the darkness in a slightly amber-orange tint. The creature stepped out of the tree line, allowing me to get a better look at how massive it was. My fear immediately grew once I saw it at full height, and it growled at me. Terrified, I tore through the cabin door and locked it, keeping away from the windows and cowering, hoping whatever that thing was wouldn't come looking for me. The Michigan Dogman, from Arrow. This takes place a year ago. Now, my house is an old 2-story home. It has one front door, and that's the only way in and out of the place. The stairs that lead to my 2nd-story room are to the left. The living room and bathroom are straight in front of the door, as the bathroom is behind the living room. So the night started off as many others did, and my friends Ian and Ethan, not their real names, came over and were playing the new Call of Duty game with me, as well as watching anime and talking about what normal teenage boys talk about while hanging out. Around 11:30 p.m., we were right in the middle of watching a new episode of Dragon Ball Super when I looked down at my cup and realized I'm out of Pepsi. so I tell Ian and Ethan I'd be right back. I made my way downstairs into the kitchen. I grabbed a 2-liter out of my fridge, and then I caught a glimpse of a hairy hand in my kitchen window. It was feeling around for a half-eaten steak that we'd left out on the counter. We'd left the window open because earlier in the day we burned pizza rolls, and it smelled really bad. As I saw this hairy hand, I froze in place, as behind that hand was what appeared to be a human body, but there was something wrong about it. As I looked more upwards, I realized that it had a head of a beast, like some sort of dog-wolf hybrid. I dropped the 2-liter of pop, and it realized that I had noticed it. It pulled its hairy hand out of the window, causing the window to drop to its closed position as it took off into the woods nearby. I could hear a slight bark coming from the front yard. It was my dog Obi, a King German Shepherd. I hadn't realized until now that he was still outside. I heard him as he came sprinting around the house. Obi usually never barks at anything, even other animals, so I knew that the thing I saw was just wrong. I ran over to the window to see Obi vanish into the woods that sat behind the house. I ran back upstairs to get Ian and Ethan and explained that Obi had run off, and they agreed to help me chase him down. I left out the part about me seeing the creature. I couldn't let my loyal dog Obi die on my watch because my friends didn't believe me. I'd be devastated if anything happened to him. We grabbed our flashlights and ran into the woods after Obi. We searched until I heard a familiar scream. It was Ian, who had apparently split up from us. We ran over, only to see him standing in front of the creature I'd seen earlier. The creature let out a terrible screech as it ran off. The 3 of us regrouped, shocked at what we saw, and headed back toward the house. I stopped first and looked back, looking where the creature had been standing. There on the ground was Obi. I ran back over to him, lifting him up and carrying him back to the house. I was in tears. When we were back in the yard, I ran right for my car and took Obi to the nearest vet. Luckily, Obi was going to be fine. He had 2 broken legs, and he would take a couple of months to recover, but he was going to be 100% in no time. So I'm glad to say he's now running and being a dog again. He's just fine nowadays, but we still haven't seen that beast since then. And for the sake of Obi and myself, I hope it never comes back. Caught in the Rain, from Delgado. When you clock out of your shift at a convenience store, the rain is coming down as hard as it ever has, and your live-in boyfriend calls to let you know that the car you share won't start. It means a long, wet walk through the streets at night. Alone, exhausted, stressed out about how you're going to scrounge up the money to pay for your car repairs. My boyfriend texted me as I walked down the road, letting me know that he could meet me halfway so that I didn't have to walk the entire way there alone. While I didn't want to be a bother to him, he did work full-time too and had just gotten off work himself. I certainly didn't want to walk the entire way home by myself. It was going to be a 5-mile walk. At the time, I lived in a small town. Between our even smaller home and the convenience store was a meandering route of semi-suburban low-income housing, slowly fading into farmland for a couple of miles. Being alone at night on a suburban road was something I dreaded. I'd heard stories of people getting mugged, or taken off the street, or worse, so the first large rock I could find along the road, I picked up and kept it close to me. To be honest, I'd never actually walked these roads before. Our Ford Taurus had been good to us for the past 6 years, so for a moment after the call with my boyfriend, I was taken aback. The thought of walking 5 miles in the rain, nonetheless, it sounded less than ideal. Step by pant-soaked step, I reminded myself that 2.5 miles in, my boyfriend would be waiting. I'd even bought him some Swiss rolls, his favorite snack cake. He loved those things. His smile would definitely brighten up my night, as would his far superior cell phone flashlight. After 30 minutes of walking, not seeing another person outside their homes, I made it to the farmland and wooded portion of the road. I sighed with relief, fixing the hood of my poncho to cover my bangs better. But of course, just as I'd expected being such a paranoid person, thoughts of what could go wrong in this road flooded me. I vaguely remembered my grandpa, who was a lifelong hunter, telling me about all the big cats he'd seen in the region. My dad never believed him, saying big cats hadn't roamed these parts in decades. Now that I was thinking about it, my grandpa shot back, saying that he'd been stalked by a cougar himself in these very woods for miles, until the safety of his old pickup truck led him back to civilization. A chill went up my spine. Imagine walking along, minding your own business when you spot a 4-legged, fur-covered, 160-pound batch of feline muscle tailing you, slowly, knowing it could outrun and overpower you at any point, if it so pleased. And then there were the other stories that both Dad and Grandpa used to tell. The stories that I never did believe. Those stories should have been scarier to me. But they didn't scare me back then. It was something so unbelievable. They used to tell me stories about the Native Americans that used to live in these parts, about a society of warriors known as the Dog Soldiers. Obviously, that wasn't the unbelievable part. The unbelievable part was when they said that these fearsome fighters' spirits lingered on far beyond death. Grandpa told me that their souls still wander the earth, protecting their ancient lands. But my dad, who I assumed just wanted to scare me even more, told me that the Dog Soldiers often appeared in the woods or along the roads in our home state as something half man and half dog. I remember rolling my eyes at this story, telling my dad in particular that werewolves aren't real. Then he told me they aren't werewolves. They're something else. I continued walking, now realizing that I was approaching the segment of road where the street lamps became further apart. I even stopped after passing the last frequent street lamp, intimidated by the much more vast darkness ahead of me. By then, my shoes had become completely soaked with water, right through to my socks and down to my toes. I could feel my skin pruning up. The feeling was so gross, and I knew I'd have a sore or two by the time I got home. Never again, I told myself. From there on out, we'd take my aunt up on her offer to borrow my late uncle's old truck. Too bad she lived in a different state, otherwise she could come pick me up too. I checked my GPS, arching my head over my phone to mitigate the amount of torrential downpour that struck the screen. But it was useless. Rain had curled in from my hood and soaked the top of my hair, which was now dripping all over my phone. Well, I was 2 miles in at that point. Not much further to go now, I thought. Then I'd see my boyfriend donning his bright yellow poncho. If it wasn't so rainy and dark, I'd probably be able to see him already. The road was pretty darn straight there. Suddenly, my phone rang. I slid my thumb over the green phone icon and placed the device snugly between my hood and ear. The screen had read, Taylor, my boyfriend's name. "Hey," I said a little louder than usual thanks to the storm. There was no vocal reply. Instead, I heard what sounded like white noise and rain and shuffling. My eyebrow raised. I figured he hadn't locked his phone after glancing at it, and the water had done some weird things to the screen. Then bam, he called me and didn't even know it. I hung up and locked my phone, placing it neatly back in my pocket. Just a little bit longer. I nearly jumped when I heard the thud on the forest floor to my left. Stopping in my tracks, I turned and looked around. There was no movement beyond the wind and rain. The wind wasn't so strong, but I was sure it was probably a torn branch or even a tree that had fallen. Still, it had given me a pretty big spook. When all you hear for an hour is rain and rolling thunder, a closer, heavier noise can be pretty surprising. I thought about grabbing my phone again and using its rather weak flashlight to scan the trees, but I figured that would just waste any battery I had left. If I was stuck out here on foot already, I'd lose it if I didn't have a working phone. After I was sure that I didn't hear anything else out there, I turned forward and just kept walking. Sure, I walked a little faster pace, but can you blame me? Being the type of person that thinks of all the scariest things that could happen or exist at a given time or place is rough. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps, about a dozen quick steps racing from behind me to the left, to much further ahead of me. I turned toward the trees again, eyes focusing on the position of the noise as it raced off ahead within the trees. All I could think was, the heck was that? It took me much longer this time to continue walking, realizing now that the previous thud wasn't just nothing. Then again, there were quite a few deer around these parts. So eventually I did start moving again, trying to ignore the goosebumps that had gathered on the back of my neck. I walked for a few minutes, glancing from the road just in front of me to the trees to my left, almost constantly. My paranoia was growing by the second, and the wildlife stirred by the storm was driving me to madness. Just a deer, I muttered over and over, hardly able to even hear myself as I drudged through the downpour. I stopped again, unable to lift my foot for the next step. I had glanced back at the road and spotted something up ahead. A figure that I could hardly see, but it was definitely there, and it wasn't a trick of my eye. There was a human figure crouched toward the left center of the road ahead. It seemed to be peering towards me. I didn't move for the longest time, waiting for the figure to move instead. Was it a person? I wondered. Or was it some animal forming an eerie silhouette to my tired mind? Eventually, I had convinced myself it was just some animal, that if I'd keep on walking, the creature would move out of the way, frightened by the presence of a human. I took one step, shoe crunching under a wet, stray rock. Immediately, the silhouette shifted. It rose high into the air, now standing. The figure was tall, so it was a person, I figured. Why had they been crouching in the road like that? And now they were definitely looking in my direction. Why were they so still and silent? "Hello?" I called out. I nearly fainted when the figure darted back toward the woods so quickly and so awkwardly. If it was a person, they were insanely fast. Also, there was something wrong with the way it ran. Their legs seemed twisted or broken or something. It was hard to place the anxiety I felt when seeing the way it moved. But the figure was gone now, and the road ahead was once again clear. I took off in a jog this time, wanting to pass this particular stretch of road sooner rather than later. After a few minutes of jogging, I slowed down to catch my breath, checking my phone as well. There were no further calls, no texts. In fact, I was now half a mile past the 2.5-mile point, and I hadn't even realized it due to the prior events. Where was he? Why hadn't I seen Taylor yet? Still walking, I tapped the recent calls icon and clicked his name, bringing the phone back to my ear. I waited. A few more ringback tones later, I heard his voice.
"Hey, this is Taylor. Sorry I missed you. Leave a message and I'll get back to you ASAP."
I checked the phone, making sure there wasn't something wrong with it. Everything was perfectly normal, though. which makes perfect sense because the call had gone through just as it should have. Except Taylor never answered. My mind wandered as I continued forward. There were only another 2 miles to go at that point. But where was my boyfriend? He had never broken a promise to me before, so I wasn't at all worried that he'd forgotten or lied or anything like that. Instead, I began to suspect he'd gotten hurt or somehow lost. A few more minutes passed by and I decided on trying to call him again. I dialed, put the phone back to my ear, waited and listened. My heart sank. I heard something else this time. As if on autopilot, I turned slowly to face the woods, all the while his voicemail message played in my ear again.
Hey, this is Taylor. Sorry I missed you.
Coming from just beyond the nearest row of trees was the sound of the default Android ringtone. After all, Taylor had never bothered to change it. I wanted to step forward. I wanted to approach the trees and find him in there, or to find a phone that just wasn't his. It couldn't be happening, I told myself. This was impossible. Why would he be out there? He's perfectly fine and just waiting for me somewhere. I swallowed hard. My breath had left me, because as I stared into that patch of woods, I noticed a figure. A tall figure that almost appeared human, but with a strange walk to it. The same sort of figure I'd seen in the road earlier. About 30 yards away was the next street lamp. There was enough light that, as the figure stepped forward, I could make out more and more details. When the snout appeared in the faint lamplight, I collapsed to my knees. It couldn't be real. There was no way. But there it was, standing there, flesh and blood and rigid bone, shaped like a man, but with the features of a dog. It didn't snarl or growl, and once it was completely in the light of the lamp, it stopped. The creature stared at me, observing me. It seemed reliant on its eyes the way a person would, never twitching or lifting its snout to smell me. The body on this thing was only partially covered in patchy hair, dark skin shimmering and wet underneath. Despite its calm demeanor, I was horrified. I wanted to jump to my feet and take off. I was nearly home, but I knew I couldn't make it. Not if this thing wanted to chase me down. If this had been what was moving around in the woods earlier, it was by far faster than a person. I could smell it from the road, musky and earthy, like a man's sweat after a run, a fresh rain and freshly dug soil mixed together. And there was a tinge of something else too, something metallic, coppery. And then I noticed its lips. There was something on them that was being washed off by the rain. As it hit the exposed earth underneath the creature, it formed a puddle of deep red. Maybe it wasn't interested in me, because it was no longer hungry. The next bit is a blur to me. I remember being on the ground, then suddenly being on my feet further up the road, and nearly under the street lamp. My vision was a blur of rain, or maybe tears. For the next mile, I didn't even realize I'd been screaming until my voice gave out, and I slowed to a stagger. Having taken off at a full run from that thing, I expected its claws to wrap around my throat at any moment from behind. And from the pain in my lungs and heart and mind, for a second I swear I would have welcomed that. Eventually, the apartment complex came into view. I didn't hesitate to climb the stairs, each step feeling like another mile walked. By then, I'd thought of calling the authorities a dozen times but never could stop long enough to reach for my phone. I opened the door, eyes shut until I'd closed it behind me, praying that I'd hear Taylor's voice letting me know that he was happy to see me home. that he hadn't been able to meet me halfway because of one sensible reason or another. But I never did hear his voice. I collapsed on the sofa, and I cried until I had the strength to report him missing. I hung up the phone, and I fell to my side, face in a pillow and a bunched up Swiss roll in my pocket. My cousin was lost in the woods, from 24 running. When I was 6 years old, my cousin of the same age went missing. No worries, he's fine, but it's the stuff he said after he came back that's really stuck with me over the years. We're both 32 now, and his story has never changed, not in the slightest. So when he was little, his family went camping in the Ozarks. He said they stayed up roasting marshmallows before he went to sleep in his tent. In the middle of the night, something opened up the tent and began to pull him out by the foot. My cousin says he was terrified to the point that he didn't want to move or speak at all. He even closed his eyes when he was pulled from the tent completely. He was too scared to see who or what was taking him, and he wanted to pretend he was sleeping. Whoever it was, its arms were covered in thick hair, similar to a Labrador's. It tossed my cousin over its shoulder like a bag of potatoes. By then, he started looking around. He saw backwards bent legs under the thing and pointed ears at both sides of its head. He slowly started to raise up and swears he saw a long snout on its face, but couldn't be sure from the angle he was at. It dropped him off by a small creek, where my cousin pretended to remain asleep. By this point, it had been about an hour. My cousin says he felt water coming up to his ears as the thing started to nudge him into the water. Suddenly, he heard voices in the distance, his parents. When he opened his eyes, the creature was gone. Within a minute, his parents and siblings were on him, asking him if he was okay. They had discovered he was missing when his dad got up to ask for toilet paper in the middle of the night. My cousin had had it last, and they'd all been sharing one roll. When his dad opened up his tent, he saw that his son was gone, and he was nowhere within the nearby woods. That's his extremely weird story, but the fact that even at this age he still defends it, I can't help but believe it at least somewhat. McDonald's Night Shift, from Cereza. I used to work at a McDonald's that was open 24/7 in a small part of my town. I live in a city, but the restaurant itself was situated in an isolated part of the suburbs, which bordered farmland and woods. I've quite a few unnerving stories from my experiences there, but all of them pale in comparison to the one I'm about to tell you. After the recent firing of another employee, I was rotated to fill the hole left in the typical night crew. As you may know, McDonald's doesn't use set shifts, but instead fills in employees to time blocks as needed. As I was a recent hire, they had no issue flipping my schedule around. I was only informed Sunday by my boss that I'd be working from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. that week. Begrudgingly, I went to sleep as late as I could, which ended up being around 5 in the morning on Monday. That way I'd be better prepared for my new shift. When I arrived at the restaurant, it surprised me how quiet it was. There were no customers in the building, and the other employees seemed to be keeping to themselves. We weren't a restaurant equipped for DoorDash or anything like that, so there wasn't really much work to be done until someone came in the door or through the drive-thru. The other employees didn't talk to me at all. The only one that did was the only other woman working in the restaurant. I'll call her Sarah. She told me the current staff already had the kitchen taken care of, and said I should just work the front of the restaurant. I found it weird that she was instructing me like that, despite not being a manager. But as it didn't seem like one was on duty anyway, I listened to her, and set myself down behind the register. From where I was seated, I had a pretty nice view into the front of the restaurant. I could see part of the parking lot, which was only illuminated by a single sodium lamp, the kind that glowed a pale orange. To the left of the lot was the road, and to the left of the road were the suburbs, which slowly dissolved into rural territory. Grass grew a few feet high, and a thick forest began about 50 yards from the street and stretched as far as I could see. I spent most of my time on the phone and gazing out the front windows. We only had about 4 or 5 customers an hour. Only once that week did a group of people actually come in. It was early Wednesday morning when 3 rather tall, pale-faced guys entered the store wearing full camouflage outfits, with the pattern broken by the brightly colored hats on top of their heads. It was a welcomed sight, as they were energetic and talkative. After they told me what they wanted, I casually asked why they were dressed like hunters, considering it was 1 a.m. All of them grew silent, and the one closest to me said they didn't have the opportunity to change since they got dressed. I found that pretty odd, but didn't ask any other questions as I handed him his order number, which was really just a formality considering it was the only order at the time. After they got their food, they sat down at the booth closest to the door. As they ate, I thought I caught them glancing at me every now and then. I probably could have forgotten about it if it weren't for what happened next. After the men finished eating, 2 of them stood up by the door, as the one who I spoke to previously came up to me. In his very thick country accent, he said the following, which I still remember word for word. "Be careful, doll. There be some weird things in these here woods." He maintained eye contact as he said this, and he backed up slowly, not waiting for a response, before he turned around and left the restaurant with his friends. Nothing else out of the ordinary happened that night, but I still couldn't shake what the man had said to me. The following night, I started another shift. It was very rainy out, though the shift itself was uneventful and, if anything, slower than the other days. It must have been around 11 when it first happened. Stopping to look up from the register, I saw a figure outside of the restaurant. I adjusted my glasses and squinted my eyes, but I still couldn't make it out fully. From what I could tell, it was a man. It looked like he was wearing a large trench coat. He was standing at the very edge of the streetlight in the parking lot, right where the pavement met the tall grass. I kept staring at him, and he didn't move. I probably watched this peculiar man for a good few minutes before I looked away, and in all that time I could really only see that he was very tall. I turned around, and through the gaps in the kitchen hardware I could see my coworkers, which did relax me a little. I was just about to say one of their names to get them to come look at the man, but as I turned around, I saw that he was no longer there. He had vanished. I recalled the hunter's words from the night before as I tried to rationalize it. Why would some guy be out there standing still in a McDonald's parking lot so late at night? No new cars were outside, so I knew he wasn't preparing to come in for food. Finally, I assumed he was just walking home and had stopped under the streetlight to check his phone for directions, or something along those lines. It didn't make much sense otherwise, but that explanation was enough to calm my nerves. We only got a few customers between when I first saw the man and when I saw him next, which was a while past 1 in the morning. I know because I was just checking my phone when I looked up out the window and I saw him again. Only this time, he was closer. I could make him out better because he had moved in from the very edge of the light and was now directly under it. His face was still in shadow, or something, because I couldn't see it. I could clearly make out his coat, however. It was large and long. It seemed to be a deep brown leather or facsimile, and it glistened under the orange of the light from the shine the rain gave to it. It also looked tattered, with large gashes in the fabric. I could hardly see the man himself, though. However, it was clear under the light that he was very tall. He was right next to one of the employees' cars, and he stood at least 4 feet higher than the roof of it. My chest tightened, and it started to become hard to breathe. He continued to stand, staring in the direction of the restaurant. Even though the windows were tinted from the outside, it felt like he was looking right at me. This time, I kept my eyes on him, and I called for Sarah. She came out from the kitchen a few seconds later, asking me what I needed. I could only point mouth wide open at the man. She saw him too, and walked forward a few paces. "Who is that?" she asked. "I don't know. He was just there." Sarah moved towards the door, and to my unease, she opened it. From there, she called out to the perfectly still man. "Hello?" She paused, eliciting no response before saying something else. "Can I help you?" At this, the man, or whatever it was, took off. Almost instantly, it spun itself around and bolted in the direction of the woods. As it did this, I saw its legs rather clearly as the coat picked up from the wind resistance. What I saw chilled me. The legs were twisted or backwards. It looked almost like a dog's legs, only far longer. Sarah saw it too, and walked back inside without hesitation. She looked at me, expressionless, before muttering that if it came back, I should call her. She then returned to the kitchen, saying nothing else. I was in a daze for a little while after that. What just happened had felt surreal to me. I couldn't fathom what that thing was or how Sarah could remain so cool about it. Thankfully, though, the thing never returned during the rest of the shift, and I got home safely. That day, I did not sleep well at all. I remember waking up and falling back to sleep constantly, all the while anxious about that creature. When I awoke that afternoon, I decided against my better judgment to get prepped for work again. I didn't want to risk seeing the thing from the night before, but at the same time, I needed the money badly. When the night finally came, I was dreading my shift. As I finally pulled into the parking lot, I realized, to my horror, the streetlight that hung over the parking lot was out. I couldn't see what the damage was as it was nighttime, and the closest working light was a good 75 yards away. The parking lot felt more unsafe than it ever had. My entire walk to the restaurant, I was imagining the creature peering at me from the very edge of the darkness. That night, there were no customers. I mean, absolutely none. The restaurant felt so lonely, and even more so when I found out Sarah hadn't clocked in. One of the people working in the back told me she called in sick when I asked about her. Between my only friend in the workplace being gone, no customers coming in, and my phone being out of power, the night was excruciatingly slow. Though I could barely see a foot outside of the restaurant since the light was out, I could have sworn that on many occasions I saw a figure moving, just out of sight. Somehow I managed to make it through the majority of my shift. I was looking at the store clock, which read 2:59 when it happened. Without warning, the front window on the left side of the door shattered, and as it did, a large rock came through. It skidded along the floor before arriving just on the other side of my till. I was frozen in terror and surprise. 2 of the kitchen staff came out when they heard the noise, asking me what had happened. I just pointed at the window as I bent down and picked up the rock. To my astonishment, the rock was hot to the touch, almost burning my hand as I picked it up. Soon after that, we called the police. They arrived rather quickly, taking our statements and doing not much else. After locking up the store, we called it a night due to the vandalism and headed home early. It was rather awkward with everyone leaving at the same time. because where my car was, I had to wait until everyone filed out of the parking lot to leave myself. Just as I was about to pull away, though, I saw something truly terrifying. Out of the passenger window, I saw the creature again. It was standing up on the roof of the restaurant, towering above it, ominously. Again, there were no lights nearby, and I could only make out its silhouette, a deep black on the dark purple early morning sky. But I knew it was there. As I stared at it, paralyzed, it seemed to drop its coat, and as it did, I noticed the silhouette grow noticeably skinnier. It was then that I saw it outstretch its arms, and it flapped them, revealing a massive pair of wings. Without any further delay, it took off into the sky, and with it I heard a sharp, ear-piercing noise, which I can only compare to when a fast vehicle breaks the speed of sound. As soon as it was clear from view, my reflexes kicked in, and I pulled out of the parking lot extremely quickly, flooring it well over the speed limit back home. Sufficed to say, I did not return to that McDonald's. What that creature was, spriggan, doppelganger, demon, I don't know. All I do know is that I've never seen a more horrifying, inhuman creature, and I hope to never run into it again. To this day, I still sometimes have dreams about it. Take a girl's advice. If you're going to work a night shift, make sure it's somewhere a little more populated than a McDonald's in the middle of nowhere. Banshee in the Colorado Mountains, from Wicked Skits. My husband and I moved to Colorado. I was actually raised there. I was excited to share my home city with my husband. Well, it was October 2019, and all we had was our truck and $1,000 in our pockets. The decision had been spontaneous. We bought a pop-up camper in Colorado Springs and decided to camp in Woodland Park. They have all year-round camping, and it's free. The first week was quiet, except for the folks who were illegally hunting elk out there. Now, my husband got a job in town, so I'd be alone till late midnight. Of course, in October here, it snows. I noticed that it would get quiet outside the camper at night. That would give me goosebumps, and I noticed my dog, a Chiweenie, would whimper and hide under my blanket. Now, that's not how she usually is. She's usually attentive and guarding me. Well, that particular night, this made me nervous. I turned out my lantern and listened outside. I must have sat there for 10 minutes and heard nothing that was out of the ordinary. I go to turn the lantern back on, and I hear the strangest thing. Loud and ghostly screams. These chilling noises were coming from more than one direction. There were multiple sources. Suddenly, a bunch of guys on ATVs pass by, and the noises stop. And soon after, my husband pulls up. He walked in and looked at me, asking me if I was okay. I was pale as a ghost. I explained to him what happened. Now, my husband takes things like this seriously, whether it's supernatural or unexplained or what, and I thank him for that. He tried to make me feel better, and we went to bed around 2 a.m. But a couple of hours later, my husband wakes me up and whispers in my ear, telling me to not say anything, to just listen. The noises are back. Screams that sound like banshees all around the camper. We lay there, barely moving or breathing, just listening to the sound of these multiple things outside. My husband begins to shake. I look over towards him, but I saw from the light of the moon that right next to my husband's head, just outside the camper, which, mind you, is a pop-up camper, so it's just cloth, I saw next to him a shadowy figure. It seemed as if the figure was smelling my husband. Those screams got closer and closer all around us. It lasted for another hour. But luckily, they left. This would happen every night around 3 a.m. Towards the last of that month, before we packed up to Denver, the Banshee calls got worse. They would begin to claw and slap at the camper. Eventually it would stop, but I remember the first time it happened. In the morning, my husband noticed he had a bad cut on his arm, and the pop-up camper's cloth had tears and scratches all over it. We were forced to have to sell it. We couldn't afford the cost to recloth the thing. What matters is we made it out of there alive. Possible skinwalker, from Levi. I'd like to begin with the typical "I'm no writer" statement, and I'm writing this to the best of my memories. It's been a while, so the time it happened is a bit blurry. I believe it was November of 2018. This was the only time I've ever seen this thing. I live in northern Kentucky, about an hour or so from Cincinnati, Ohio. I live right along a highway in a little valley-like area. Across the street is a small field. To the left of it is my neighbor's house and a yard light. Behind the field is a line of trees and a river. The field turns into a big hill. Behind my house is another large hill. And this happened around 12 at night. My family had just done laundry and all of it was still in the car. We had done bedding this time, so I went outside to go get one of my blankets. I normally look around quite a lot when I go outside at night, because I'm actually terrified of being out when it's dark, and I have been since I was little. I had just stepped off my porch, looking straight across the field. That's when I saw the most bizarre-looking thing. What appeared to be a hairless deer standing in the middle of it, facing towards me. Now, seeing deer is quite normal in the area. I live in the middle of rural Kentucky. There's deer everywhere. What really scared me about it, though, was it was hairless and pale. It had what looked like a thin layer of skin over its eyes, nose, and ears, too. As if it didn't have nostril holes or actual eyes, or at the very least, they were covered up. I froze once I saw it, and I couldn't process what I was looking at. I must have stood there for 5 minutes never moving, and it never moved too. I couldn't smell anything bad. I actually couldn't smell anything at all. Once I snapped out of my frozen state, I ran back inside to grab a flashlight and to get a better look. When I came back out, that thing had already disappeared. These other incidents are minor. It could just be me getting scared over nothing, but I figured I'd add them anyway. I used to hike a lot on and around the hill in my yard. There was a small creek going through the part of my backyard as well that separated the backwoods from the field in my backyard. I would usually go across the creek and then follow it all the way back to my property. But one day, while I was on my way back, I heard something that sounded like a chicken, but distorted. It didn't at all sound right, and it was coming from up the hill. At the time, we did have chickens, but they never went back that far or near the creek. I ended up walking quicker to the creek to try and get across without running, and it wouldn't stop calling till I got to the creek. I didn't hear it anymore after that. This is another story that happened earlier this year in April. I was out hiking again, alone of course, way back in the woods along the creek. I was no longer on my property. The people that own the land on the hill own a lot of the woods back behind us, and there are several fields on top of the hills. I was hiking up one of the old tractor trails. These were cleared out pathways from the fields going across the creek and a spot in the valley back there. I decided to step off the path to look at some moss under the cedar trees, when I heard a rhythmic, sort of clacking sound, like two rocks hitting each other down the hill from me. At this point, I was far away from the path. Where I heard it, it seemed to be coming very far right of the pathway, which was close to me. I decided to try and go towards it to see if I could spot what was making the noise, but I didn't see anything. I was texting my cousin during this, telling him what I heard. I ended up freaking out and calling my mom, staying on the phone with her until I got back home. The entire time it felt as if I was being watched. Maybe I was just paranoid. I haven't had any more incidents other than feeling a very strong presence when I go out past the creek since March. I'm not even sure what the creature was. I think it may have been a Wendigo or skinwalker, but I honestly have no clue. Hopefully I never run back into this being again. The hellhound that hated us all, from Anonymous. First off, I'd like to start by saying I'm someone who believes in the paranormal. I believe in witches, witchcraft, and all that good stuff. I've just turned 19, but this story took place when I was maybe 14. Back then, I lived in an apartment with my older half-sister and older half-brother, along with my little brother who isn't half, and my mother. I'd also like to note that in this apartment, my mom had this family picture of all 4 of us kids and her. She also had separate pictures of each of us near the kitchen along a windowsill. This is important to the story later on. Me and my younger brother came back from school to find the house empty. I forget what happened, but for some reason, my brother and I got into a fight. I, being mad, went to my room and closed the door, trying to avoid my brother in the other room. I started to watch a movie. I clearly remember it was The Blind Side, when suddenly my brother comes barging in my room. He was half out of breath and looked like he had seen a ghost. He told me, while trying to catch his breath, that he had seen a dog in the bathroom. Judging by his expression and noticing how he never laughed or smiled, I could tell he wasn't joking. He was very serious. I told him to get in my room, and I closed and locked the doors. I then grabbed 2 of my Bibles from under my bed that I kept safe in a shoebox. I gave him the older one, and I held on to the newer one that I had recently got from my mother. We hid in my bed under the blankets, completely terrified and shaken, while grasping the Bibles close to our chests. We waited for what seemed like only a few seconds when the locked door to my bedroom just slams open hard on its own. It shook the whole room. My brother and I are completely horrified at this point. I suddenly begin to pray in my mind, asking God to take over the situation for us. Soon after I did that, we hear nothing after the door slams open, just complete silence. We waited for what seemed like forever, too scared to lift the covers off our heads. I was afraid it would show up looking for us if I did. Then my brother says, after a few minutes of waiting, that we should get up and see if it was still there in the house. We finally get up, and we found ourselves back to back, with the Bibles held out in front of us. The first thing we did was check the bathroom. We looked inside to find nothing in there. We then scanned the entirety of the house to find it completely empty and quiet. We sit in the kitchen to process what had just happened. I started to ask questions to my brother about the thing he saw. I asked him what it looked like, and he said it stood as tall as a kitchen counter, and its legs were bent looking, almost as if they were broken. He said it stood halfway behind the door, and it was facing the shower, which means the opposite to where my brother was standing. He said it was slowly turning to face him, and as it did so, he could hear its bones cracking. He said that the head of it was like that of a goat. I then asked if it was see-through or actually there, because a lot of ghost sightings are see-through. But he said he couldn't see through it, so it was really there. He explained that it appeared to have horns, and the mouth was drooling intensely, as it was chipped open like you would see on a dead goat skull, and its eyes were beady red. I was in complete shock when I heard this. I then started to process whether he was lying or not. First off, if he was lying, he would have laughed when he told me he saw it. Second of all, if this was a joke, he wouldn't be able to tell me as much detail about it, head on, like he did. Third, and most of all, if it really was a prank, how would he be able to slam open a locked door if he was by my side the whole time? He even told me not to tell Mom about it. So I did as he asked, because I myself didn't want to frighten anyone. I wished the story ended there, but it doesn't. A few days after this so-called hellhound attack, my mother yells at all of us to get up. It was about 4 or 5 in the morning, and she was very angry at all of us. Everyone was completely clueless as to why she would be so angry as to wake us all up at this hour of the day. She then asked us in a very angry tone why we would knock over the pictures she had of each of us, and why the family picture was cracked right where all our necks met. We all looked at each other in confusion. Then I looked at my younger brother, and he gave me that same look of concern, that it might have been that creature that scared us a few days back. We still proceeded to keep it a secret, and left it at that. Later on, I asked my younger brother to draw it for me, and he did. It was horrifying, and I wish I still had the drawing. I remember telling my dad about it, and he thinks it grew from our anger, since we had a fight before it happened. After we moved out of the apartments and several months went by, I finally told my mother about it, and she was very shocked. My mother is one to believe in the paranormal, and she knows that it is very much real. So when I told her about this event, she seemed shocked and asked me why I didn't tell her the day that it happened. I simply said that I didn't want anyone to freak out about it, and she understood. Since then, I'd have to say that this is by far the creepiest encounter that I've ever experienced, especially since it slammed open a locked door like it was nothing. Night Stalker at Work, from Leia. I'm a 21-year-old girl. My story is of a stalker who continued to come to my work late at night. I worked part-time at a clothing store, which I will not say the specific name of. I'd been working at my work for almost a full month and was still getting the hang of everything. I was put on the 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. shift, so that meant I would close the store. The store was really good about always having 2 or more people close the store so that he wouldn't be alone. Thank God for that, because it was just us girls working there. The only man was my manager, who was rarely in. So on my shift was one of my closest friends named Shannon, as well as a girl who was also new like me named Katie, and the assistant manager, Hannah. Shannon was vacuuming in the different clothing departments. Hannah was in the back dealing with shipments, and Katie was cleaning out the dressing rooms and putting away clothes. Now, please note that there always has to be someone up front where the cash registers are. And unfortunately, that person was me. I was fine with being up there by myself. I didn't mind it. I liked the peace and quiet, since we didn't have many customers late at night. I'm a very anxious person, so I usually try not to make eye contact with people and smile awkwardly. Hannah had brought up some new clothes from the back that needed to be tagged and put away. Then she returned to the back. I began tagging up front as a man walked in. He was wearing a light gray t-shirt with dark jeans, flip-flops, and a baseball cap. I didn't pay much attention as I really love tagging clothes, so I said my usual, "Welcome to the store," and went back to tagging. I guess he took that as an invitation to come and talk to me. He came up to the counter and leaned on the glass showcases. I asked him if there was anything I could help with. He then requested to know where the men's beanies were, which we don't sell. I told him that. He nodded and grew silent, staring at me as I tagged clothes. I got a bit uncomfortable but kept tagging, hoping he would go away. A few minutes passed as he randomly said my name. Just the sound of my name coming from his mouth gave me the creeps. I looked over at him with a nervous smile and said, "Yes, what can I help you with?" Keep in mind that at this point, he had been in our store for nearly an hour. He asked me how hard my job was and how many off days I get. I told him it's not too hard, and I'm not off a lot because of the lack of workers. We only had 5 other girls. He asked me if I wanted to leave work and, quote-unquote, do a little something something together. That creeped me out to the point I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I told him politely that I have a boyfriend, which was true. He then got enraged and began yelling at me. "Really? That's how you're gonna be?" The other girls heard the commotion and came up front to my aid as the man stormed outside, but not before he showed me his knife in his pocket secretively. I could feel tears forming in my eyes as Shannon grabbed me by my hands, concerned. Hannah was asking me what happened, but I couldn't get my words out. All I could do was start to hyperventilate and cry. Shannon took me to the back and held me as I cried. Hannah came back and told me that I could leave early. It was 11:30 at that point. I told her okay and thank you as I grabbed my purse from my locker and I said my goodbyes. I walked cautiously to my car outside, and I saw the same man from earlier sitting on the hood of my car, twirling the blade in his hands while watching me. My knees felt like noodles as I ran back inside. I then screamed at Hannah to lock the doors. She questioned me why, and I told her to look on my car. She saw him and mumbled a curse under her breath. She then locked the doors and set the alarms, and proceeded to call the police. The police showed up, but said all they found on my car were stab marks, and the brake line had been cut. I don't work at that store anymore, so, to my stalker, let's not meet again. Not Alone, from L. Charade. I'm a 34-year-old woman who's been working at the library for several years now. Our town's library is quite nice. Half of it is all glass. The other half is this relaxing wood color. Speaking of relaxing, working at a library is the most comfortable job I've ever had. We're open from 8 to 8. And after 8 p.m., I organize books until 10, then take off for home. And usually only one person needs to stick around until 10. And as I'm single and kind of bored at home, I like to volunteer to be the one that sticks around organizing books after closing, much to the joy of my coworkers. One particularly slow Thursday, 8 o'clock rolls around. I bid goodbye to my coworkers as I begin to organize books, taking my time and listening to some Avril Lavigne. Now, organizing books isn't a hard job. We have a slot at the side of the building that collects books for those who don't want to enter but need to return something. So I just grab the tub that has all the books in them that have been returned, go through them, put them where they need to go, and double-check the digital catalog to make sure that they're all checked in on there too. Usually it's as easy as just scanning the book back in, but our scanner had been broken for the last month. Funny how a library with such a nice exterior has a broken scanner that the city just doesn't want to replace too quickly. I didn't mind. If I had to stay past 10 a few minutes, so be it. I would get that organization done. While I'm looking through the bin that I had just dragged to the front desk, I hear the front doors open and close, which reminds me that, like an idiot, I'd forgotten to lock the doors up front. I can be a forgetful person. Usually when I forget to lock the doors and someone comes in, it's as easy as saying, "I'm sorry, but we're closed." Most people are fine with that and don't start a problem. But I swear when I looked up at the front doors, I didn't see anyone there. It was as if the door opened on its own, or if someone did come in, they raced past before I could look up, which would be a really weird thing to do. So I just assumed that someone had opened the door before they saw the hours printed on the door. Then they realized we were closed. I shrugged and kept doing my job. But I did keep an ear and eye out in case someone did sneak in. That's not unheard of either. I've had the local junior high and high school kids try to sneak in and stay overnight. I had no idea why they kept doing this until I saw the same thing being done on YouTube. Grown men sneaking behind Walmart shelves and staying the night unbeknownst to the employees. While that can be funny and entertaining to watch, Walmart is different. Most of those stores stay open 24/7, I think. But the library closes at 8, and if some kid refuses to leave, then I have to stay till they're gone. A few minutes past 10 is fine, but clashing with teenagers till 11 until the police show up is not. Anyway, I'd begun to divide the books into different categories when I suddenly heard footsteps coming from the non-fiction section. I craned my head over to peer into that direction, but a decorative pillar was in the way of my view. I sighed and got up. I would have to go investigate. The non-fiction section is on the ground level and consists of several different aisles, but it didn't take long to glance through each aisle. No one was there, so I just went back to the front desk. The moment before I sat down at my chair, though, I heard a different sound, one that honestly did creep me out a bit. That sound was whispering, like someone rapidly muttering under their breath, not wanting to be heard, but also not wanting to keep it to themselves. It was then that I was starting to get ghost vibes. I hadn't heard any ghost stories from my coworkers so far, so I never assumed that the library was haunted, and I wasn't really ready to assume that now. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy ghost stories, and I watched Ghost Hunters for the longest time, but it takes a lot for me to believe in something like that. I go to the nearby wall and click on the upstairs lights. Then I make my way up the flight of steps. I call out, letting anyone know who might be there that the library is closed and that they should leave. I wouldn't even need to escort them. When the doors here are locked, you can still exit from the inside. Pretty convenient. I called out twice, and still no one responded, and no one moved. Not until I make it to the top of the steps, where I suddenly hear quick footsteps traveling away from me. It sounded like they were coming from the flight of steps opposite to this one. Steadily, I made my way between the aisles up here, checking each one like I did before, slowly making my way to the other flight of steps. After seeing nothing weird or out of the ordinary up here, I used the next flight of steps to go back down to the ground floor. But on the third step from the top, I see something on the floor. I gasp audibly when I see that it's blood. A chill goes down my spine. I'm wondering if this is really happening, wondering what this even is. A break-in? A vengeful ghost? Or nosebleed someone had earlier that day and never cleaned up. I settled on that idea. I continued down the steps, making a mental note that after the books are organized, I'll need to go get that blood up. Then again, that blood did look kind of fresh, I thought. Putting it at the back of my mind, I went back to the front desk. I tried calling out a warning again. Once more, no reply. I sit down at the desk, finishing up the separating books into categories part before delivering them to their proper shelves. Social sciences, language, science, all that good stuff. After that, I returned to my desk. I double-checked the computer, where I'd just typed a list of those books that were returned. When the information looked good, I confirmed the entry. Almost the exact moment I click confirm, the whispering, muttering starts again, this time coming from behind me. I was so startled and terrified that I didn't want to turn at all. But I decided to do it in a hurry. All at once I jumped up and turned around, looking behind me, and all I see is a large, dark silhouette crossing from one aisle to the left, over to the right. It was definitely masculine. I stumble backwards, feeling for the phone at the desk. I find it and pull it up to my ear, then turn around to dial 911. An operator picked up, and I let them know that someone is in the library, possibly hurt, and they won't leave. They let me know that they'd send over someone as soon as possible. They wanted me to stay on the line, but since the desk phone was actually a corded phone, and I didn't want to be tethered to one spot, I told them I was going to hang up and wait at the front door. I had a cell phone, and if I had any further problems I could just call them again. So I hang up the phone. I go over to the light switches on the wall again, this time turning on every light in the building. I stay at the front desk, even though I should have been making my way outside. I felt too scared to move. Why did someone sneak in here like that? Why were they muttering like a madman? And what was that blood about? All this information together made me feel like I had to be afraid of something. Just when I finally convinced myself that I should go outside, even if I had to do it slowly, I heard more whispering. This time, it was coming from above me, coming from the second floor. The second floor has balconies. That's important to know with what happened next, because suddenly, a massive weight landed on top of me. I was flattened to the floor, a wave of pain flowing throughout my body. It felt as if I'd been crushed. And then, not a moment later, a sharp and deep burning sensation erupted on my left shoulder blade. I kicked and I screamed. Somehow I was able to break free. I turned toward what landed on me and scurried backward. A large man stood up, trembling and shaking violently, muttering some kind of nonsense to himself under his breath constantly. Instead of staring at me, he glanced in every direction and back to me repeatedly, as if he was delusional. This man was mentally not right. Perhaps he was on drugs of some sort, but that didn't matter to me, because I was in grave danger. Pain still filing over my body, like a bunch of wasps constantly stinging me on my back. I picked myself up, and I ran for the side door. It wasn't as close as the front door, but in that direction, there wouldn't be an insane, homeless-looking man to attack me. I slammed the door open and ran outside, nearly tackling a police officer by accident. I heard him curse and glance towards my shoulder, asking me if I was okay. I told them about the man in there, that he had attacked me and that he looked crazed. Using my keys, I led them inside, where they searched the entire area. Second floor and first floor, every aisle, every point in and between. But somehow, they didn't come up with anything more than a blood spot on that step that I'd seen, and my own blood on the ground at the desk. Turns out, the man had stabbed me in the left shoulder blade with a steak knife. Thankfully, I didn't suffer much more than bruising and some stitches. I would heal up just fine, physically. Mentally, I was unstable for a while and didn't feel safe no matter if I was at home or somewhere else. That man, whoever he was, did a lot of psychological damage to me. Once the police had swept over the place, one of them came outside to stay with me. He called an ambulance. Then he tried to comfort me, letting me know what he thought of the person who attacked me. From his guess, it was probably someone on drugs. He said people around these parts take a certain kind of drug that can make them see things that aren't there. Even that made me shudder. We live in a nice town, and I wouldn't think people like that existed here. I guess I was more sheltered than I thought I was. I was given 2 weeks paid time off from the library to heal up and try to get back to normal. I still work there, and even now, we never heard anything more of the man, meaning he was never caught. But for the next year or so, we did have a police officer staying there with us. He'd stay until everyone left, making sure everyone was okay. I think that might be the only reason I never quit. The Contract. From Kent. For the past 6 years, I've been self-employed, mowing lawns, doing landscaping, pulling up roots and stumps, and things like that. For the first few years, I'd go door to door, knocking or leaving my business card, hoping that people wanted some lawn service. If they already had someone, maybe I could offer a better rate. I can tell you now just how competitive that sort of business is, especially in the South. You see, down here, a lot of folks take pride in lawn care and farm care. When they get a tree that needs cut down, they like to do it themselves. When they've got acres of land in need of some brush hogging, they do it themselves too, more often than not. So for the first few years, my jobs were few and far between. revenue was low, and contracts were slow to come in. I cut prices as much as I could. I'd go door to door every day, hoping that I wasn't just bothering people. Now, this story in particular is one I've wanted to tell for a while. But as I'm someone who doesn't really have people in my life, like friends or close family members, I didn't really have anyone to talk to. So it's nice to have some place to share. This is actually the story of what got my business off the ground. You see, I finally found a farmer who did not want to mow and clear his own land. He had purchased a few acres away from his own farmland, so there was a gap of forest between his new land and his current land. He wasn't too happy about this, because the bid he'd placed for the land in between was being delayed. I don't know what that means, or how bids get delayed, or how that works, but that sucks for him. But because I lived closer to the plot of land that he wanted to clear out, and because he was already busy with his crops on his current land, he decided to contract me to mow and clear the land there. That would entail brush hogging several acres, cutting down some trees and uprooting a bunch of stumps, all of which I know how to do and do quite well. The week came where I'd be fulfilling this contract. My plan was to get it all done within 5 days. Immediately upon arriving there, I noticed something weird. A good 50 yards or so of the land had been cleared already. It looked like someone started to clear it and just changed their mind. If I had to guess, it looked like the farmer did it. Maybe he stopped when he realized he didn't have time to do it himself. I just went with that and started my work. As I had 2 or 3 other clients during the day, I usually ended up out here around 6 p.m., just before it got really dark. I would work well into the morning too, usually leaving around 4 a.m. I worked myself to the bone so that I'd not only get the contract done in time, but I'd also have a spare day to make sure everything looked great. And if you're thinking that doing all this at night is a bad idea, it was well away from any other people living out there. And I'm talking miles. They wouldn't even hear me in the distance. And plus, I had a couple of spotlights that I could set up before I started working. Anyway, on to the story. The first night was the roughest. I had to figure out the most efficient angle to approach this whole lot. There were at least a dozen trees in there that needed cut down and their stumps removed. But it would be really irritating to get to that before mowing the grass, which reached over 6 feet in some places. It was well overgrown. So first I did a drive around of the area, slowly checking to make sure there weren't any giant rocks hidden under the grass that would tear up my brush hog. Once I'd mentally mapped a good path, I started my tractor and got to it. Now, brush hogging has always been my favorite thing to do for the business. The more to brush hog, the better. It's quite peaceful being up there, and it's especially satisfying when you turn and see a good clean cut. Anyway, I started cutting where the farmer left off, to keep things neat, and because that side had fewer shrubs and trees to deal with, so I could cut more before being bothered. Now, around 7:45, when the moon was full in the sky, I nearly had a heart attack when I ran over something with the brush hog. Whatever it was let out this shrill cry that was so much louder than my tractor. I'd never gotten goosebumps so fast. I turned off the tractor and turned around, horrified that I may have cut up a deer. I jumped down out of my seat and went to check the blades. Everything seemed fine, and I'd pulled up a few feet before jumping down to see if there was anything under it. I didn't even find any blood. At least I don't think I did, because I did find a strange substance on the grass. There was this thick, syrupy, dark blue goop splotched all over the grass I had just cut. Reminded me of mucus in consistency. I stood up and looked around, peeking over the grass and checking the tree line. If I did run over something, it was apparently okay enough to walk away. I didn't see anything at first. I calmed myself down with a swig of red Gatorade. Then I climbed back into the tractor, continuing my contract. But I didn't go more than a yard, I'd say, before the tractor tipped to the left. I shut it off again, and I went back to see what it was. Apparently, my back left tire had dipped into a large hole in the ground. Just as I was beginning to think that I needed to ask the farmer if he wanted this filled, I spotted more of that goop. I couldn't tell if it was leading in or out of that hole. Scratching my head, I walked back over to the tractor seat, considering myself lucky that the tractor didn't tip over completely. I must have skirted by on the edge of it. Otherwise, my tractor would have fallen in. Now, I'm searching for my keys in my coat pocket. Whenever I turned the tractor off, I had a habit of taking the keys with me, a habit I formed after some of my stuff got stolen before I started this business. But the pockets on that jacket were a bit too large and open. I cursed under my breath and hopped back out of the seat once again to go search for my keys. They couldn't have been far. They had to be on the ground somewhere in the freshly cut grass. I was knelt down, my attention focused around the back left tire. Before long, I caught a glimmer of metal just in front of the back left tire. As I reached out to grab them, I heard a sudden shuffling sound coming from my right. I jumped up and looked over, and I swear to God, I saw some sort of leg entering the hole. Something had just crawled into it. I slowly approached the hole again, wondering if I might be able to see what it was. I made it to the hole. I stood over it and reached out my head to peer down. It was too deep and dark to see much. I shrugged and got back on the tractor. To be honest, I was a little shaken up. I had no idea what kind of animal that was. That leg didn't appear hairy, so I was wondering to myself what kind of hairless critters were that big around these parts. That was all for the strangeness of that night. I finished up as much as I could, and when I couldn't hold my head up any longer, I called it quits and drove home. Gatorade and lukewarm coffee can only get you so far. The following day started out the same. I finished up with a couple of regular clients, then made my way to the farmer's property. I had to pass his home before getting to the acreage he wanted me to take care of. But before I made it out there, I decided to stop by his place and ask him about that hole and the already cleared portion of the land. He was taking a break on his front porch. It was about 5:15 p.m. at that point, but he had a lot more work to do. I told him I'm glad I caught him at a good time then. I told him about the hole, stating it must have been about 4.5 feet wide, and Lord knows how deep. He told me he didn't know about it, but he did say he had a ton of dirt or so on his current property. He asked me to take as much as I needed to cover that hole. Sounds good, I replied. And then I asked him about the already cut part of the field. That's when his eyebrows furrowed. He quit leaning back in his rocking chair and leaned forward instead, placing his boots back on the ground. He took off his hat and scratched above his ear, then put the hat back on. Yeah, I was cutting a bit of it myself to start out with, he explained to me. But to be honest with you, besides not having the time or motivation, I just didn't feel right out there. Kept hearing things, you know? Something moving around in the grass. Something big. You can call me a crazy old fart if you like, but I just didn't like it. Would rather pay someone to do it for me and get it over with. Well, I didn't expect him to be that upfront about it, so I appreciated him letting me know. I told him I agreed with him. Something just felt scary out there. Found some weird substance on the grass, heard a weird cry, and I saw something climbing into that hole. I told him all that. He laughed and told me to be careful, and that if I had any trouble, just drive back down here and let him know. After that conversation, I headed right up to the acreage. I had a lot to do. If I planned things out right and kept working, I could clear out nearly 85% of the brush today. But first things first. I backed my truck up to the hole with the dirt piled in the back. With a shovel, I began to throw dirt in. At first, I wasn't sure if I had brought enough, but my mind was at ease as the last of the dirt went in, and the hole was perfectly filled, now level with the rest of the ground around it. I jumped down onto the dirt and started to pack it, then did the same by backing over it repeatedly with my truck tire. Perfection, I thought. Then I hopped on the tractor and started to cut. I was clearing brush for a few hours. I think it was around 9 p.m. at that point, when I heard a similar, but far more terrifying and loud cry than the night before. It made me jump in my seat. I turned around and looked toward the noise, and sure enough, it was coming from the direction of that hole. I didn't feel brave enough to shut off the tractor and walk over there, so I raised up the brush hog and headed over on the tractor itself. At least that way I felt a bit safer. Once I got close enough to see the hole, I swear I found several dozen marks on top of the soil that I had just packed. Looked like something had been digging in it, and I couldn't help but think that it was the same something I saw jumping into that hole the night prior. I swallowed hard, feeling bad. Whatever it was tried to get back in the hole, back to its home, and now I'd covered it up. I took off my hat, letting the air hit the sweat on my head and cool me down. I figured it was just my job, and whatever it was could just find another hole or make a new one. I began to walk back toward the tractor. Halfway there, more cries rang out. This time they were coming from the forest edge. It was shrill and rat-like, but it was far too loud to come from something as small as a rat, and whatever it was fast too. The cry would come from one portion of the woods, and after only 4 or 5 seconds, another cry from the same creature would ring out about 50 yards up in the tree line. I remember standing there thinking what the heck that could be. I definitely wasn't hearing things now, but due to the way the cry sounded, I told myself it was the world's largest field rat. These cries kept coming and coming for the remainder of the night. They frightened me so bad that I didn't work past 11. Instead of clearing 85% of the brush, I managed to clear up to 60, putting me well behind schedule. When I decided I was done for the day, I practically ran back to my truck. All the while that thing out there just kept crying and crying. I started the truck and turned up the radio. A human voice would make me feel a bit more comfortable. Then I locked the doors and began to look around through the window. I kid you not, I saw something in the darkness of the tree line, maybe 60 yards away or so. Something tall and the color of early morning mist. I kicked my truck into gear and I drove away, not sure if I wanted to keep doing this contract. Then again, the farmer had been nothing but nice to me, and I really needed the money. Plus, that farmer was well known out here, and word of mouth was something else I desperately needed. Throwing my hat at the dash, I realized I had to complete this job. I had to do it quick, and I had to do it right. The day after, I bought some Bluetooth headphones at Walmart. Took me a while to set them up right. I'm not exactly knowledgeable with phones or things like that, but I figured that would help me concentrate on my work. If that thing was getting noisy again, I could just ignore it. I had some Tim McGraw and Keith Urban downloaded to my phone, so I figured I could just listen to that. By 6:25 p.m. that day, I was back at the field. I checked the hole to make sure it hadn't been dug up. It hadn't. I examined my surroundings and the tree line. Then I got on the brush hog. Finish it, I told myself. With an extra hour, I could probably cut the rest of the field, if nothing else got in the way. I put my Bluetooth headphones in my ears, picked a song, put it on shuffle, then I got rolling. And for the first 4 hours, it worked perfectly well, but I had drastically underestimated the battery life of the headphones. They gave me a 15% battery life remaining warning, so I took them out and put them back in their little ovular charger. The moment I pulled one from my ear, I heard it. The crying coming from within the trees. I shuddered and looked around. I couldn't see it just yet, but it was out there, and it was still mad. I sighed, hoping the charger for the headphones could charge them up real fast. For the next hour, I was on edge, cutting the overgrown grass. I found myself not only scanning the trees constantly, but also looking in the grass, as if something might be lurking in there. Even a professional football player could be well hidden in that grass. I couldn't really distract myself. No matter where my mind turned, it always came back to that thing crying in the woods. A few minutes later, the cries suddenly stopped. Now, I would have guessed I'd feel better after the cries finally died down, but right away I felt about 10 times worse. I was so scared and on edge at that point that I turned the tractor off and just listened. There were bugs chirping and wind blowing over the grass. The sound of grass blades brushing against each other had me a bit twitchy. With the right gust of air, it almost sounded like something moving past the grass. Once I had thoroughly convinced myself I was just paranoid, I started up the tractor again and kept moving. One thought that really helped me was the idea that the tractor and brush hog were so loud that surely it would scare away anything that could be out there. But at that point, I gotta be honest, I found myself missing the cries, because then at least I knew where that creature was, even if I didn't know what it was exactly. Then suddenly my tractor stalled. I couldn't get it to start. I was mad. I had a lot to do and I couldn't really afford to fix it, not without dipping into my savings, which were already low. Deep down though, I saw this as an out. I could finish up clearing the brush in a couple of hours once I got it fixed the next day. Heck, I would even come by early, just to have a bit more daytime to fix the tractor and get the brush cleared. I had this idea in my head that once all the brush was cleared and things were more visible, I wouldn't be as scared. Unfortunately, that night, the way the tractor was angled, I'd either have to walk along the tree line or cut through the tall grass to make it back to my truck. Neither of these scenarios sounded good to me, so I just cut through the grass. A straight line would be much quicker of a walk, but not being able to see more than a few inches in front of me made me a bit more paranoid than I already was. I could have sworn I kept hearing something else moving through the grass as well. Just keep walking straight, I reminded myself. Just a few more yards and... Suddenly, I tripped over something. I almost fell on my face, but my hands reached out just in time to keep that from happening. Still, I cut my palms pretty bad. As I began to pick myself back up, I still felt the sensation of something at my leg. I hadn't just tripped over something. I'd been grabbed, and whatever it was still grabbing onto me. I looked toward my leg as the pressure built up further, causing an intense stinging pain at my ankle. When I looked towards my foot, I saw it, and I nearly screamed. A veiny, tan, four-fingered hand, ending in dark black nails, clung tight to my ankle. The moment that I wanted to scream, I instead instinctively pulled my leg away, and at the same time, whatever was holding on to me yanked. Luckily for me, this happened to cause the hand to slide a bit until it was over my shoe, which then came off and I was freed. I picked myself up and ran like a madman through the grass. I soon broke through to the cleared portion of the field, but I must have been turned around, because I was by the tree line now. I looked over to my right, and the truck was there, now closer. It was only a 20-yard run between me and safety, but the tall part of the grass would still be nearby, even next to my truck, thanks to the pattern I was mowing in. I took off at a full sprint, limping awkwardly thanks to my missing shoe and injured ankle. What came next didn't surprise me. I basically expected it, but it still horrified me. The sound of something bounding through the tall grass next to me, alongside me as I ran. I could tell just how much faster it was than me, and I couldn't help but wonder why it never leapt out and dragged me away. It could if it wanted to. But I made it to my truck. I flung open the door, slammed it shut, turned the key in the ignition, and drove home. There I sat in the dark interior of my truck, my ankle severely bruised, even further behind on my contract that I had to finish or I wouldn't be able to pay my bills. A grown man, nearly at tears. What was wrong with me? I brainstormed the entire drive home, praying that there weren't any cops at the regular speed traps, because I wasn't driving right at all, not in that panicked state. But my racing mind finally led me to an idea. my brother. My brother lived a couple of towns over, about an hour away, so it wasn't too close, but I was desperate, more than ever. I gave him a call that night. I apologized because he had been sleeping. Then I asked him if he'd join me on a job. I offered him half of the pay of the contract to help me finish it out, but I never told him the other half of his duty, to just be there and make me feel safe. You see, my brother had a sidearm and a concealed carry permit, so I would certainly feel safer with him being there. With double the manpower, I was able to finish up the grass the next day and clear out nearly all the stumps. I had to sacrifice half my pay, but I really did appreciate my brother coming by. Now, toward the end of that day, we had the choice of staying overtime to just finish it up and call it quits for good, or come back the next day for a half day. In my head, doing a half day the next day meant a little bit more daytime to finish up, but then again, the idea of just getting it done that night felt better, so that's what we decided to do. We worked until about 5 a.m., and the worst that happened then was my brother coming to me when I had my headphones in and asking me what those weird sounds are. And yeah, it was the same sounds, the shrill cries that were rat-like. And now I know they weren't from a rat. I told him it was just a bird. He went back to work, not really interested to know what kind of bird it was. When we were finally done, we went over to Waffle House and celebrated. But my stomach was queasy. The idea that I'd put my brother in danger too, just because I wanted to feel better, and I never told him about what was out there, made me feel a bit guilty. But maybe I'll share this story with him soon. I hope he takes it well. And I hope that farmer's out there and he's doing okay. Last I heard from him, that hole that I'd packed got dug into and is open for business once again. Attack at Midnight. From Patrick. I was in Littleton, Colorado, spring 2017. I worked at the Melting Pot restaurant, which currently occupies an old 3-story building that was built in the early 1900s as a Carnegie library. There have been many documented cases of paranormal behavior at this location, and the restaurant was even featured on a ghost hunting TV show. The most haunted area is located in the basement in a little L-shaped cove that has 5 booth tables for dining. The cove was down 2 little stairs, and immediately when entering you had a 4-top table on your left and a 2-person table on your right. Past the 4-top in the corner was a large round booth, and around the bend was 2 more 4-top tables and a dead end. The last table in the cove was considered the most haunted table in the restaurant. Many times people would bring spirit contacting boards and different conjuring type things to try and evoke a spirit, and sit in the last table to do just that. One day a coworker and I were cleaning these tables late one night, and he goes, "Ow, dang, did you just scratch me?" I hadn't touched him, and I told him that. He lifts up his shirt, and there are 3 large bleeding scratches going all the way down his back. He immediately freaks out, and soon after he quit, feeling as if this entity was trying to follow him home. A year later, I hadn't seen anything else unusual. One night around midnight, I started antagonizing the spirit in this area. Even after seeing that kid get scratched, I still wasn't convinced. So I was down there yelling out for something, saying something like, "You don't exist. If you did, you would show yourself." I figured there wouldn't be an answer, so I went back to bussing my last tables for the night. I was carrying a bus tub down the back stairs and had to walk by this cove to get to the kitchen. I've been a server for years and never drop anything, let alone drop something out of a bus tub. Well, I go walking by the cove, and a metal fondue pot goes flying out of my bus tub down the 2 stairs and into the haunted cove. I continued to the kitchen to place down my bus tub. I then grabbed a towel to clean up the chocolate mess I'd made. At that point, I'd forgotten about the antagonizing I had done an hour earlier. So I go charging into the L-shaped cove to clean up the chocolate fondue pot that had somehow just leapt out of my bus tub and down the stairs. As soon as I enter, something grabs me by my right shirt sleeve, throwing me into the rock wall, immediately smashing my head into it. It leaves me with a goose egg bump and a large cut on my forehead. I was so startled, and I was bleeding everywhere at that point. I had to run to the bathroom to assess the situation. Sure enough, I found a 3-inch gash and a large lump. That's when I recalled what I'd done earlier and realized it may have been a bad idea. I go upstairs and my coworkers say, "Whoa, what happened to you? Looked like you saw a ghost," telling me I was as white as could be and I looked scared. I tell them I think I was just attacked by a ghost. I honestly can't explain the pot flying out of my bus tub like that, and then an unseen force just slamming me into the wall. Well, the only explanation I can come up with is that the spirit caused me harm. So my warning to you would be, don't antagonize haunted places and the spirits there, unless you're ready for the repercussions. Working solo can be spooky. From Sean D. You wouldn't think that a sock factory would be a spooky place to work by yourself. The steam presses hiss, the thumps, the clinks, all these things can have an almost hypnotic rhythm. The rule of thumb there is that no one is allowed to work if they are the only ones that have shown up. This happens more than you think when you work the second shift, and there are only 3 people counting yourself on the crew. I didn't really know of the no-show rule until I'd already worked a solo shift myself, and after that one night, I had a sneaking suspicion why. I had been clocked in for nearly half an hour when my cell phone rang. The supervisor was on the other end. "I won't be in, so when the other 2 get in, just board the socks," which is what the process of steam pressing them is called. "Do that for 4 hours, then after break, you're on bagging, and the other 2 will work repair." Well, neither work partner came in, and due to the Rona, if anyone was feeling the tiniest bit ill, they weren't supposed to come in. They would have to take a sick day. Boarding solo wasn't permitted due to safety concerns, so I set up the bagging station. Now, bagging is a very easy job. It often causes me to lose track of time. I only noticed it was time for my break when I had a sudden and intense feeling I was being watched. I looked around and I spotted someone in the boiler cage. They were watching me. I couldn't get a clear look at their face, and oddly enough, despite the heat of the boiler, they were wearing a black hooded sweater. Add to that the mandatory face mask. The mystery watcher had almost total facial concealment. When I looked directly at them, they immediately pretended to be busy, checking the boiler. I kept a watchful eye on them on my way to the break room. I knew it could not have been an intruder, as employees need an access card just to get in the factory. After my break, I decided to check the boiler cage. Maybe I did just see one of the employees, perhaps a new employee. I could at least introduce myself to them. I was almost out of work orders to bag up, and I'd have free time to help them with anything they may need. When I reached the boiler, they were gone. So I just went back to work. Just like before, I would lose track of time and suddenly get an overwhelming feeling of being watched. When I looked over at the boiler cage, they were standing inside it, just staring at me. This time I reacted immediately, smiling as I approached them while saying hello. They exited the cage as I made my way over, so I went around some shelves hoping to meet them as they closed the gate behind them. When I made it to the gate, they were nowhere in sight. Not only that, but the gate was closed and padlocked. I was obviously confused. I didn't hear the gate open or close, and I definitely would have heard the padlock snapping shut. I looked around for the mystery person, but I didn't see them anywhere nearby. I finished my job that night, albeit a bit distracted from my constant glances at the boiler. As I left, I could feel someone watching me through a window. I didn't bother looking back. Instead, I just quickened my step. I don't think that I saw a spirit. I believe that I saw a living, breathing person. At least, that's exactly what it looked like. The factory isn't really that old. Not old enough to be haunted, best to my knowledge. Besides, a ghost wouldn't need a face mask, would they? The house I work at is kinda creepy. From Wayward Companion. I work at a group home for autistic adults. Our house has 5 residents, and I work the 3rd shift. The house itself is actually quite nice. A 2-story, 6-bedroom home in an affluent neighborhood. Honestly, it's a beautiful home. It's not even that old, built sometime in the late 80s or early 90s. But it is definitely haunted. Coworkers told me as much when I first started working there, almost 2 years ago. In fact, one of my coworkers was so freaked out by something that happened to her that she refused to go upstairs for any reason. Now, I work the 3rd shift alone, which is nerve-wracking enough. I'm a girl on the shorter side and in charge of caring for 5 adult men, some of whom have occasional violent outbursts. It's not uncommon to get physically attacked or to have to deal with someone engaging in destructive or self-injurious behavior. That kind of stuff is just part of the job. Now add to that the weird, creepy things that happen, and you've got a terrifying combination. One of our guys sometimes gets up in the middle of the night. Typically, we would have to go see what they need. Usually it's just a trip to the bathroom or a drink of water. Except for when one of our guys is up. Let's call him JJ. When JJ's up, it's sometimes a bit more, shall I say, unsettling. You see, we often find JJ standing in front of his open closet, and he'll be talking to it. The thing is, one night I saw something in the closet, an entity or shadow person. I could have gone on thinking it was just one of his eccentricities, had I not seen the blacker-than-black humanoid shape with glowing red eyes standing in his closet one night after I'd heard him get up and I went upstairs to put him back to bed. I'd like to say I was brave and went in to save him from whatever it was in his closet. But in all honesty, I just stood there in shocked horror for a few moments, while my brain tried to process what I was seeing. Then I noped it back down the stairs for the night. Then there are those doors which are alarmed, and we keep locked, because a few of our guys are runners who would wander off if they got outside unattended. Despite that, at least once a week the garage door or the door to the patio just swings open by itself. Then there's the most recent event that happened only a few hours ago. Tonight, while sitting in the living room doing paperwork, I heard an almighty crash coming from the kitchen. I jumped up thinking one of the guys was up and had snuck into the kitchen. But when I went to check, no one was in there, and nothing was out of place. More disturbingly, after a quick check, I was completely freaked out by the fact that all the guys were soundly sleeping. The sound I'd heard had been extremely loud, so much so that the wall behind me shook. Not to mention all our guys are light sleepers. The lightest sleeper's bedroom is just off the kitchen, and yet he just slept through it soundly when he should have been wide awake. I have no explanation for what I'd heard. In fact, as I'm writing this, I feel a presence like someone is watching me, and I've got 6 hours to go before my shift ends. It wasn't human. This is more of a going to work in the early morning / late night kind of story. From Jason M. This took place during the winter of 2017. I work at a gas station in a small town in Northern California. I've got the opening shift at my work, which is 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. Now, I'd recently totaled my car after hydroplaning into a ditch, so I was left without a vehicle to drive to and from work until I got the insurance money to get a new one. Since my job is only about 1.5 miles from my apartment, I decided it'd be good for me to get some exercise for the time being. So I started to walk to work in the mornings. The road was paved and fairly well trafficked, but in the pitch black darkness of 4:30 a.m., when I had to begin my commute, it was rare to see anyone driving down the road at all. So one especially cold morning, I began my walk to work along the road, as I usually did. About 1/2 mile in, I always passed by a forested area next to the road. This part had no street lights or anything, so I used my powerful flood flashlight to light my way. As anyone might do in the dark, I was continuously using it to peer into my shadowed surroundings as I walked. 1/2 mile down the road, I began to hear something rustling in the bushes off to the side of the road up ahead of me. I began to feel as if I was being watched. I stopped and shone my light on the bush in question and just about jumped out of my skin when it emerged from the bushes. It was just a deer. As it crossed the street and hopped into the shrubs on the other side, I told myself to not be so jumpy and that nothing around here could really be a danger to me. If only I knew how wrong I was. About another 1/2 mile down the road, the feeling of being watched returned, but this time the hair on the back of my neck was standing straight up. As I tried to convince myself that it was just another deer, my light passed over some bushes a little ways into the tree line to my left, about 50 feet behind me. Keep in mind the next few events I'm going to describe all happened within a few split seconds. My light suddenly shone upon what seemed to be a crouching figure with its back to me, facing a bush. At first, I thought it was a homeless man, but as I stopped walking and I shined my light directly at the crouching figure, I very clearly saw that, to my absolute horror, it wasn't human at all. Whatever it was, it appeared to be naked. It had no hair on its body, and its skin was very pale. Its limbs were unnaturally long and spindly. The thing looked like, if it stood up, it might be more than 8 feet tall. Its fingers were very long and thin too, and ended in sharp black points like claws. The second I shined my light over it, it quickly turned its head to look at me. Its eyes, they glowed like an animal's eyes do in the dark, like a cat's eyes or a deer's. I didn't get a great look at its face, but whatever it was, I knew it wasn't human. But it certainly wasn't an animal either, not a normal one. The moment it looked at me, I bolted down the road, and I didn't look back. Over my panicked gasping, I thought I heard it chasing me, which made me desperately push myself to go faster. Suddenly in the distance ahead of me on the road, a car's headlights appeared, and as I kept sprinting, the car soon passed me, going behind me and out of sight. I no longer heard that thing behind me, but I kept running anyway, and I didn't stop until I made it to work. Huffing and gasping for air, I arrived at work, and I told my coworker what had just happened. He didn't look so much surprised as he did concerned, and told me another coworker of mine had seen the same creature recently. He had described it to him exactly as I had, every last detail. Needless to say, I'm never going to walk to work in the dark again. I'll just call an Uber or something from now on. Whispers in the Dark, from Patrol Officer. I'm a security officer for a company in Southern California. We actually work alongside the sheriff's department in the cities that we service. As a patrol officer, my job in this specific company is essentially the same as that of a police officer. Unlike your typical observe and report security guards, we respond to calls ranging from simple trespassers to burglary, domestic abuse, kidnapping, and shots fired. Hence the officer in the title. I've been in a couple of foot and vehicle pursuits. That's just the way we operate, which is why we've worked alongside the local sheriff's offices. Now that you all know what we do, let me get to the story. I used to work the late beat before being switched to days. When this story happened, I was working from 2200 to 0600 in the morning. I remember driving around the city in my patrol vehicle, listening to our two-way radio for any calls, when I got one in my district. A burglary alarm on the north side of the city, out in the desert, and had to be around 1 in the morning when I was sent to check it out. As soon as I pull into the street leading to the property, I rolled in dark, which just means I shut off all the lights. The building used to be an onion packaging factory with hangars on the west side of the property, but now it was abandoned, and we were contracted to watch it. I've been in there alone many times when I checked it twice a night, but never had an experience up until this night. Keep in mind that the property does not have working lights at all. Anyway, I pull onto the west side of the property, visually inspecting the exterior perimeter when I observed a slightly open door. I key up on my radio. Lincoln 1 to control. Dispatch, go ahead. This is Lincoln 1. Be advised I have an open door on the west side of the hangars. Can you roll an additional unit to my location? I stand by my vehicle smoking a cigarette under the drizzle that is rare for Southern California. I like the rain though. The wind was also blowing pretty hard this night, from what I remember. Anyway, about 5 minutes later, my partner arrives, who also happens to be my really good friend outside of work. We pull our guns and flashlights and go inside. The first thing you always noticed when entering is the stench of onion. I mean, it was so pungent that you could taste it through your nose. The hangars we were clearing are huge, dark, empty, and filled with that rotten smell. This is where things get creepy. We can hear the light drizzle hit the sheet metal, the wind blowing through whatever cracks they find, and it happens. We heard footsteps on the roof of the hangars. I look at my partner and say, "What the heck? These hangars don't have access to the roof. How did they get up there?" He replies, "I don't know. Call it in." Lincoln 1 to control. Be advised we hear footsteps on the roof. We are code 6, 1023 until further. Which pretty much means we're out on investigation, stand by until further notice. Dispatch acknowledges and we walk through the building, checking all corners until we get outside. We check the perimeter of the building and just like I thought, no access to the roof. Plus, it's raining. Who the heck would be up there? Anyway, we put it off on the wind. We check everything possible and call it code 4, or all good. As we're walking back through the hangars we just cleared, since it's the only way to exit to get back to our vehicles, the creepiest thing happens. Now, I've never been a believer in the paranormal, and I always rolled my eyes when I would watch ghost shows on TV, and they would say they would hear whispering, but could never make it out. Well, I kid you not, my partner and I heard whispering as if multiple voices were doing it simultaneously, and even though we heard it clear as freaking day, I couldn't make it out. My partner and I freeze in our tracks, and just stare at each other. We pull our guns again, flashlights shining all over the walls. I call in a code 6 again, and we start to clear the property once more. We knew what we heard was not normal, but we had to treat it as someone possibly being in here that we missed. This is when all heck breaks loose. Doors begin slamming everywhere, footsteps on the roof and whispering can all be heard, and then, all of a sudden, it stops. My partner and I just stare at each other, and without saying a word, we just walk outside with our guns in hand. I can't say we were scared, but we were definitely shocked and amazed. I call in a secondary code 4. I stand outside with my partner and look at him. I say, "We'll just blame it on the wind." He looks at me and nods. That was the last night I ever went to that place, before my promotion to corporal, and I switched to day shifts. I still don't believe in many ghost stories that are shared, but you can rest assured that even I don't believe it was the wind that night. There's no way in hell. A dire confession from C-Note 78. I work as a transit security officer in Vancouver, British Columbia. My job entails dealing with problems on the bus. If someone is drunk and causing a problem, or if someone is passed out and not waking up. We also rode the buses to check to make sure people pay their fares and are not cheating the system. Anyway, on this particular night, which was a graveyard shift, as we work from 7:30 p.m. to 5:30 a.m., I had ridden in one of our late-night buses from downtown to the suburbs of Surrey, which was about a 90-minute bus ride. We got through the night without any hitches. My partner and I were in the patrol car, heading back to the office to finish off our paperwork for the night, then clock out. My partner was driving, and I was the passenger. It was about 4:45 a.m. then, and it was in the fall, so it was still dark out. That's when I see this guy standing on the side of the road, just staring at the cars passing by. As our car is about to pass by, I make eye contact with him. I still remember those beady little eyes of his. His eyes looked left and right and back and forth when all of a sudden he runs out into traffic. Luckily, my partner sees him and swerves to avoid running him over. I tell him to pull over the car. Then we run over to where the guy was standing as he's walking back to the curb. I'm upset at this guy, obviously, as we almost hit him with the car. I began to yell at him, asking him what the heck his problem is. I wanted to know if he knew how close he was to getting killed. It was at this point I got a good look of his eyes, and I can see that the guy's not all there. I changed my approach and asked him what was going on. Maybe we could help him if he tells us what's happening. I'm thinking this guy is on some heavy drugs, or has a mental illness of some kind, or both. The man then looks at me and my partner and says, "I need to talk to a justice of the peace. I need to confess." My partner and I look at each other, both with confirming looks that this guy is crazy, and maybe we should call the cops. I ask him, "What's going on, buddy? What do you want to confess?" The guy refuses to talk to anyone except for a justice of the peace or judge, and again says he needs to confess. My partner starts to call it in to dispatch, as I try to get some more details and a name, a date of birth, address, etc. As I'm trying to get more information from him, another wave of cars begins to approach. They would be passing by momentarily. The guy just keeps repeating, "I need to confess. I need to confess." Then he takes another shot at running in front of the passing cars. The fight was on, and lucky for us, the guy wasn't very large in stature. Maybe 5'5" and 140 to 150 pounds. I was well over his size, and I had a partner for backup, who was fit and an active athlete. So the guy was easily subdued, and since we felt he was at risk of harming himself or someone else, we decided to handcuff and arrest him for safety until the police arrived. Try as I might, I wanted to get him to tell me what he wanted to confess, but he kept wanting to talk only to the justice of the peace. The police showed up shortly afterward and took the male into custody. This happened in 2016, and it still bothers me to this day. What did he want to confess? Maybe there was a house with a dead body somewhere, or maybe he was just out of his mind. We'll never know, I guess. The Shadow Man, from Jack Mustard. In the spring of 2011, when I began working as a security guard at a major tech company, one of the other officers made a remark to me before he left the building. "Don't let any odd sounds get to you," he said. I told him most sites have unusual noises and they don't really bother me. I'm unlikely to encounter anything of a supernatural nature here, I said. "Oh, I don't know about that," he replied. Being constructed in 2001 with its data center and telecoms, the tech company's site had the look and feel of something off a Star Wars set. It was a new high-tech structure with no history and no known tragedy. Besides me, the only energy there was computer energy. For nearly the first 3 years of my job, my initial assessment was proven correct. But there was one night in 2012, when I was reading a blog, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of a pitch-black figure flashing across the second floor. Near the security desk is a large circular opening where one can see the walkway on the second floor. It looked like a robber dressed in black with a face mask, except it moved fast. It moved faster than any human could move. I brushed it off as nothing to be concerned about and continued to read my blog. I never mentioned it to anyone, and I forgot about it. I didn't see it head on, so it didn't really exist to me. It was a figment of my late-night imagination. Fast forward about 1 year, on the 3 a.m. patrol, I had an encounter far more real and chilling than the previous one. During the hourly patrols, the 4 telecom rooms and the data center have to be checked to ensure the computers do not overheat. To reach one of the telecom rooms, one has to traverse a dark corridor, which opens into a dimly lit office area. As I came out of the corridor, in my peripheral vision to my right, I saw a black, translucent figure. The figure stood approximately 6 feet tall. One could discern a head, neck, torso, and limbs, and it appeared to have short dreadlocks. I turned to look at it, and actually saw it straight on for about 2 seconds. It was black, faceless, but definitely real. I jumped backward and let out what seemed to be a loud yell. No one could hear me. The shadowy figure stepped back and blended itself into the background. The atmosphere lightened and returned to normal. Needless to say, the main lights went on and stayed on early that morning. When the security supervisor relieved me that morning, I asked him if any tragedies had occurred in the building or near the site. I considered him a reliable source to ask, as he had worked at the tech company since its opening. He said that no one had died on site, and he didn't remember anyone with short dreadlocks ever working there. Could something have happened prior to the construction of the building? Further research into the history of the place turned up nothing. To this day, I'm still uncertain as to who or what the mysterious Shadow Man, or Shadow Men, were. The Night of the Creeps, from 19 Delta Scout. College is a time of great paradox. You spend a good portion of your day in class, and if you want to pass your classes, you need to spend a good portion of your night studying. Oh, and if you do need money, you'll also need to find a job. And heaven forbid that girl who took you home from the party now thinks you two are a couple. It was a constant juggling act trying to balance school, study, work, girls, and sleep, because devoting too much time for one took away from the others. My parents weren't rich, so I didn't want to ask them for money, and I wasn't ready yet to join the military and let Uncle Sam pay for my college tuition. So I had to get a job. I thought I'd found the perfect job, one which paid me fairly decently while allowing me to study and do homework at the same time. Yep, I became a security guard. It wasn't a bad gig. The site I was assigned to was an office building, which was located across the street to an FBI branch office in a low-crime area of the city. I got there at 4 in the evening and escorted office workers to their cars until the building closed at 5. After 5, I would do a few security patrols around the building, letting the cleaning crew into the building at 8 in the evening and letting them out at midnight when my shift ended. In between that time, I was free to study and do homework from my desk inside the security office. I was basically on my own, and for 6 months at the site, I only saw my security supervisor 4 times. Like I said, it was a sweet gig. Then one Friday before my shift was to start, I got a call from the security supervisor asking me if I wouldn't mind working the graveyard shift for a few weeks out at a site located in what was known as the Great Dismal Swamp. The hours were from 11 at night to 6 in the morning, and because the site was so remote, the job would pay an additional $3 an hour. I quickly agreed. I could use that extra cash. Since I got off at 6 in the morning and my first class started at 9, I had plenty of time to get ready for school. I met my security supervisor at the main office at 11 that night, and once again I was not impressed by him, which is why I was happy that I rarely saw him. He was middle-aged with a beer gut, absolutely no muscle mass on him whatsoever. His hair was, in my opinion, too long and scraggly to inspire confidence in someone who was supposed to be a security guard. And he had a bushy, naughty movie stash, if you know what I'm saying. His hairy arms hid really tacky-looking tattoos, which he said he got while he was in the Navy, but they looked like tattoos that you'd get while serving time in prison. In fact, if it wasn't for the security badge and uniform that he wore, which was disheveled and unironed, his picture looked like it should have adorned the walls of the post office. When I met him, he was visibly drunk, and he smelled of alcohol. He told me to follow him, and he got into his old brown and primer gray Dodge Al Bundy-looking mobile that had magnetic signs on the rust-colored doors that read, A1 Security Services. I got into my brand new Chevy Camaro, which I paid for during my senior year in high school, from money I saved working part-time jobs since I was 15. I then followed him as he screeched out of the parking lot and onto the highway. It was a Friday night, and this being a huge military town, it was military payday, so the highway was packed, but traffic was moving quickly as we took the exit towards the city of Chesapeake, which was built on the Great Dismal Swamp. We were on the road for a good 45 minutes, going deeper and deeper into farm country, passing several rivers and streams. The traffic had all but vanished long ago, and the streetlights were few and far between. Still, we hadn't reached the site. I was seriously thinking that this guy was bringing me out here to kill me, dump my body into the swamp. A suspicion that got stronger when he turned off the main 2-lane road and onto a gravel road, which wound between the viney trees and weeping willows. The narrow road ended at a dilapidated parking lot, at the end of which stood what appeared to be an abandoned 2-story building. Behind the run-down-looking building was a canal, which connected to the Elizabeth River. One tilted light pole holding 2 light bulbs, which flickered on and off, illuminated the parking lot, and aside from the old building with vines crawling up its sides, there was nothing else in the area, except dark, foreboding trees, swamp, and probably the ghosts of past security guards, which this guy took out here to kill. To my surprise, however, the creepy old abandoned building was well lit from the inside.
"Come on, kid," said my security supervisor. "Let's get you inside. It's not good to stay outside here for long."
"Huh?" I said.
"Nothing," he answered.
As we continued walking, I saw several other run-down structures next to the building, though these were not illuminated and hung in the shadows. As we got closer to the building, I saw it had been vandalized, with several windows broken out, and spray-painted graffiti on the walls. There was also a slightly foul smell in the air, like wet, rotting vegetation mixed with sweaty gym socks that were left inside your gym bag in the trunk of your car for a week.
"This used to be an old paper mill a few years back,"
said my security manager as he opened the door into the brightly lit main lobby. The door hadn't been locked.
"The mill went out of business and just sat here until it was bought by a Dutch company that wants to start it back up sometime next year. Till then, they want us to keep watch over the facility to discourage vandals and such."
We walked down the main corridor, which was littered with broken glass, leaves, and more graffiti, past a broken set of double doors and towards a room at the end of the hallway. "Doesn't look like there's been any vandals here for a while," I observed as our footsteps echoed across the tomb-like building.
"Probably not,"
my supervisor replied. We got to the room at the end of the corridor, which ended up looking like an old boiler room, with rusty pipes and gauges and whatnot. A large table stretched across the wall where windows looked out across the canal outside. 3 old black padded chairs were at the table.
"Well, here we are," said my supervisor. "Be careful when you do your roving patrols, as there may be some raccoons or other animals which have made this building their home. And watch out when you walk around outside for snakes and whatnot. Did you bring a flashlight?"
No, I replied. I wasn't told that I needed one.
Okay, he said. "Well, let me get out of here. If you run into trouble, just call 911, then call the night shift supervisor. Keep the lights on and I'll see you in the morning."
Wait, I said. This seems like a pretty nice site. Peaceful, nobody to bug you, and you get paid extra? What's the catch? My supervisor looked annoyed.
"No catch," he said, leaving. "Just can't get anyone to stay on the site. Roy, the new guy, quit this morning after his shift here ended."
"Really?" I asked. But before I could say anything else, my supervisor added,
"Oh, one more thing. Ned's running late, but he'll be here with you later. Remember, keep the lights on."
He walked out before I could say anything else, and I can't say I was sorry to see him go. I looked around the boiler room and saw that there was a coffee pot and an old dirty microwave at the end of the table that I guessed the previous security guards had been using. There was also an old touch-tone phone that I assume I could call the police with if Jason Voorhees decided to rise out of the swamp and hack me to death. I figured I'd wait for a little bit and get settled in before going back out to my Camaro to get my schoolwork. If I finished my assignment tonight, I'd be free for the rest of the weekend to use my Camaro for what it was intended for, to be a chick magnet. I sat on one of the rusty old black padded chairs and nearly fell over backwards as the back support was broken and gave out. The creaking noise seemed to echo down the hallway. I rolled it aside and tested another chair, finding that that one was fairly stable. I sat down and scanned the table some more. I found the security duty log from the night before that was on a clipboard. The report from the new guy, Roy, was still on it, which meant that he never returned to the main office to turn it in. Apparently, he just hauled tail out of there this morning. Roy's printing was neat and tidy, all in block letters and easy to read. I wondered why he would just leave the log here when he knew he should have turned it in. That's how a guard gets paid. With nothing else to do, I read the log entries. Midnight, arrived on site. Security supervisor instructs me to ensure that the lights remain on in the building. Advised to call 911 if there's trouble. 0030 hours. Conduct security patrol around inside a building. Several lights flickering on and off in upstairs corridors. 0100. Lights in parking lot flickered on and off. Thought I saw movement outside. Went to investigate but found nothing. 0215. Lights in the security room have gone out. Lights in main hallway downstairs flickering on and off. Going to look for breaker box. 0230. Cannot find breaker box, but I thought I saw someone outside looking through a window in the security room. Going to investigate. 0250. There's definitely someone outside. Called to the person, but when I got around to where he was standing, he was gone. The last entry was sometime after that. I'm not sure what time it was exactly because Roy didn't write it down. However, Roy's handwriting was no longer neat and uniform, but shaky, almost as if he panicked. It simply said, "All lights completely out. That's not a person looking into the window. I'm out of here." I tossed the clipboard back onto the table. So what, I thought. Did a badger scare you away? The lights in the room flickered for a second but came back on. I thought I saw something at the window out of the corner of my eye, but I dismissed it as a trick of the flickering lights. I leaned back in my chair wondering when the other guard was supposed to be here. I usually worked by myself. I didn't know too many other guards. I'd heard the name Ned before, but usually as Old Bloody Ned. I wondered if that was the same guy. I decided it was a good time to do a patrol around the building, to get a feel for the place. I use the term patrol loosely, as it sounded more professional than having fun exploring a creepy old abandoned paper mill. As it turned out, as far as abandoned office buildings go, it was pretty unremarkable. Downstairs had a cafeteria and break room with long aluminum tables and empty snack and soda machines. There was a front office and a conference room with empty desks and filing cabinets filled with old invoices, shipping and receiving documents, and pay stubs. By the way, if you used to work for an old paper mill in Chesapeake that went out of business, you might want to know that they still have old pay documents that have your bank account info still on them inside old filing cabinets. Anyway, the upstairs had 2 halls lined with offices and a storeroom, which had cleaning supplies and a set of metal stairs, which led to the roof and the air conditioners. Dust and cobwebs covered the corners and walls, as well as shattered glass that hadn't been disturbed for ages. And aside from the lights flickering on and off occasionally, there really wasn't anything particularly spooky about the place. I then decided to go back out to my car to grab my school backpack and the dinner that I'd packed. 2 double-decker smoked ham and bologna sandwiches, with Swiss cheese and the right amount of spicy mustard and mayonnaise with a tall can of Pringles chips, and a couple of ice-cold Red Bulls. This was going to be yummy, as I'd only eaten lunch about 12 hours earlier. I was famished. I returned to the boiler room, tossed my backpack to the side, and laid out my dinner, anxious to sink my teeth into those delicious sandwiches. I first wrote a quick entry into the security log. 0130. Completed security patrol around building. Lights flickering occasionally, but otherwise all secure. Just as I turned to grab a sandwich, all the lights in the building went out. I sat there in pitch blackness for about 2 seconds, annoyed that I'd have to look for the breaker box when the lights flickered and came on dimly. The lights were flickering when I heard a shuffling noise coming from the main hallway. Slowly, I got up, easing the seat back quietly in order to hear better. Yeah, there definitely was something shambling down the hallway towards me. By then, the lights had come on completely again, as I approached the door to the boiler room and opened it. I was quickly confronted by a terrifying apparition. He was tall and skinny with a pot belly, pale, white, and old with long wisps of white hair dangling down from his wrinkled, liver-spotted bald head. His nose and ears were large, and broken teeth lined his open mouth. The apparition stared at me through crazy-looking eyes. "You must be Ned," I said, reading the name on his dirty uniform. His uniform looked worse than my supervisor's, and Ned smelled of cigarettes and alcohol. "That's me, boy," said Ned, pushing past me and walking towards the table. "Old Bloody Ned, they call me. Sorry I'm late.
My son had to go pick me up after the bar closed so that I could get here.
Ned slumped down on the seat I had been sitting in. He'd obviously worked this site before.
Yeah, they sent me here to keep you company, boy. It appears all you young folks are too afraid to be out here in the swamps by yourselves. Oh, sandwiches.
Ned picked up one of my delicious double-decker smoked ham and bologna sandwiches with Swiss cheese and just the right amount of spicy mustard and mayonnaise, and began chomping down on it. Hey, that's my din-
Do you know why this place chases off so many people?
Said Ned, ignoring me. Because of you? I said, slumping down on the broken chair.
Don't mess with me, boy,
retorted Ned, chunks of bread flying out of his mouth as he spoke.
I swear kids today have no class. No, boy. Take a look out the window. Across the canal. You see all them trees out there?
Nope. I see the reflection of some old guy eating my dinner in the window and a whole lot of black night.
Dang it, boy. Well, if you could see out there, back behind them trees is an Indian graveyard. Back before the white man came, this land used to belong to the Chesapeake Indians. That's me, boy. I'm part Chesapeake Indian.
Okay. Assuming that you're telling me the truth, the canal is pretty wide, and the trees are far across the bank. That would put the graveyard pretty far from here.
They moved the markers, but they left the bodies here, boy. Here, right where they built this paper mill. They say it went bankrupt because they angered the spirits of my ancestors.
I rolled my eyes at this drunken old creep. Like in that movie?
What movie?
He said, now opening my can of Pringles. That movie where they moved the headstones but left the bodies, and that little girl got sucked into the TV, and then a stuffed clown tried to drag that little boy under the bed. Ned looked at me questioningly.
Are you on drugs, boy?
Exasperated, I grabbed my other sandwich and my Red Bulls, then rolled the chair to the far end of the table where I'd thrown my backpack. At least I could get some schoolwork done. I took out one of my extremely overpriced textbooks and turned my back on Ned. I tried to get in the zone to do some homework.
You afraid of blood, boy? Said Ned. Because I can't stand boys who are afraid of blood. I always say you don't deserve to call yourself a man if you're afraid of blood. Heck, you may not deserve to live if you're afraid of blood.
I slowly turned, now determined to keep an eye on this insane old man. No, I don't really spend too much time obsessing about blood, Ned.
That's the problem with you young kids these days. All weak and pathetic. I was in Vietnam, boy. We rolled around in blood and guts every day. Blood, boy. Buckets and buckets of blood.
My father did 2 tours of duty in Vietnam. He was with the Marines, and he never talked about rolling around in buckets of blood.
Bah,
Ned exclaimed, waving his hands dismissively.
Blood isn't death, blood is life. I hunt, you know, mostly deer, and every time I hunt I take the blood of my kills and I put it in a metal tub. Then I get all naked and climb into the tub. I absorb the life of my kills in that tub, and I take the spirit of the deer by drinking its blood.
Well, I'm not hungry, ever again, I said, pushing my sandwich towards Bloody Ned.
When my kid got old enough, I taught him how to hunt too. When he got his first deer kill, we drained the blood into a bucket, and I made my son pour the blood over his head. Blood, baby. Blood.
With all Ned's talk of blood and guts, I could feel myself getting nauseous.
You look kinda white there, boy. You ain't afraid of a little blood, are you?
No, I said, getting up on wobbly feet. I'm going on a patrol. Get some fresh air.
Don't let them ghosts get you, boy.
Cackled Ned as I left the room. Sweating with spots appearing in my eyesight, I staggered down the hallway and stepped outside, feeling instantly better. Where in the world did they dig up that vampire? I walked to the parking lot, under the flickering light pole, and took deep breaths until the horrific images that Ned implanted in my head faded away. It was deathly still, with the calming sounds of water rippling down the canal, mingled with the songs of frogs and crickets. Suddenly, the streetlight went out, and all sound seemed to cease. Even the lights coming from the building seemed to flicker and dim. Without a flashlight, there was no point in being outside any longer. Reluctantly, I began walking back to the building, back to where Ned was at. I decided that if he was still crazy when I got there, I would move to the cafeteria area and spend the rest of the shift there. As I walked toward the building, across the dark parking lot, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. That made me not like Ned all the more with his stories of Indian ghosts and burial grounds. The lights were still flickering as I walked down the main corridor to the boiler room. The flickering lights would make it hard to do homework, but fortunately, they usually didn't flicker for very long. By the time I made it to the boiler room, the lights were back on. Ned was still in his seat, facing outside toward the window. "I'm back, Ned," I said, but he didn't move. Ned?" I stood in front of him looking down. Ned was slumped down in the chair, eyes closed and completely still. "Ned," I said again, looking to see if his chest was rising and falling, and it wasn't. "Ned!" I leaned forward, attempting to put my hand on his chest to feel for a heartbeat. "Blood." Ned cackled as he smacked his lips, dreaming, getting comfortable in his drunken stupor. "Blood." He said again as he began snoring. God dang it, Ned. Then the lights went out completely. I stood in darkness for a second, noticing that the temperature had dropped. The hair on the back of my neck raised as I slowly turned around, feeling that eerie feeling again, that I was being watched. Outside the window, hands pressed against the glass. There was what appeared to be a very, very white little boy, staring at me. Though he was ghostly white, he appeared to be Latino or Native American. Short hair looking like it was cut in a bowl cut fashion, framed two abnormally large eyes, colored pitch black, and his mouth was wide open as if in a silent scream. As I stood there, too shocked and terrified to move, the most ridiculous thought came into my mind. You aren't nearly as creepy as old bloody Ned behind me. Though I couldn't see his eyes, I knew that the little boy was staring right through me. Slowly, he began to fade away, as if being called back, or being swallowed by the darkness until he disappeared. Soon, even his little handprints on the window were gone. When the boy faded away, the lights immediately came on. Strangely, even though I was terrified, I didn't sense anything malicious coming from the apparition. I took my backpack to the abandoned cafeteria in order to do my schoolwork, thinking that if the little boy had a problem with us, he could come back and get old bloody Ned first. In fact, I thought, please get old bloody Ned. I was working on my assignment for so long that I didn't realize it was almost time for shift change. To my surprise, my security supervisor came into the building at around 15 minutes before then. Old bloody Ned was asleep the whole time until shift change, when he finally woke up. My security supervisor shambled down the corridor, smelling of alcohol. His eyes were bloodshot and he was obviously hungover. Old bloody Ned awoke and stumbled over to him. "Hey, son," old bloody Ned said. "Son?" "Hey, Pa," my supervisor said. "I brought the car for you, Dad." I thought, that figures. Old bloody Ned is my insane supervisor's dad.
How'd your shift go? My supervisor asked. Ned pointed at me. This little boy spent the night shaking in his pants, son. Heck, I couldn't keep him awake through his shift. He's a freaking coward. My supervisor looked at me with disdain. Boy, you're a pathetic sack of lazy crap, ain't you? Not really, I said. Old Bloody Ned got into the old rusty Dodge and drove away, saying, I'll be back to pick you up at 1 o'clock. As Ned drove away, I turned to my supervisor. Hey man, I have a suggestion. My supervisor rolled his eyes. What do you want, you cowardly little college boy? I let his remark slide off me as I said, Look, this is a pretty easy sight. During the graveyard shift, there doesn't need to be 2 people here. When I come back tonight, Ned shouldn't be here.
In Mothman, from Cereza. Do you ever feel like you're being watched? It can happen when you're alone, or with others. You feel this indescribable primal emotion, sort of like a mental itch. It just tells you you're being stalked by something. This is how I felt on the drive to Huron-Manistee National Forest. For those unfamiliar, it's a beautiful and massive park that's bordered almost entirely by Lake Michigan. I've many fond memories of my experiences here, but the story I'm about to share falls into a different category. I was with my girlfriend of about 6 months at the time. We'll call her Diane. She was driving as we pulled off the interstate and neared the smaller roads that led into the designated camping area of the park. Originally, we planned to set up our campsite in the aforementioned spot, but upon arrival we noticed how crowded it was. After a bit of deliberating, we opted to grab our camping gear, which was only a minimalist tent, a few days' worth of food, and some bottled water. Then we hiked a mile or so inland, away from where the other campers were situated. After all, we came out here to have some intimacy, and being surrounded by strangers cracking beers and partying did not fit the bill. It was around 6 o'clock when we finally arrived at a suitable campground. It was a clearing just up a small hill, about 15 meters in diameter, surrounded by thick woods on every side, including where we entered from. We first heard it as we were setting up the tent, a thick, deliberate scream. Reminiscent of an animal in a great deal of pain. It rang out across the clearing. What the heck? Diane muttered. The sound ended as abruptly as it started, and almost as if in a cartoon, a flock of birds in the trees overhead took off, all flying back the direction we had come from. What was that? I asked, a barely noticeable quiver in my voice. I don't know. Maybe a deer or something. After giving her theory, Diane continued to pitch the tent, and I did too, though I found the sound hard to shake off. After the tent was set up, Diane suggested we'd better hurry and get some firewood. As we weren't at the designated camping ground, there was no existing fire pit. I remember saying that I thought I saw good material just outside the clearing on our way in, when a strange noise came from overhead. It was gone in an instant. It sounded like a very large bird swooping just over where our tent was. We both heard it and immediately looked up and around the area, though we couldn't see the thing that made the sound. Whatever kind of bird it was, we didn't know. All we could tell was that it was fast and big. Fast forward a few hours, and the sun was setting. After a rather grueling wood haul, we were able to get a proper fire going, and we were stereotypically toasting marshmallows over the flame, while casually flirting and telling ghost stories. As I bit into my charred sweet, we heard the scream again. This time, it was a lot closer. The noise rang out in a way that made my ears throb, and I had to cover them with my hands. It lasted longer this time too, going about 4 or 5 seconds. Diane stood up.
"What is that?"
she yelled, as if trying to ask whatever made the scream. Though the sound was unnerving, I was more annoyed than scared at that point. "A real a-hole of a deer," I said, and we both laughed. "I swear if it does that while I'm sleeping, I'm just gonna scream back." Our jokes dissolved the tension pretty quickly, and we went back to toasting marshmallows, watching the sky dissolve from purple into a deep ocean blue. The rest of that night was uneventful, until we went to sleep. Sometime around 12 or 1 in the morning, I woke up to a loud thud outside, as if something heavy had been dropped. What was that? Diane was still groggy, so I jostled her with my arm. "Diane, wake up. I think something's outside." What do you mean? An animal or something. She just continued to lie there, so I said something to get her attention. "Diane, I'm scared." She sat up in the tent, and I could see with my phone flashlight that she was very tired. Okay. You want me to go look?" "I guess." Without complaining, she got up out of the sleeping bag, taking with her my phone, and exited the tent. "Hello? Anything out there?" she called, jokingly, as she shined her flashlight around the clearing. I watched her from the tent as she walked into the center of it, illuminating the area with the phone. Then near the edge of the clearing, she spotted something. "Whoa. Hey, see, come here." I squinted, realizing I could barely see, and reached back to grab my glasses before getting out of the tent and walking over to her. This might sound strange, but the air felt heavy, like it does before a thunderstorm. There was also this faint smell of copper. It grew stronger as I went over to her. Looking where she was shining the light, I saw what appeared to be a young fawn. At first, I thought it was sleeping, completely unaware of us, until I saw the markings on its back. Deep into its fur and flesh, there were these gouges, about 2 feet apart, that were darkened, obviously soaked with blood. It looked as if the deer had been picked up by some sort of predatory bird. I found this confusing, as I couldn't think of a bird of prey able to lift an animal that easily weighed 50 pounds into the air. Even stranger, though, was the fact that the only markings on the animal were on its back. There were no other wounds, so whatever had done this to the deer did not feed off of it at all. It just killed it and left. "Babe, I really don't like this." Diane wrapped her arm around me, pulling me towards her. I know. Let's get back to the tent. We'll get out of here as soon as the sun comes up." I nodded slowly, and we both began walking back to our tent. A few footfalls later, we heard the sound of a twig snapping. Diane shined the flashlight behind us, revealing nothing at first. She scanned the tree line, and to my horror, we saw something. Directly in front of us, maybe 20 feet away, was a large humanoid figure. It glared at us, and whether that was due to the flashlight, or it was simply this thing's natural disposition, I don't know. Its eyes appeared to be bright red, glowing orbs. I was horrified. If I had to guess, I'd say that thing was between 8 and 10 feet tall. It was feathered in a deep gray coat. It stood staring at us. It didn't seem to have a separate head, but rather its eyes were just plastered to the top of its body, like an owl with its head pulled inward. Both me and my partner were stunned as we looked onto the thing. It was then that it extended its arms, or wings, revealing a very wide span that seemed to flow from the entirety of its body, much like a moth. Without warning, it screamed at us, the sound unbearable. Thick, heavy, and blood-curdling, like a fire alarm amplified by 100. I collapsed to the forest floor, clutching my ears as Diane held me. The last thing I remember was her saying my name as my vision faded to black. When I awoke, I was in the back of our car. I was surprised, and I sat straight up. Diane spotted me in the rearview mirror. "I'm glad you're awake," she spoke. I noticed my ears were ringing a great deal. I clutched my head in pain. What the heck happened? I grew pale in the face, now remembering the creature. She kept her eyes on the road as she spoke. That thing, it took off almost as soon as you blacked out. Like a jet. It was crazy. I took you back to the tent and waited until dawn before I booked it. You mean you carried me all that way? Well, I tried to wake you up a few times, but you were out cold. It wasn't too bad anyway, but I had to leave the tent. I sighed before nodding slowly. Money we'll never get back. I paused. And thank you for protecting me. I saw her smile in the rearview mirror without another word. To this day, we're still together. As strange as it is, that event seemed to bring us closer. We talk about it often, using it as an anecdote when friends come over. It's a healthy way to process an ordeal like that. We've been living together for some time now, and I see marriage as a very realistic future for us. As for the creature itself, I'm still unsure what it was. Based on its behavior and its striking physical form, I'd wager a guess that we encountered the Mothman, a humanoid cryptid that's said to have the body of a moth with glowing red eyes. According to folklore, it's commonly seen as an omen before a major disaster. I still think about that night often. Honestly, I don't know if I'd be alive right now to write this story if it wasn't for Diane. But please, stay safe when you're out in the woods. You can never be sure what you'll see out there. Black-Eyed Kid of Kennesaw Mountain, from Hiram. This encounter took place in the fall of 2016. The youngest child of a close family friend was turning 16 and had requested that my brother and I take him camping for the weekend to celebrate. We were delighted to do so. So our family packed our things and we drove from Florida to Georgia to visit and celebrate with our dearly missed friends. The trip started as any other. It was the birthday boy Jay, his two brothers Cal and Ken, my own brother and myself. We spent the day exploring a nearby Civil War battlefield during the day with our families, then set about making camp nearby when evening came. We had a fire, cooked hot dogs and s'mores, cut up and shot the breeze with the young boys, Everyone went to bed close to midnight, bellies full and snuggled up in sleeping bags against the late autumn chill. I awoke at 3 a.m. in a full panic. My chest was tight and I was gasping. There was a fading echo in the night air around me, as though I caught the tail end of some sort of commotion that had awakened me. I settled myself down and regulated my breathing, confused as to why I'd come to like that. I wasn't having a nightmare or anything beforehand. I heard a stirring from the big tent that my brother and the 3 boys were staying in. Their tent was a 12-person, 3-room monstrosity. It had a box fan, rope lights, and a card table set up inside. My tiny A-frame looked quite comical next to it. I listened closely and heard soft whimpering from one of the boys. I exited my tent into the frigid night air to find my brother already up, tending to Cal, who was in the midst of a mild asthma attack. My brother took Cal and Jay to the truck. They loaded in to make the 20-minute drive back to the house to pick up Cal's inhaler. That left myself and Ken, who was still fast asleep in the big tent. I decided I was too wired to go back to sleep, so I stoked the fire until the flames were licking the air once more. My mind wandered back to the intensity of when I woke up, and I pondered the echoing cry I had heard. Then it happened. A caterwaul pierced the night air, terrifying and inhuman, the sound of it petrifying. I sat next to the fire, wide-eyed as I stared into the darkness before me, as the wail faded into the same echo I'd awoken to earlier. I forced myself to take shuddering breaths. Then I stood up, retrieving my Maglite LED from the tent. I shined it towards where I thought the cry had come from. There was a steep drop-off onto a deep ravine about 50 yards away from us. The call had not come from down there. The echo was not right. I had heard creaking of branches and the rustle of leaves from somewhere above, and the canopy of pine trees that stood as silent sentries around us. It was at this moment that I noticed how quiet it was. Winter nights here were usually pretty quiet, but now a sense of dread and foreboding weighed heavily in the air. I raised the beam of my light towards the top of the trees, the mini sun of white light pushing back the shadows that bathed the night. Nothing was up there. I let my breath out in a large puff and turned back towards the camp, when a soft voice came from the darkness behind me.
"Please, can you help me?"
The soft voice of a terrified child floated from the shadows. My skin immediately began to crawl as a sense of danger prickled down my spine. I quickly swept the light around me, searching for the source of the voice.
Please, can you help me?"
The child whimpered again, the voice urgent but barely audible. I glanced around the campground. It was sparsely populated, but we certainly were not the only ones here. My mind raced with possibilities, most of them bad, as I wondered why no one else had been awakened by the wailing, the cry of this child's voice, their call for help.
"Help me. It's so cold."
"Ken, wake up!" I hissed at the older boy. I was met with snoring. I shook the tent harder, lightly kicking the lump that was his body, which was pushed against the side of the tent. No luck.
"Help me. Why won't you help me?"
I stood in a mixture of indecision and panic. The heavy air pressed down on me as I struggled to control my fear. I had to help. I was in my early 20s, and if there really was a hurt child out there, they might succumb to hypothermia if I did not act. Apparently, I was the only person on the whole darned mountain that was awake for this. The horrible scream resounded again, this time from the same direction of the child's voice. I heard the violent rustling of branches echoing in the deathly quiet of the night ahead of me, as the child's sobbing grew more wild. "I'm coming!" I yelled out. I dove into my tent and grabbed my pistol, clipping the holster onto my belt before sprinting headlong into the tree line behind our camp. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly as I ran, legs and heart pumping, towards the sound of a crying child and the wailing of a monster. I broke through the trees and emerged onto the opposite side of the trail loop that all the campsites ran along. I stopped on the trail and caught my breath, the woods silent again. "Kid!" I shouted as I swept my light around me. I caught a glimpse of something red in front of me, a few hundred feet into the woods and obscured by brush. I pushed my way into the thicket until I could see him. A small boy. He stood alone before me. He had brown hair and was barefoot, wearing red long-sleeve pajamas. His head faced down, eyes squeezed shut. I could see that his lips were already turning blue. I slowly made my way towards him, keeping the beam of my light on him as my eyes darted above and around me. I half expected some eldritch horror to pop out at any moment and tear us to shreds. "Hey, kid, are you okay?" I called over. The boy raised his hand to block the beam of my light from shining in his eyes. He asked, "Can you help me?" I made it to the boy, and I shrugged off my jacket, draping it over his shoulders. "What happened?" I asked him. "I wanted to use the bathroom, but I got lost on the way back. Then I heard that noise and it scared me, and then I saw your flashlight." He trailed off, turning his head away from me. "So you called out for help?" He nodded. I beckoned him to follow me and we made it back to the trail. "Okay, do you know which way you came from?" I asked. Then the boy did something odd. He stepped out in front of me and began to sniff in deeply, turning his head to the left, then to the right. "This way," he said flatly, and turned right to follow the trail. He walked briskly. I trailed him by a few paces, my confusion growing. As we passed the campsites, his stride would slow and I could hear him sniffing faintly. "Anything looking familiar yet?" I asked nervously, but he ignored me, continuing to walk. We made it completely around the loop before he finally stopped at a site that was only 2 down from ours. The site between us was unoccupied. There was a large tent like the one my brother brought, and a large white passenger van. He breathed in deeply through his nose, his head tilting back slightly as he released it. "This is it." He strode to the tent without another word, leaving me dumbfounded on the trail. "Hey, wait, my jacket!" I called after him. He paused halfway through unzipping his tent, fixing me with a gaze that I will never forget and still haunts me. The boy's face was partially illuminated by the beam of my light, his eyes completely black. His face was milky white, with deep blue coloring around his lips. The boy, he looked like a corpse. I stared at him, slack-jawed, as he slipped into the tent and zipped it closed, his eyes never leaving mine until he was out of sight. Silence. I stood a moment longer, my brain trying to reason what I had just seen. It had to have been a shadow, or some optical anomaly. I shivered, and I turned to walk the short walk back to my site, planning to go check in the morning and get my jacket back then, and maybe a thank you. My brother and the two boys got back about 15 minutes later. They found me next to the fire again, having restoked it. They asked why I was still awake, so I told them all that had come to pass during the 40 minutes they were gone. After I was done, I got a few mutterings of, "Wow, that's crazy," before everyone dismissed it and went to bed. I returned to my tent and spent the rest of the night restlessly tossing and turning. Dawn broke. I was out of my tent once more, getting the skillet and breakfast foods out of the cooler in the back of the truck. I started the fire and began to cook. As I worked, I kept an eye on the campsite I'd left the boy at the night before, but no one stirred. I finished the meal and turned to set the picnic table up for breakfast when I froze. My jacket rested at the top of the table, neatly folded. I kept my eye on the site the rest of the morning, up until we packed up and left. I never saw anyone emerge from the tent or walk around the site. To this day, that night haunts me. I kept up with the news for a while after that night, often asking my friends if anyone had gone missing or had died that night, but nothing ever came up. I guess I may never know. The Silence of Paradise, from Shiv H. When we were 7, Mama took my cousin Elle and I over to Hounslow Heath for our usual adventures that were common in the summer holidays. Instead of the regular route, we used to love collecting feathers and other natural things that we found to make collages with, or picking fat, juicy blackberries off of bushes for our gran to make pies with. Mom took us to one of her old haunts as a child called Paradise. Paradise was thought to have been the location of either an old coaching inn or a powder mill, and was just a very stark, bare, massive open field with skeletal remains of ancient-looking stones and wood buildings, and very old tree stumps scattered throughout the field. Over the years, Paradise had fallen victim to random attacks of arson, and the local council burning the field to keep it from becoming overgrown and unmanageable. So the appearance of Paradise was more desolate and bleak, due to the burnt stubbles of grass and charred tree stumps, along with the still strong and slightly sickly smell of smoke in the air, especially when the wind picked up. The obvious differences between the otherwise lush and green area around Paradise and Paradise itself was clear to Elle and I immediately. We said aloud at the same time, "The burnt place." I felt uneasy straight away, and looking at Elle, I could tell she did too. When you grow up with someone, you know how they feel about certain things. I was in my wheelchair investigating the ground around me, and Elle was a little distance away from Mama, who was looking at something else. Suddenly, Elle looked up at me and said, "Shiv, can you hear anything?" I was suddenly struck with the deathly silence of the immediate area. Normally, the heath was alive with the comforting sound of birds, insects, and small animals. It should have been like a constant soundtrack to our play. But there was not a sound, nor, come to mention of it, was there any evidence of any living thing around us. In fact, I can't remember seeing any animals or birds since we got to Paradise. I brought this up to Elle, and we both looked up at the sky before continuing to investigate the burnt ground. Looking carefully, I came to the awful realization that the ground was scattered with small animal skeletons and skulls and bones, all charred, littering the dirt left over from years of fires. Elle and I looked at each other and said once again at the same time, "Can we please go?" Mama looked at us both and laughed. "What's wrong with you two?" We told her about the unearthly silence and the small animal skeletons. Mom just explained that it was only to be expected from a dead area. But she didn't say much about the silence. She just listened and said, "Okay, let's go back." When we got home, we told our gran about it, and we talked all night. Now that we're adults, Elle has got her own children. Sometimes they ask about our childhood, and sometimes we tell them spooky or funny stories. But anytime we both mention paradise, it's always with unease. The Old Waterhouse, from Shiv H. Over the heath, there was an ancient crumbling waterhouse where the entire estate's water system was managed. Believe me, we thought it was a miracle how anything that old and manky could keep and pump out any water, but it did. It was made with bricks with a black slate roof and iron doors, although at the time of this incident, it was just a shadow of its former self. It didn't have any doors. The windows were all smashed by generations of kids throwing rocks and stones. It was there when my mama and her siblings were kids and played over the heath. They said it spooked them and their mates, just as it did us. It was a really hot day one summer in the school holidays. The older boys were at home for some reason, and all the younger cousins, me included, were being little brats, so the boys said they would take us all blackberry picking to keep us quiet. Mama agreed gratefully. The boys were really responsible and mature at 16, 17, and 18. They babysat for us younger kids all the time, so we all knew the rules of staying close to the boys and doing what they told us. And so, half an hour later, everyone had their fruit buckets, and we were off. There were 5 younger kids. We were all really excited as blackberry picking was a great family favorite activity, and our Gran's blackberry pies were the best. Gran's house led directly onto the back of the heath. There was a fence with a gap at the end. One of my older cousins passed me through to the other end, then lifted my tiny wheelchair over the fence. The other kids were through in seconds, and we were on our way again. On the way to our destination, the older boys would tell us spooky stories, half because they liked scaring us, and half because we all used to beg them to. There was nothing more terrifying than a story from my cousins H or B. They were the masters at it, and they made it so believable we loved it. But we all stopped talking when we came to the waterhouse. No one ever dared speak around or near the waterhouse, not even the older boys. For something so mundane, it always looked and still does look so eerie. There was a second fence to get through before we made it to our beloved blackberry field. But this time, as we squeezed through the gap of the fence, we were all the more somber as we remembered an old wives' tale or urban legend that we all knew about the waterhouse. The legend goes, once in the early 1960s, there was a gang of bank robbers. They were local to the area and were really nasty pieces of work. Their expertise was terrorizing bank customers and staff alike before grabbing and shooting anything that moved. They did several jobs without getting caught, but they really messed up a particular job, and a sweet 19-year-old trainee bank clerk was shot dead, and 5 more people were seriously injured. One of the gang was also shot dead, along with the nastiest member of the gang being seriously wounded in the crossfire. It's said that the remaining gang members escaped with just a few hundred and made their way over to the heath. They hid out in the waterhouse. The waterhouse at the time was more newish and was a perfect hideaway for the murderers. There was a lot of contention and stress among the remaining gang. The bodies of all 3 of the remaining gang members were discovered rotting away in the waterhouse 6 months later. It was never proven how they died. A few years after that, the weird stuff and creepy noises started to occur near and around the waterhouse. Mysterious, hairy figures were glimpsed moving stealthily amongst the pipes and wires. A dank, moldy, rotten smell like aging river weeds was always smelled around the area of the waterhouse, and eerie wails and menacing murmurs could be heard day and night. In the late 70s, there was a spur of mysterious deaths of homeless people who would shelter over the heath not too far from the waterhouse. There was nothing to ever link the deaths to the waterhouse, but the locals soon started to give the waterhouse and surrounding area a wide berth because of its creepy history and dark reputation. That left the waterhouse abandoned and in disrepair. That's what we knew of the waterhouse's dark history. That's why we were so wary and anxious to get away from it as quickly as possible. When we were all through the gap in the fence further away from the waterhouse, us younger cousins built up enough courage to glance over at the building of ill repute before being rounded up by the older boys. One of them, A, put me in the wheelchair again, and we set off toward the blackberry field. We soon arrived where some other local kids we knew were already there. We spent a nice afternoon picking and eating juicy sweet blackberries and splashing in the river. Soon the sun was getting low, and it was time to return home. Our journey home was much like the one there. We were still bantering and laughing, and the older boys were still winding us up slightly. But being as it was getting later, we were feeling warier and slightly subdued. When we reached the fence before the waterhouse, the air felt slightly too close, like before a thunderstorm. The youngest of the 3 older boys got me out of my wheelchair so that B could lift it over the fence. The other kids were already on the other side of the fence with H and B. A suddenly said to his brother in a low, guarded voice, "Something moved at the back there, bruv." B just looked at him sideways. Out of the boys, A was the most likely one to pull a stunt or wind anyone up for a laugh. But this time, A was straight-faced. A said, "I'm gonna go have a look." He passed me through to B and squeezed past us all. "Wait up, A. We've got to..." Having put me in my wheelchair, B moved forward towards his brother when we suddenly heard A shriek out in horror and disgust, and the 2 boys moved back quickly. H, having already taken me out of the wheelchair again, had told everyone to run. And we did. B picked up my tiny wheelchair, folding it up while running. A grabbed the other 2 kids' hands and followed B. And H ran with me on his shoulders, holding my other cousin's hand. We ran, and A kept saying, "Don't look back, don't look back." I did, but I saw nothing. We didn't stop until we got to the fence which led back to the road on the estate. We could actually see civilization again. We were all completely exhausted, especially the older boys. Before we slipped through the fence to the road, B held himself up by the railings and asked, "What did you see, A?"
Yellow eyes, hairy face. All us younger kids began to panic and scream, and H had to calm us all down. He said that we were safe, and it would be all right, but we all wanted to get as far away from the waterhouse as possible. When we got home, we all looked bedraggled and slightly nervy. Mama and Auntie noticed this and asked the boys what was wrong. H just said that we got spooked by an old drunk man in the bushes looking for golf balls to sell, and as that was quite commonplace over the heath, Mama and my auntie just gave us kids a pep talk and hugged us. We never did tell Mama or my auntie the truth about the yellow eyes and hairy face. We never found out what it actually was. But us kids didn't go near the waterhouse for a long time after. Goatman of Conger Park, from Hendrik. Have you ever heard of Conger National Park? It's a beautiful reserve bordered by a large body of water in the south side of South Carolina. To celebrate the completion of our senior year of high school, some friends from school and I decided to go on a camping trip. I wasn't the one who organized it, and I even showed up late. When I arrived at the park, I had to wait at one end of a trail until my buddy Harry came and got me. After about an hour of trekking through the woods, we arrived at the campsite. It was a lot cooler than I expected. We were set right next to a stream, and we had 4 large tents between us. There were exactly 14 people there, more than I thought there would be. There were my 2 close friends, Harry and Tom, and a few I knew from school. There were also a few people I didn't know. They were cousins or something like that to the others, so I was cool with it. Anyway, that night we're all camping out, roasting hot dogs over the big fire we got going when some dude comes stumbling through the bushes. Harry gets up and hugs the guy. "Glad you made it." Apparently, he was camping with his family who had their RV back on the paved road, and he decided to come up and spend the night with us. We were fine with that, because he brought us all some more food and some drinks. He introduced himself as Jeremiah. That's when he starts asking us about our friend. He said that on his way up, he saw some girl off the trail a few feet in the woods, just sort of standing there. Immediately we knew something was up, because there were only 3 girls with us. The rest were guys. None of us had disappeared at any point. So he continued telling his story about the girl. He went up to her, asked if she was part of our group. He asked if she was sort of slow or something, because she just stared back at him slack-jawed, with a glazed-over look in her eyes. He tried asking her a few more questions, but she never answered. So he just decided screw it, and continued to hike up the trail. But then, the entire time, she followed him. Only no matter how slow he walked, she'd always be a little behind. He tried even getting her in front of him, but no matter what, she would lag behind him. Eventually, she disappeared entirely, and he figured she just took a different route up to our camp. Anyway, we were like, nope, we ain't got no slack-jawed girl up here, man. We were all sort of weirded out by that story, though. He said she must have been from some other camp, and this made us all relax a little bit. So the night wore on slowly. It was midsummer, you know, nice and humid. Around 11 or 12, when we decided to pack it inside the tents, the girls had their own tent and I was with Tom, Harry, and Jeremiah. The rest of the guys split off into different groups. I can't exactly remember them. So we're just chilling, goofing around, when this sudden smell hits us, and it's real nasty. Smelled like someone was boiling blood. Yeah, that's how I'd describe it. Or like someone was melting pennies.
It was strong as heck, too. First, Harry gets out of the tent, and then me. The smell is even worse outside, though. It clung to the air like whatever was making the smell was right nearby. Eventually, everyone came crawling out of their tents, asking, "What the heck is that?" covering their noses with their shirts and complaining. On top of that, one of the girls even started to get sick. By then, it's almost pitch black outside, aside from our flashlights, so we start looking around the camp, trying to see if a deer decided to die over here or something. The next thing we know, the smell is just gone. You know, a smell usually fades away, right? It wasn't like that at all. The smell just disappeared, there one minute and missing the next. To this very day, I never experienced anything like it. So after a bit of confusion and theory crafting that didn't go anywhere, we all just got back in our tents. That's when one dude starts complaining that there wasn't enough space inside, telling the other guys to move over. All of us start laughing. Now me, Tom, and Harry were close, and Jeremiah was just an easy guy to vibe with, so we found almost everything funny. In hindsight, we probably should have guessed something was wrong by that comment. We went to sleep. When I woke up, I knew I only got a few hours of rest. I was real tired still, like my body had just entered deep sleep and got pulled out of it. Then I realized why I was up. Some dude was screaming like mad in the other tent. We got out as soon as we could, and the guy who was yelling was facing towards the woods all like, "In the name of Christ, we compel you away," and stuff like that. Jeremiah, who's basically the de facto leader of our little group since he brought us all beer, starts talking to the dude. "What the heck, man? What's wrong?" The guy turns around, and there are tears streaming down his face. "This guy whispered devil words into my ear. He's cursed. He's cursed." This dude is an emotional wreck. We sort of look at each other, and Harry's like, "What do you mean, devil words?" The guy explained that while he was sleeping, he woke up to one of the other guys in the tent whispering words in his ear. He said it wasn't normal language either, but just a bunch of sounds that didn't fit together. Then he shoved whoever it was doing the whispering, and they bolted out of the tent, taking off into the woods. At this point, everyone except for one of the girls was out of the tent listening to the guy's story. We were all creeped out. And then we noticed the hot blood smell from before was back, though this time it was a lot weaker, but it was still strong enough to make you think it was nearby. So we're trying to piece this all together, as the dude who told the story is calming down. Each of us only knew a few people there. We couldn't really tell who it was that ran into the woods yet. We got our flashlights set up, shooting up into the air so we had a decent amount of light. That's when Harry brings me aside. "Bro," he says, "there's 15 of us." At first I nod, before realization kicks in. Our group had 14 people. Then Jeremiah came, so we had 15. If someone ran into the woods, there should have been 14 again. Real quietly, we asked the guy if any of the dudes here was the one that said the weird words. Right away, he's like, "Nope, definitely not." And so me and Harry kind of freak out. We decided to tell the group. They're confused at first, then Jeremiah stands up. "So you're trying to say when we got into the tents there was another person with us?" Harry and I both just nod. That's when one of the girls starts crying. She starts going off about how it was the goatman, and we were trespassing in his woods. She starts telling us that she went to school with some First Nations kid who told her about the goatman. He gets into groups of people to mess with them. She starts bawling her eyes out, so the other girls start to comfort her. I'm just hoping she'll be quiet about that. It's just making everyone more creeped out. One of the other guys starts saying that we should just book it out of there, but Harry's like, no way, not while the sun's still down. Eventually, we agreed to go first thing in the morning, and everyone packed it back into their tents. That night was really weird. Every couple of minutes you'd hear this jittery noise from the woods, like a laugh, but inverted. It was a really hard sound to describe. Anyway, we made it to dawn, so hooray. We began to get packed up like we promised. Then, of course, one of the kids starts to say, "Oh, you aren't actually serious, right?" He thinks we're just playing a joke. Then he says he wants to stay, and a few of the other guys agree with him. So me and my boys were kind of split on what to do. The idea of the goatman, or whatever it was still prominent in our minds. All the girls and the dudes that were in the tent with the supposed goatman had decided to go. Ultimately, we decided we'd either go or stay as a group, and since it was Tom's friend, we decided to stay another night. We weren't crazy. We didn't want to run into the thing again, so we moved campsites. We trekked back down to where Jeremiah's family was. Real nice folk. We set up our tents about 20 meters away from the RV. We figured whatever it was wouldn't try to mess with us down there, so close to other people. And his family would be in earshot too, so we began to relax, just sorta chilling out again, drinking and now throwing darts. We didn't intend to let the bad night ruin the trip for us, and for the most part, we were able to forget about it. But when the sun began to set, the smell came back. Very slightly, but it was definitely the same copper and blood smell from before. It hung around all through sunset, but it didn't vary in intensity. One of Jeremiah's parents came over to our camp, asking if we were cooking blood or something. They could smell it too. Eventually, it came time to go to bed. I'm not kidding when I say this. As soon as I finished zipping our tent up, bam, the smell just gets 50 times stronger. It was like being hit with a blood-based stink bomb. It was just rancid. We all climbed out, and that's when we saw the darned thing, weaving between the trees outside the camp. There was just enough light in the sky to make out the figure. It was probably 7 or 8 feet tall. It was so quick though I could barely get a good look, and I couldn't make out any features. I might have thought it was a person if it wasn't moving so inhumanly fast. We all freaked out, booking it back towards Jeremiah's RV. We pounded on the door, scared out of our minds, as the thing jittered and crashed through the trees outside the camp. Jeremiah's dad opened the RV, looking real mad, as we all piled into it. Luckily, it was pretty big, and all 10 of us that remained, the boys and Jeremiah's parents, were able to fit. "The heck is wrong with y'all?" Jeremiah's dad was furious, and Jeremiah started venting. "The goatman is out there." "The what?" Jeremiah was about to reply as there was a loud bang at the door we had just locked. Sounded like the door was hit with a metal ram, like the kind cops use to bust into places. "What the heck?" Jeremiah's dad was the only one speaking then. We were all terrified, including his mom. Jeremiah was hugging her as me and my boys just stood there paralyzed. Then another bang at the door. This time it was louder, and it was followed by a voice. "Let me in." Those words were some of the most unnatural things I've ever heard. It reminded me of those videos of people who taught their pets to speak human words. Just look up a dog talking and you'll know what I mean. It sounded like that, so forced and deliberate. Whatever was out there definitely wasn't human. Jeremiah's dad knew it was messed up too. As the thing kept banging on the door, he opened up a cabinet above the steering wheel, pulling out a revolver. He primed it before shooting once through the door. What followed was a terrifying scream, like a freaking demon. We heard quick footsteps like that of a horse, running away from the campsite, bolting through the undergrowth. Jeremiah's dad then opened up the door, stepping out into the clearing and shooting a few more shots into the air. That night we all stayed in the RV. We were all splayed out, some of us sleeping on the floor. Jeremiah was in the bed with his mom, and his dad was in the driver's seat, which he spun around to face us. He promised to watch over us as we slept, but we never really got any sleep. All night, we'd hear that thing running around outside, breaking branches. I could have sworn I even heard it whispering, "Let me in," in different tones. Finally, the sun came out, and with it all the noise seemed to fade away. Even that horrid smell was gone. Jeremiah's dad would not let us out until the sun was all the way up. Then he came with me, his son, Harry, and Tom as we went to go pack up the tents. When we got to them, though, they were ripped to heck. The support rods were all over the place, and the fabric was shredded on both of them. The goatman, or whatever it was, really hated campers. Anyway, after we packed up everything that wasn't damaged into the camper, Jeremiah's dad told us he'd drive us home. The entire drive, though, Harry seemed freaked out, and I didn't know why. Near the end of the park, one of the boys I didn't know too well told us he'd get out here because he needed to take some ferry or something. I don't exactly remember what he said. Anyway, strangely, the real quiet kid followed him off. Jeremiah's dad told them both to be safe, then drove the rest of us into town. It was only when me and Harry were by ourselves walking home after taking the bus that he told me why he was so scared. We lived on the same street, so we traveled home together. Right as we were pulling up on our block, he told me that when he had come back from salvaging the tents, there was another kid with the other group that wasn't there before. The real quiet kid, the one who got off when we were still in the woods. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even notice it at the time. Harry said that he was afraid if he mentioned it, it might have attacked, so he just played it cool. So that's our story. And yeah, I'm probably as confused as you are. I don't know what the thing was. Could have been the goatman or some sort of demon, but it could be something else entirely. I don't think I want to know. Whatever it was seemed to have some connection to the woods. It didn't want to leave, and it took the first opportunity to get off the camper. So I'm gonna hope that it belongs to that park and won't leave. As for me, I'm never going back to that place again. If you ever decide to take a trip down to Conger, take my advice and be careful. If you start smelling blood, pack up and go home. There's stuff in this world we just shouldn't mess with. I tried to bait it. From Tully Road. I've been tempted to share this story for a while now. The following occurred on an island off of Washington State about 7 years ago. My sister and her family moved from Oregon to Washington. I tagged along to check it out. It was different there. The woods in Oregon had a welcoming fantasy forest feeling, whereas the woods of Washington felt ominous, forbidding. Especially at night. You could really feel the woods out there, if that makes sense. It was late afternoon. I was just chilling on the sofa at my sister's new place when she says she found out about a trail on this island. It was already late afternoon, but we said, what the heck, let's go check it out. Her husband wasn't up for it, but he agreed to drop us off and pick us up after. My oldest niece also decided to go with us. The place was about 15 minutes away, so we grabbed a handful of things and off we went. We were walking and talking, enjoying the quiet. It was a simple trail, nothing special so far. We get to this enormous tree that must have been 6 feet around. It's in the middle of where the trail splits off in 2 directions, one that leads towards the seashore and one that leads further into the woods. So we head towards the sea. We hang there for a bit, taking in the view and shooting the breeze before we begin to head back. We get to the big tree and decide to check out the other trail leading off into the woods. I don't remember who brought it up, but somehow the topic of Bigfoot comes up. Jokingly, I pick up a big stick and I start whacking it against a random tree on the side of the trail. Instantly, about 20 yards off the trail, before I'm even done with my second tap, a very loud wood rapping sound begins hammering a tree, fast. When I say fast, I mean death metal blast beat fast, and incredibly loud. We can't see anything from there, and suddenly it stops. We stand there, startled. I think my niece said something about a woodpecker. We all agreed and moved on. From here on, you might say I'm making too much out of nothing, or that we're idiots. But you had to be there. You know the whole "the woods went silent" thing. Well, they were already quiet, but something had shifted. The atmosphere had changed, and we weren't laughing now. Uneasy, we kept going and slowly started to relax and chat. Then from somewhere up above us, between the treetops and the sky, what sounded like a monkey began to scream. We froze. Everyone knows the sound, that unmistakable rising higher and higher call that monkeys do. Like laughter, moving closer and closer as it passes above us, it seamlessly morphed into a crow cawing. But though we followed the sound as it passed overhead, we didn't see anything. We kept moving. No one said anything, but we silently agreed to move back towards the exit. We finish the loop we're on and head back in the direction of the big tree. But we ended up on a part we didn't recognize. You know where this is going. We spent the next hour or so backtracking and pretending there wasn't a seed of panic in our guts. It was getting darker and the temperature was dropping. We focused on the situation and kept our cool. Finally, up ahead, I saw the big tree, and we were all relieved. As we headed towards it, we hear the children. You know the sound of a big group of kids bursting out the school doors and laughing. It was like that, headed towards the seashore. I was relieved to hear people. We rounded the big tree and began heading up to the main trail toward the exit. My sister called her husband and told him to go ahead and come get us. Up ahead of us is a bend, and from around that bend comes 2 dogs. One big guy and one little guy. They're dragging their leashes. They stand there just looking at us, and as we approach the bend, they both turn around and go back. About 20 seconds later, we round that bend, expecting to greet the owners of the dogs. But there's no one there. No dogs, no people. It's a straight shot up to the exit from there. The sides of the trail are about 8 feet high and steep. There's nowhere anyone could have gone, and that's when I remember the kids. It would be getting dark soon, so where are the children that I heard? Why would a crowd of kids be going to a random isolated seashore at this time of day? Then it occurs to me that we didn't hear any footsteps. A crowd of kids would have made much more noise, especially moving at that speed. Also, there were no footprints of anyone but us. Her husband has by then shown up and is waiting with the engine running. Almost there. Right before we exit the gate, a powerful stench of something dead and rotting hits me. I glance up to my left in the direction it's coming from, and I feel a force of pure malevolence shoot right at me, like nothing I'd ever felt before in my life. Absolute and passionate hatred, indignation, aimed directly at me. My nose and eyes were glued to the spot, but there was nothing there. We get in the car and pull away. And that was it. That's the part that bothers me most, because none of us said a thing. As soon as we shut the doors, it was like it never happened. It wasn't until later that night, alone looking at some snapshots I took of the hike, I started to piece it together. On a whim, I message my friend Joe, who's into weird stuff, and I tell him a short version of the events. He never replied, and I forgot about it. Over a few years and several phones, I never deleted that message. It was like a blank spot set where my memory of it should be. I could only remember it clearly when I reread it. Another strange thing is that both my sister and I are into Bigfoot and 411, yet we never once discussed it. I brought it up once a couple of years ago. Something like, "Hey, remember that weird trail we went on?" Her only reply was, "I'll never go on that trail again." And that was that. It never came up ever again. Hearing a monkey scream in that forest was the most scared I've ever been in my entire adult life. What sticks with me the most was, however, at the end. It was a hatred I can't describe, just emanating like that stench accompanying it. Just absolute, total hatred, directed at me, not my sister, not my niece. Whatever it was, it wanted me to know that it was me, that it despised me completely, that it would have been here at the finish line no matter what. So don't go stirring things up. You aren't and won't be in control. And scariest of all, whatever it is, it hates you. The Way It Laughed, from Tess 200. I never thought something like this would happen to me. I've grown up in the woods my whole life, and never once had a scary experience. I'm 22 and live in Ontario, Canada. My parents live out in the wilderness and have 2 properties, one with their house on it, and the other down the road with 200 acres, with a long trail that leads about 100 acres into a private lake. We regularly take ATVs out and ride them to the lake to fish, swim, and relax on the dock with a cold one. Recently, I lost my job due to the Rona, so I moved out of my apartment and drove up north to stay with my parents until it's over. Luckily, my other siblings haven't lost their jobs, so they still are in the city. But one of my brothers came up for a long weekend to fish with my dad. They went ahead on the 2 of our 3 ATVs to the lake. I decided to join and follow after them, but the 3rd ATV was giving me trouble. I checked the gas and it was full. I tried to pull start it, but no luck. So I told my mom I'd take my car and park at the front of the 200 acres, then walk to the lake. It was a beautiful day, so I didn't mind a nice long sunny walk. Then I could go for a cool swim. So I hopped in my car and drove over. I parked and set off on the path, my phone playing music to scare away any animals on my way there. At least, that's what I thought it would do. It usually takes 50 minutes to walk into the lake, 35, maybe 40 if you run down the crude trail. I was at a fast-paced walk, enjoying the views and music. About 20 minutes later, I heard voices to my left in the woods. I turned off my music to listen. Sometimes my family would go off the trail on ATVs. so I called out to see if it was my dad or brother wandering around. I got no reply, but I didn't hear any engine noises, so I kept on walking. A minute later, I saw something run across the path ahead of me. It ran on all fours. I stopped in my tracks. It was big. A wolf, a deer, maybe a bear? I couldn't be sure, but I started to back away slowly and stand tall like you should when confronted by an animal. I looked around the forest and noticed how silent it got. Not even wind rustled through the leaves in the trees. My hair was all standing on end on my arms, and goosebumps trailed up my arms and legs. I felt like I was in danger. My head on a swivel, I kept looking around me to try to identify where the threat was coming from, until I heard footsteps from right behind me. I jerked around, and 20 feet away stood this tall thing. It had gray skin, and it was bony. It was as tall as a small house, about 9 feet. It was standing upright on 2 hooves, and it had antlers that were white and yellow. It appeared to be decaying. Its head hung to one side, arms falling past its knees. It had hollow eye sockets, but it felt as if they were looking into my soul. But my eyes went down and focused on its hands. It had bony human hands, and they looked like they were prepared to reach out to me. My voice caught in my throat. My flight or fight instinct pushed me into a full-out run right down the path in the direction of the lake. I heard it behind me, like it wasn't even trying to keep pace with me, waiting for me to tire out. I was so panicked, I didn't even realize I'd lost track of the trail. I was just on it, but now I was jumping through the brush of the forest until I got my foot stuck in between a fallen tree's branches. I looked back, and the thing was still coming. I didn't have time. I slipped my foot out of my shoe and kept going until I reached a clearing filled with tall grass. At this point, I was so tired. I was breathing hard. I ran, then crawled into a patch of thick grass and weeds, trying to steady my breathing, as that thing entered the edge of the clearing seconds later. It stayed just on the edge, looking around the clearing with its hollow gaze. When I heard what I thought was laughter, it was like a chuckle that sounded like a rattle. Then it spoke in a voice familiar to me, like my dad's. "Where are you, small one? I need your help with something." I was trembling, trying to hold back my panic, tears falling down my face. Then, a sound off in the forest drew its attention. It ran out of the clearing so fast, I barely had time to register that the creature was gone. I lay there, quiet and still. I don't know how long until I heard the forest come alive with noise, like it just woke up all of a sudden around me. I stood cautiously, feeling a painful twinge in my ankle. I looked down to see an angry bruise starting to form from when I got caught in that tree. I wasn't sure where I came from, and I know they say to stay put if you're lost in the woods, but there was no way I was waiting for that thing to come back. I looked at some trees to get my bearing of which way was north. My parents taught me that moss mostly grows on the north side of the trees, so I had the general direction of north. When I looked up to the sky, the sun was getting low, so I couldn't see it through the trees, but the way the light was coming, I knew that was west. The lake was southeast. I was running in that direction, so I'd want to go northwest to get back to the road, to my car. So I walked or limped in that direction, still looking around, holding my breath every time the forest seemed too quiet, then letting it out when I heard a bird's call or a squirrel chitter. It took about an hour as I had to fix my direction every now and again, and the forest has bogs and thick brush, which is hard to navigate through with a hurt ankle and lack of a shoe. I told him I was chased by something through the forest, and I got turned around. He told me my brother was riding around the trail to look for me, and we had to wait for him, but I asked to wait in the car. I felt unsafe out in the open. I felt like we were being watched, constantly. He agreed and sat with me in the car until my brother showed up 20 minutes later. But in those 20 minutes, I told my dad the whole story. He was very quiet. He told me not to say anything to my brother when he showed up, so as to not spook him. My brother ran around the car and opened the door, giving me a big hug because he had been worried about me. They asked if I needed to go to the hospital, looking at my foot, but I didn't think it was that serious, so we went back to my parents' place. It was my left foot, so I could drive back to the house without an issue, and they took the ATVs. I drove back shakily, just wanting to feel safe inside a building with my family present. When we arrived at the house after I parked, I got out of the car and saw that outside the house on the porch was my shoe, the one I'd lost in the forest. I saw it and started to break down into tears. My brother was so confused, but my dad hugged me and took me inside. I ended up telling my mom and brother what happened. My dad just didn't want to freak my brother out at the time because he was ATVing alone, looking for me. I iced my foot and thankfully didn't need a doctor. After we did some research, well, mostly my brother, we ended up calling a shaman to come bless my parents' properties a few days later. The shaman also gave me an amulet carved from wood and told me to wear it when I'm in the woods to protect me from evil spirits. He was very adamant about me wearing it. If what I saw was an evil spirit, I plan on never going back in the woods alone again. It's become a part of my day to put on the amulet before I go outside. So far, nothing else has happened, and I'm thankful to say I haven't seen that thing again since that encounter 2 months ago. I feel like I've lived through a horror movie, and I can say I hated every second of it. I still can't get that thing's rattling laugh out of my head. Army Scout, hunted by Bigfoot. From 19 Delta Scout. Looking back at almost 30 years of service as a soldier in the U.S. Army, I can comfortably say that it was an honor and a privilege to serve such a great and remarkable country. During my time, I managed to acquire several combat military occupational specialties, or MOS, which include Vulcan Gunner, Stinger Gunner, Artillery Gunner, and Combat Infantryman. My favorite MOS, however, definitely has to be the Cavalry Scout. As the name implies, an Army Cavalry Scout is the eyes and ears of the Maneuvering Combat Battalion. We usually operate alone and far ahead of the main combat force, oftentimes behind enemy lines. Using stealth and silence, we locate enemy positions, determine where they have laid their mines, locate their barriers and ambush positions, and find ways to outflank their defensive positions. To be a scout, you have to be able to act independently and confidently, because more often than not, Army Scouts will usually be outnumbered and surrounded. Conducting reconnaissance behind enemy lines is not a job for everyone, but if you're daring and crazy enough, it's a job that a select few would really enjoy. The one skill that an Army Scout needs above all else is the ability to read a map, determine your coordinates on the ground, and have the ability to navigate stealthily to your objective. A scout is virtually useless if he can't read a map and ends up getting lost. As such, a large part of a scout's training consists of land navigation in all terrains, weather conditions, and environments, including forests, dense woodland, deserts, and swamps. While I was training to be a scout, our class was dropped out somewhere in the middle of a dense forest, somewhere in Pennsylvania, at 11 o'clock at night. It was a cool November evening, and the only illumination came from the full moon, which shone brightly in the sky. There were 16 of us who had advanced to this phase of training, including one guy who was a former US Navy SEAL. We were each given a map, a compass, a red lens flashlight, water, night vision goggles or NVGs, and 4 hours to find at least 4 out of 5 points located on the map. Each point we had to find was located somewhere inside the black forest that surrounded us. A point consisted of nothing more than a wooden pole sticking out of the ground, with an ammunition can at the base. Inside that ammunition can was a description of an enemy position. For example, a description might read, "Enemy machine gun, position facing north." The scout would then have to write it down as best he could. Beside the darkness, there were several other factors working against us. For one, some of the points were located relatively close together, separated by about 20 meters or so. This meant that the scout had to track precisely to the correct point, or else risk navigating to the wrong one. Also, all 16 of us were given different points to navigate to, so there would be absolutely no helping each other. This was strictly an individual training event, and it was timed. Anyone who failed to successfully find the 4 out of 5 points in the designated time would have to come back tomorrow evening and try again. Finally, we were told that there were several enemy soldiers out there, somewhere in the forest, who would be hunting us. If one of them caught us, we would be brought back to the start point and have to do it all over again. The land navigation site was a densely forested area, roughly 10 square miles, and was crisscrossed with streams, which we'd have to navigate in the dark. A dirt road surrounded the entire area, and if a scout came to that dirt road, he knew he had reached the boundary. Also, if a scout became completely lost in the dark, he was to make his way to the dirt road and await pickup. Joking and insults would then follow. An instructor gave me a list of 5 points. I went to the front of an HMMWV, or Humvee, and used the hood as a makeshift table. Using my red lens flashlight, I plotted all 5 points on my map. This was perhaps the most important part of the process. If a scout plotted his points incorrectly on the map, he would never find his points, especially in a pitch-black forest. After double and triple checking that I had correctly plotted my points, I studied the map to see what terrain I could expect. 2 of my points were located on small hilltops. 2 were located in a valley, which would require me to cross 2 streams, and 1 was located near the boundary next to the dirt road. That last point was farthest out, but also the easiest to find. All 5 of my points were located in an area roughly 3 miles square. My plan was to find that last point first, then work my way back to the start point. The only variable that I couldn't control were the enemy soldiers who would be hunting us. After assuring that my NVGs operated correctly, I secured it on my forehead. Satisfied that I had all my gear secured to make as little noise as possible, I stepped off of the dirt road and plunged down into the black forest. Immediately, unseen branches like skeletal fingers reached out from the darkness to scratch my face and hands. I was only 20 meters inside the woodline, but already the sounds and activities behind me had all but disappeared. I slowly knelt, closing my eyes and letting my ears see into the dark. To my left, about 10 meters away, one of my fellow scouts was also moving through the forest to find his points. Further ahead of me, I could hear movements somewhere in the woods, a skittering noise running through the undergrowth, perhaps a raccoon or some other rodent. The fallen leaves on the ground crunching underfoot would give away our movement. We'd have to be extra careful and stealthy to avoid attracting attention. I got up and continued walking towards my first point, counting my steps so that I could judge how far I'd traveled, and keeping my eyes on my compass to ensure that I was heading in the correct direction. I was suffering from tunnel vision, as I could only see what was directly in front of me. I had almost no peripheral vision because of my NVGs. The terrain was steadily sloping downwards as I descended into the valley. Occasionally, I would stop and kneel to scan my surroundings to see if I was being followed. So far, however, it was all quiet. It appeared that I was all alone on this stretch of forest. At the bottom of the valley, the ground became muddy, and at one point I sank to the top of my boots in cold mud. A stream about 8 feet wide crossed in front of me. I debated on whether to cross the stream or find a way around it. Further upstream by a few hundred meters, I heard a loud splash, followed by a soldier yelling, "Son of a..." I chuckled to myself and silently climbed down into the stream. Looking left and right to ensure that I wasn't spotted, I climbed over a few fallen tree branches and waded into the water. It was ice cold and came up to my knees, but at least the running water was washing the mud off of my boots. Upon reaching the other side, I climbed up the muddy shore on the opposite bank. I stopped briefly to make sure that I was undetected. I hauled myself up an embankment and, wet, cold, and muddy, I continued up the slope of the valley. Fortunately, since it was November, mosquitoes or any other buzzing insects were a minor annoyance. However, as I walked up that slope, I slowly began to realize I had not heard any buzzing insect noises at all. If you've done this job long enough, you begin to develop what I call a warning radar, a sense that there is something just not right with your surroundings. You learned to trust your warning radar, and I could swear that I was being watched. This annoyed me more than anything else, because I was the one who stalked. I didn't like being stalked. At the top of the slope, I got on the ground and scanned the area again. Yep, there he was. About 50 meters to my right front, crouching behind a stand of trees, was an enemy soldier. He was looking away from me, probably trying to stalk the other soldier who yelled when he fell into the stream. At night, sound carries farther, so I very slowly crawled back down the slope and walked another 50 meters away from the enemy soldier, then climbed the slope again. Scanning the area around me again, I found the path ahead was clear. I pulled out a poncho from a small pack on my back and covered myself with it. I pulled out my map and flashlight. I determined how far off course I'd gone and adjusted my heading and pace count. Satisfied that I was still heading in the correct direction, I put the poncho away and slowly stood up to proceed. Suddenly, far off to my left, I heard the enemy soldier yell, "You've been captured, Scout. Return to the start point and restart your mission." I chuckled again when I heard the voice of the scout who fell in the stream yell another, "Son of a..." I continued walking through the forest, and the trees eventually thinned out. I stopped again and took a knee behind a fallen tree, listening. My internal warning radar was giving me the all clear. I closed my eyes and let my ears see for me again. Ahead of me, I could hear the low rumbling of a Humvee. Just as I calculated, the dirt road marking the perimeter was about 200 meters ahead of me. I waited until the sound of the Humvee passed, then made my way to the road, stopping just inside the woodline. I looked to my right, and sure enough, only 20 feet away just off the road, was my first point. I cautiously approached the wooden pole. I grabbed the ammunition can and took it back to the tree line. I cracked open the ammunition can, and the noise of the metal can opening seemed to scream in the dark. I cursed, but apparently nobody heard the noise. Covering myself again with the poncho, I took out my flashlight, and I copied down what was written on the enemy description inside the can. At vicinity grid PB 335-44459 as an enemy patrol near the road. I put the ammunition can back at the point and walked back into the forest. An hour and a half had passed and I had found my first point. I had another 2.5 hours to find at least 3 more, but those would be quicker. My next 2 points were south of me, almost in a straight line on the slopes of a hill. Although it would have been easier to walk along the crest of the hill to get to the next point, I didn't want to risk being silhouetted by the moon. So I stayed below the crest of the hill, where the trees were thicker, but the movement was slower. I paralleled the top of the hill for about 300 meters, until I came to the spot where my second point should be. Low crawling to the top of the hill, I scanned around with the NVGs. I was off by about 50 feet, but there was my second point sticking straight up in the middle of a clearing. I was about to get up and approach it when my warning radar went off in my head. I wasn't alone. I knelt back down and scanned the forest area surrounding the clearing again. There was the faint scent of feces like cow dung wafting across the clearing. There, 75 meters at my 1 o'clock, a figure that looked like it was wearing a sniper's ghillie suit was peering out of the forest. It wasn't one of my fellow scouts. We hadn't been given the ghillie suit camouflage, so it must have been one of the enemy soldiers, and boy did he stink. I hated to think what he had fallen into. Fortunately, he wasn't looking in my direction. I observed him for a few tense seconds, then he stood up and turned to leave. Geez, that guy was huge. I waited a few more seconds until I could not smell him anymore. Then I entered the clearing to retrieve the ammunition can. At vicinity grid PB 300-96687 is an enemy anti-tank emplacement at the top of the hill. I came off the top of the hill, grateful to be back inside the thick tree line, but the leaves crunching under my boots sounded like the roar of jets in that dark and lonely forest. Every crunching step seemed to shout, "There's a scout over here!" Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped suddenly and slowly got down on my belly. Crunch, crunch, crunch. These footsteps were behind me, approaching my position. I cursed. Stinky enemy soldier in the ghillie suit was stalking me. He must have been beyond 75 meters from me because I didn't smell him at the time. If I had the time, I would evade around him. But another 30 minutes had passed, and I needed to get my third point. I needed to get to where the trees weren't so thick, so I made my way back up the slope and was able to fast walk and jog across the crest of the hill for about a quarter mile. The bad part was, because I'd chosen to go back up the slope, the full moon illuminated me the whole time. Also, my pace count was off, although I knew that I was still headed in generally the right direction to my third point. I ran down the slope and back into the woodline again, stopping to see if stinky enemy soldier in the ghillie suit had followed me. Satisfied that I had lost him, I began searching the area for my third point. Because I'd made a detour up the slope and had lost my pace count, I was not as accurate in positioning myself close to the third point. I just knew it was around here somewhere here in a 50-meter radius. The bad thing about NVGs is that while it gives the wearer an amazing ability to see in the dark, it also severely limits the wearer's depth perception. I found the point literally by accident, when I inadvertently kicked over the ammunition can. The loud clang echoed in the night, and I shook my head, cursing my bad or good luck. I pulled out my flashlight again. I copied down the enemy description that was inside the can. At vicinity grid PB 288-34755 is an enemy command post. I returned the can back to the point, and I was turning to go to my fourth point when I could make out the faint smell of cow dung again. Man, stinky enemy soldier in the ghillie suit sure was fast for a big guy, as well as persistent. It was almost 2 in the morning, which meant that I had a little over an hour to find my fourth point. If I had any time left, I'd look for the fifth point, which was only a quarter mile from the start. I turned due south and headed back down into the valley. The whole time my warning radar was going off in my head. Sometimes I thought I could smell that cow dung, and I secretly wished that stinky guy following me would fall into the stream. The trees were thicker towards the base of the valley where the stream ran, so it was much darker with very little moonlight shining through, but it was still pleasantly cool, though I was hot and sweaty by this time. I calculated that I was at a bend in the stream, about 500 meters away from where I first crossed it. This fourth point was weird, because it looked to be directly in the stream on my map, meaning it could be on either bank of the stream. I wasn't looking forward to crossing both sides of it, but I didn't have much of a choice. I knew that my fourth point was here somewhere close by. I silently searched my side of the muddy stream for about 50 meters. The rippling of the waters masked any noise I made, but it also masked the noise of any approaching bad guys as well. Finding nothing on my side of the stream, I once again climbed down an embankment and waded across the icy cold water to the other side. There I began my search again. I looked for another 50 meters and still saw nothing except mud and fallen trees. I was beginning to doubt that I plotted this point correctly when I looked at the stream again and noticed something that I hadn't seen before. In the middle of the stream was a narrow, dry spot of land, like a miniature 4-foot square island. In the middle of this island was my fourth point. I waded back into the water, and after I covered myself with my poncho, I quietly opened the ammunition can. At vicinity grid PA009588824 is an enemy submarine base. Really, I thought, a submarine base? Whatever. I closed the ammunition can and set it back down when the smell of cow dung seemed to hit me like the heat you feel when you open a hot stove. I cursed. Even though I'd found the necessary points that I needed, I still had to get back to the start point without being caught, or else I'd have to do this all over again. How did Stinky Guy keep finding me? Very slowly, I knelt down on the island and crawled backwards into the freezing water. The smell was all around me, and there was a noise like branches breaking on the bank, followed by splashing sounds only 50 meters to my left. The moon shone down at the place where there was a bend in the stream. Outlined in the light was big, stinky enemy soldier guy. Most of my body was submerged in the water, with my upper body hugging that little strip of island in the middle of the stream. I looked up at the guy who was 50 meters away from me and gulped. What I had at first thought was a ghillie suit seemed to actually be fur. It was a good 7.5 to 8 feet tall and had a gorilla-like face and was covered with dark, thick fur. This creature stood in the middle of the stream, looking around and seeming to sniff at the air. Great, I thought. I'm being stalked by a freaking Sasquatch, but since I know where you are and you don't know where I am, I guess I'm stalking you now. I began to wonder if I'd packed any more beef sticks in my pack since I saw a commercial once on television where the Sasquatch things seemed to like beef sticks. All of a sudden in the distance came the blaring of multiple horns, which seemed to echo all around the valley. I cursed again. That was the warning signal that all scouts had 30 minutes to finish finding their points and return to the start line. By this point I was more annoyed than frightened. I was wet, cold, irritated, and muddy. Fortunately, I'd wrapped my waterproof notebook with all of my plot points inside of my waterproof poncho, and I kept it on the small island, out of the water. Still, I had only 30 minutes to make it back to the start line, but tall, dark, and stinky was standing in the middle of the stream, looking around like a lost grandpa at the mall. That big hairy McDingleberry was going to cost me getting my recon scout qualification. It seemed like I lay there for hours, but in reality it was only a few seconds. After the horns began to blare, Big Stinky seemed to let out a huff and ran back up the embankment from which he had emerged. I waited for the smell to dissipate before hauling myself out of the stream and double-timing it back to the start point. Although I was the last scout to return to the start point, I was feeling pretty good when our trucks brought us back to the barracks. 2 scouts got lost and had to be picked up by the side of the road, and 2 other scouts failed to find 4 of their 5 points. These guys would have to try again tomorrow night. Only one guy, the former Navy SEAL, found all 5 of his points. And although I found only just enough points to pass the course, I also stalked a Bigfoot. How many other cavalry scouts can say that? The Shift. From Xavier. I'm 18 years old and I've been in Pennsylvania throughout my life. This was an encounter that changed me forever. On New Year's Eve of 2018, my family and I were on our way to meet up with my third cousin, Lance. We'd be going to his outdoor home to celebrate the new year. I usually never really cared about him. Honestly, my father and him used to mess around for a bit when they were kids, but now they work together. So much so that we're going to start working on gardening and farming, which I never really got into, and I absolutely hated it. Even to this day, they still do it, and I hate it. What's always teed me off is the fact that my father is a bit of a control freak. He likes to clean other people's stuff, but not in our own house. I've nothing wrong against Lance. He was a conductor in the music arts. He works at a funeral home, and he seems to be a good husband. Anyway, he had bought the outdoor home about 3 months before the celebration of the new year. The home looked a bit unusual. Not the stereotypical haunted cabin in the woods, but it was strange. It had a plastic roofing on the balcony. The pillars weren't straight. It had a basketball hoop in the parking lot that nobody used. In fact, now that I come to think of it, I don't think the original owners or builders ever used it either. However, the interior was astoundingly beautiful. Tan painted walls, 4K flat screen TV against the wall, the lovely pictures of the Amazon rainforest, a marble kitchen counter, all the works. I'll give him this. He did a wonderful job cleaning up the place for 3 months. There are 3 other people in the home. Uncle John, who's the owner of the funeral home, Francis, who is a lovely husband to Lance, and Nancy. She's 80 years old, and to this day I really don't know who she is. As we got there, food was already prepped and ready to eat. As day turned to night, all of us notice at the home it's a bit chilly. Lance asked me to check downstairs at the basement to make sure that the furnace was still running, and so I did. I went and investigated. As soon as I opened the hatch, I saw that the last log had been burnt. I checked behind me to see if there were some logs piled up, but there wasn't. I went back upstairs and asked Lance where the log pile was. When he answered, I was immediately annoyed. The log pile in question had been set up about 1/4 of a mile away from the home. It was 11:45. There was no way in heck I could somehow rush 1/4 of a mile, lift the heavy logs, and make it back just in time to hit 12. My father volunteered to go, because, you know, he wants to make himself useful. I told him that I can actually take care of things on my own, but I really wish I didn't say that. Not because I was going to be late, but because I was about to witness something terrible. I went along and put my leather coat, gloves, and cap on. I grabbed the wagon for the pile, and I head out in the dark, cold night. There was a full moon shining on the snow, but it wasn't that bright, so I'd have to use my phone as a flashlight. As I walked further and further away from the house, I thought to myself, great. I bet I'm gonna die from some sort of spooky ghost or something of the sort. But no sooner that had popped into my head, I heard something to my right. I shined my flashlight in the direction of where it came from, but there was nothing there. I panicked and thought, I'm gonna be that kid that disappeared in Stranger Things. I took a moment to calm down. I reminded myself it could just be a deer, a rabbit, a squirrel, worst case scenario, a coyote or bear. I kept myself calm, and I kept walking. As I kept going, I kept hearing the noise, as if it was following me. I was curious though, so I stopped, and the noise stopped. When I kept going, the noise came back. I still kept my cool. Finally, I made it to the log pile. Next to the pile was a lantern on top of a stump. I put away my phone and lit it up. I moved the logs into the wagon one by one. As I finished putting the last log on top, I heard a growl. A deep growl. And that's when it hit me. I'm in the middle of the woods. It's a full moon, and there's some sort of thing behind me. There just had to be. There's no way it could be anything else. I wasn't making this up. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. I turned around, and there it was. Some sort of creature 12 feet away from me. A creature with a human body, covered in fur, extremely muscular. It had a tail and stood about 7 feet tall, and its head was wolf-shaped. Now, most people use the fight or flight response. A lot of folks run away when they see something like this. Even some try to fight. I wasn't those people. In fact, I was geeking out a bit. I was really into mythology and folklore. I was a skeptic of the supernatural, but I studied it and adored it. When I first laid eyes on this beautiful creature, it was incredible to witness. But then I thought for a moment. This thing had been stalking me. Finally, I got the normal human response. My heart sank. My brain was confused, being excited and afraid. But something crazy happened. This werewolf-looking thing just lost interest in me and walked away. I wasn't going to let this opportunity be taken away from me. I went to camera mode on my phone, and I tried to take a picture. But when I looked at it, a bug was on the lens, attracted to the light that was still on. I wouldn't realize this until later. 2 years later, that memory still keeps me on my toes. I didn't bother telling my friends or family about what I saw, except for my girlfriend. She was always a believer of anything of that sort. In fact, she's a pagan witch. I needed some way to get this experience out of my head. I tried drawing it up, but it didn't help. I eventually turned to screenwriting. Because of the whole Rona thing in 2020, I figured it was a good opportunity to expand my creativity and at least try to get this out of my head and onto paper. I began to write the pilot draft to a series called Shift. The story goes, Josh McAllister accidentally gets cut by the remains of a werewolf and has to fight off other creatures and an ancient evil covenant. Nevertheless, that experience was no longer lingering in me. Working on this, it got me thinking it could be a huge step up in my life. All because of that incident. All because that creepy werewolf had been stalking me. And I gotta thank him for that.